Infinivox presents Timeless Time Travel Tales, edited by Alan Castor. The Mists of Time by Tom Purdom, read by Tom Deere. The cry from the lookout perked up every officer, rating, and common seaman on deck. The two-masted brig they were intercepting was being followed by sharks, a sure sign it was a slaver. Slave ships fouled the ocean with a trail of bodies as they worked their way across the Atlantic. John Harrington was standing in front of the rear deckhouse when the midshipman's yell floated down from the mast. His 3 officers were loitering around him with their eyes fixed on the sails 3 miles off their port bow, a mass of wind-filled cloth that had aroused, once again, the hope that their weeks of tedious, eventless cruising were coming to an end. The ship rolling under their own feet, HMS Sparrow, was a 60-foot schooner, one of the smallest warships carried on the rolls of Her Majesty's Navy. There was no raised quarterdeck her commander could pace in majestic isolation. The officers merely stood in front of the deckhouse and looked down a deck crowded with 2 boats, spare spars, and the sweating bodies of crewmen who were constantly working the big triangular sails into new positions in response to the shipmaster's efforts to draw the last increment of movement from the insipid push of the African coastal breezes. A single 6-pound gun, mounted on a turntable, dominated the bow. Sub-Lieutenant Bonfers opened his telescope and pointed it at the other ship. He was a broad, well-padded young man, and he beamed at the image in his lenses with the smile of a gourmand who was contemplating a particularly interesting table. "Niggers, gentlemen. She's low in the water, too. I believe a good packer can squeeze 500 prime niggers into a hole that long. 2,500 good English pounds if they're all still breathing and pulsing." It was the paradox of time travel. You were there and you weren't there. The laws of physics prohibited it, and it was the laws of physics that got you there. You were the cat that was neither dead nor alive, the photon that could be in 2 places at once, the wave function that hadn't collapsed. You slipped through a world in which you could see but not be seen, exist and not exist. Sometimes there was a flickering moment when you really were there, a moment, oddly enough, when they could see you and you couldn't see them. It was the paradox of time travel. A paradox built upon the contradictions and inconsistencies that lie at the heart of the sloppy, fundamentally unsolvable mystery human beings call the physical universe. For Emery Fitzgordon, the paradox meant that he was crammed into an invisible, transparent space-time bubble, strapped into a 2-chair rig shoulder to shoulder with a bony, hyperactive young woman, 30 feet above the tepid water 20 miles off the coast of Africa. 6 years after the young Princess Victoria had become Queen of England, Wales, Scotland, Ireland, and all the heathen lands her government ruled beyond the seas. The hyperactive young woman, in addition, was an up-and-coming video auteur who possessed all the personality quirks traditionally associated with the arts. 4-minute check completed, the HAL running the bubble said. Conditions on all 4 coordinates register satisfactory and stable. You have full clearance for 2 hours, provisional clearance for 5 hours. Jiva Lombardo's hands had already started bustling across the screen bank attached to her chair. The cameras attached to the rig had started recording as soon as the bubble had completed the space-time relocation. Jiva was obviously rearranging the angles and magnifications chosen by the HAL's programming. "It didn't take them long to start talking about that 2,500 pounds, did it?" Jiva murmured. John Harrington glanced at the other 2 officers. A hint of mischief flickered across his face. He tried to maintain a captainly gravity when he was on deck, but he was, after all, only 23. "So how does that break down, Mr. Bonfers?" "For the slaves alone," the stout sub-lieutenant said, "conservatively, it's 260 pounds for you, 89 for your hard-working first lieutenant, 72 for our 2 esteemed colleagues here, 16 for the young gentleman in the lookout, and 2.5 pounds for every hand in the crew. The value of the ship itself might increase every share by another 1/5, depending on the judgment of our lords at the Admiralty." The sailing master, Mr. Whitjoy, rolled his eyes at the sky. The gunnery officer, Sub-Lieutenant Terry, shook his head. "I see there's one branch of mathematics you seem to have thoroughly mastered, Mr. Bonfers," Terry said. "I may not have your knowledge of the calculus and other arcane matters, Mr. Terry," Bonfer said, But I know that the quantity of roast beef and claret a man can consume is directly related to the mass of his purse. Harrington raised his head. His eyes ranged over the rigging as if he was inspecting every knot. It would take them 2 hours, perhaps 2.5, to close with the slave ship. Sparrow was small and lightly armed, but he could at least be thankful she was faster than her opposition. Most of the ships the Admiralty assigned to the West African Anti-Slavery Squadron were two-masted brigs that wallowed through the water like sick whales. How would they behave when the shooting started? Should he be glad they were still bantering? This would be the first time any of them had actually faced an armed enemy. Mr. Whitjoy was a 40-year-old veteran of the struggle against the Corsican tyrant, but his seagoing service had been limited to blockade duty in the last 3 years of the Napoleonic Wars. For the rest of them, including their captain and all the hands, active service had been a placid round of uneventful cruises punctuated by interludes in the seamier quarters of foreign ports. "We'll keep flying the Portuguese flag until we come into range," Harrington said. "We still have a bit of ship handling ahead of us. We may sail a touch faster than an overloaded slaver, but let's not forget they have 4 guns on each side. Let's make sure we're positioned straight across their bow when we bring them to, Mr. Whitjoy." Jiva had leaped on the prize money issue during their first planning session. She hadn't known the British sailors received special financial bonuses when she had applied for the job. She had circled around the topic, once she became aware of it, as if she had been tethered to it with a leash. The scholar assigned to oversee the project, Dr. Peter Legrundy, was a specialist in the cultural and social history of the Victorian British Empire. Peter claimed he normally avoided the details of Victorian military history, a subject his colleagues associated with excessive popular appeal. But in this case, he had obviously had to master the relevant complexities. The ships assigned to the West African Anti-Slavery Patrol had received £5 for every slave they liberated, as a substitute for the prize money they would have received if they had been fighting in a conventional nation-state war. Prize money had been a traditional wartime incentive. The wages the Crown paid its seaborne warriors had not, after all, been princely. The arbitrary £5 figure had actually been a rather modest compensation, in Peter's opinion, compared to the sums the Sparrow's crew would have received in wartime, from a cargo the government could actually sell. Peter had explained all that to Jiva several times, and received the same reaction each time. "There were 500 captives on that ship," Jiva said. £2,500 would be, what, 2 or 3 million today? Audiences aren't totally stupid, Peter. I think most of them will manage to see that the great anti-slavery crusade could be a very profitable little business. John Harrington had been reading about the Napoleonic Wars ever since his youngest uncle had given him a biography of Lord Nelson for his 9th birthday. None of the books he had read had captured the stately tempo of naval warfare. He knew the British had spent 3 hours advancing toward the Franco-Spanish fleet at Trafalgar, but most authors covered that phase of the battle in a handful of paragraphs and hurried straight to the thunder that followed. Lieutenant Bonfers and Lieutenant Terry both made 2 trips to their quarters while Sparrow plodded across the gentle African waves toward their quarry. They were probably visiting their chamber pots, Harrington presumed. Mr. Whitjoy, on the other hand, directed the handling of the ship with his usual stolid competence. Harrington thought he caught Whitjoy praying at one point, but the master could have been frowning at a patch of deck that needed a touch of the holystone. Harrington had stifled his own urge to visit the chamber pot. He had caught 2 of the hands smiling the second time Bonfers had trudged off the deck. It had been Midshipman Montgomery who had spotted the sharks. The other midshipman, Davy Clark, had replaced Montgomery in the lookout. Montgomery could have gone below, but he was circling the deck instead. He stopped at the gun every few minutes and gave it a thorough inspection. Montgomery would be assisting Mr. Terry when the time came to open fire. Jiva had started defending her artistic integrity at the very beginning of her pre-hiring interview. "I get the final edit," Jiva had advised the Oversight Committee. "I won't work under any other conditions. If it's got my name on it, it represents my take on the subject." Jiva had been in Moscow, working on a historical drama. Emery had been staring at 7 head-and-shoulder images on his living room imaging stage, and Jiva had been the only participant in the montage who had chosen a setting that accented her status. All the other participants had selected neutral backdrops. Jiva had arranged herself so the committee could see, just beyond her shoulder, two actors who were dressed in flat, 21st century brain-link hats. "There's one thing I absolutely have to say, Mr. Fitzgordon," Jiva said. "I appreciate your generosity. I will try to repay you by turning out the best possible product I can. But please don't think you can expect to have any influence on the way I do it. I'm not interested in creating public relations fog jobs for wealthy families." Emery had listened to Jiva's tirade with the thin, polite smile a tolerant parent might bestow on a child. "I wouldn't expect you to produce a fog job," Emery responded. "I believe the facts in this case will speak for themselves. I can't deny that I specified this particular incident when I offered the agency this grant, partly because my ancestor was involved in it. I wouldn't have known the Royal Navy had engaged in an anti-slavery campaign if it hadn't been part of our family chronicles. But I also feel this episode is a typical example of the courage and devotion of a group of men who deserve to be remembered and honored. The crews of the West African Anti-Slavery Patrol saved 100,000 human beings from slavery. They deserve a memorial that has been created by an honest, first-class artist." The committee had already let Emery know Jiva Lombardo was the candidate they wanted to hire. Jiva had friends in the Agency for Chronological Studies, it seemed. She also had the ability and the kind of name recognition that would attract an audience. Emery had been impressed with both the docs that had catapulted Jiva out of the would-be class. The first doc had been a 1-hour essay on women who bought sexually enhancing personality modifications. The second had been a rhapsodic portrait of a cruise on a fully automated sailing ship. The cruise doc was essentially an advertisement funded by the cruise company, but it had aroused the enthusiasm of the super aesthete audience. Emery's family had been dealing with artists for 150 years. His great-grandfather's encounter with the architect who designed his primary residence was a standard item in popular accounts of the history of architecture. It had become a family legend encrusted with advice and observations. "All interactions between artists and the rich hinge on one basic fact," Emery's great-grandfather had said. "You need the creatives. The creatives need your money." Harrington placed his hands behind his back. The approach was coming to an end. Mr. Whitjoy had placed Sparrow on a course that would cross the slaver's bow in just 4 or 5 minutes. He took a deep breath and forced the tension out of his neck muscles. He was the captain of a ship of war. He must offer his crew a voice that sounded confident and unperturbed. "Let's show them our true colors, Mr. Whitjoy. You may advise them of our request as soon as we start to raise our ensign, Mr. Terry." Lieutenant Bonfers led the boarding party. The slaver hove to in response to Lieutenant Terry's shot across its bow, and Lieutenant Bonfers settled his bulk in the stern of a longboat and assumed a rigid, upright dignity that reminded Emery of the recordings of his great-grandfather he had viewed when he had been a child. Harrison Fitzgordon had been an ideal role model, in the opinion of Emery's father. He was courteous to everyone he encountered, according to the family catechism, but he never forgot his position in society. He always behaved like someone who assumed the people around him would treat him with deference, just as Lieutenant Bonfers obviously took it for granted that others would row and he would be rowed. Bonfers maintained the same air of haughty indifference when he hauled himself aboard the slaver and ran his eyes down its guns. 2 or 3 crewmen were lounging near the rear of each gun. Most of them had flintlock pistols stuck in their belts. A tall man in a loose blue coat hurried across the deck. He held out his hand, and Bonfers put his own hands behind his back. "I am Sub-Lieutenant Barry Richard Bonfers of Her Majesty's ship Sparrow. I am here to inspect your ship and your papers in accordance with the treaties currently in effect between my government and the government of the nation whose flag is flying from your masthead." "I am William Zachary," the officer in the blue coat said, "and I am the commander of this ship. If you will do me the honor of stepping into my cabin, I will be happy to present you with our papers." "I would prefer to start with an inspection of your hold." "I'm afraid that won't be possible, Sub-Lieutenant. I assure you our papers will give you all the information you need." "The treaties in effect between our countries require the inspection of your entire ship, sir. I will be neglecting my duties if I fail to visit your hold." Captain Zachary gestured at the guns. "I have 2 12-pound guns and 2 18-pounders on each side of my ship, Sub-Lieutenant. You have, as far as I can tell, 1 6-pounder. I have almost 50 hands. What do you have? 25, and some of them boys. I'm certain a visit to my cabin and an inspection of my papers will provide you with a satisfactory report to your superiors. As you will see from our papers, our hold is stuffed with jute and bananas. Zachary was speaking with an accent that sounded, to Emery's ear, a lot like some of the varieties of English emitted by the crew on the Sparrow. Jiva's microphone arrangement had picked up some of the cries coming from the slaver's crew as Bonfers had made his progress across the waters, and Emery had heard several examples of the best-known English nouns and verbs. The ship was flying a Brazilian flag, Emery assumed, because it offered the crew legal advantages they would have missed if they had sailed under their true colors. British citizens who engaged in the slave trade could be hanged as pirates. The legal complexities of the anti-slavery crusade had been one of the subjects that had amused Emery when he had been a boy. The officers of the West African Squadron had operated under legal restrictions that were so complicated, the Admiralty had issued them an instruction manual they could carry in their uniforms. The Royal Navy could stop the ships of some nations and not others, and it could do some things on one country's ships and other things on others. Emery had been 5 when he had first heard about John Harrington's exploits off the African coast. Normally, the Fitzgordon adults just mentioned it now and then. You were reminded you had an ancestor who had liberated slaves when your elders felt you were spending too much time thinking about some of the other things your ancestors had done, such as their contributions to the coal mining and timber cutting industries. In Emery's case, it had become a schoolboy enthusiasm. He had scoured the databanks for information on Lieutenant John Harrington and the great 50-year struggle in which Harrington had participated. Almost no one outside of his family had heard about the Royal Navy's anti-slavery campaign, but the historians who had studied it had all concluded it was one of the great epics of the sea. Young officers in small ships had fought the slavers for over half a century. They had engaged in hotly contested ship-to-ship actions. They had ventured up the rivers that communicated with the interior and attacked fortified slaveholding pens. Thousands of British seamen had died from the diseases that infested the African coast. The African slave markets north of the equator had been shut down. 100,000 men, women, and children had been rescued from the horrors of the slave ships. The campaign had been promoted by a British politician, Lord Palmerston, who had tried to negotiate a general international treaty outlawing the slave trade. Palmerston had failed to achieve his goal, and British diplomats had been forced to negotiate special agreements country by country. The officers on the spot were supposed to keep all the agreements straight and remember they could be fined or sued if they looked in the wrong cupboard or detained the wrong ship. In this case, the situation was relatively straightforward. The ship was flying the flag of Brazil, and the Sparrow therefore had the right to examine its papers and search its hull. If the searchers found any evidence the ship was engaging in the slave trade, such as the presence of several hundred chained Africans, the Sparrow could seize the slaver and bring the ship, its crew, and all its contents before the courts the Navy had established in Freetown, Sierra Leone. "Look at that," Emery said. "Look at the way he's handling himself." Bonfers had turned his back on Captain Zachary. He was walking toward the ladder on the side of the ship with the same unhurried serenity he had exhibited when he came aboard. Did Bonfers' back itch? Was he counting the number of steps that stretched between his present position and the minimal safety he would enjoy when he reached the boat? For Emery, it was a thrilling moment, a display of the values and attitudes that had shaped his own conduct since he had been a child. Most of the officers on the Sparrow shared a common heritage. Their family lines had been molded, generation after generation, by the demands of the position they occupied in their society. "You are now provisionally cleared for 6 hours total," the HAL said. "All coordinates register satisfactory and stable." The slaver was turning. Harrington noted the hands in the rigging making minor adjustments to the sails and realized the slaver's bow was shifting to the right, so it could bring its 4 starboard guns to bear on Sparrow. Mr. Whitjoy had seen the movement too. His voice was already bellowing orders. He had been told to hold Sparrow lined up across the slaver's bows. He didn't need further instructions. Conflicting courses churned across Harrington's brain. Bonfers had reboarded his boat, and he was still crossing the gap between the ships. The slave ship couldn't hit the boat with the side guns, but it had a small chaser on the bow, a 4-pounder that could shatter the boat with a single lucky shot. The wind favored the slaver, too. The 2 ships had hove to with the wind behind the slaver, hitting its sails at a 20-degree angle. He hurried down the narrow deck toward the bow. Terry and Montgomery both looked at him expectantly. The swivel gun was loaded with chain shot. The slow match smoldered in a bucket. "Let's give our good friend Mr. Bonfirst time to get aboard," Harrington said. "Aren't you afraid they'll fire on the boat with a chaser?" Montgomery said. "Sir?" Terry started to say something, and Harrington stopped him with his hand. Montgomery should have kept his thoughts to himself, but this wasn't the time to rebuke him. "It's obvious Mr. Bonfirst didn't finish the inspection," Harrington said. "But we won't be certain they refuse to let him go below until he makes his report. We don't want to give the lawyers any unnecessary grounds for complaint." He glanced around the men standing near the gun. "Besides, everybody says these slavers tend to be poor shots. They're businessmen. They go to sea to make money." He paused for what he hoped would be an effect. "We go to sea to make war." Montgomery straightened. Harrington thought he saw a light flash in the eyes of one of the seamen in the gun crew. He turned away from the gun and made his way toward the stern with his hands behind his back, in exactly the same pose his second commanding officer, Captain Ferris, would have assumed. A good commander had to be an actor. Good actors never ruined an exit line with too much talk. Emery had started campaigning for Jiva's removal a week after he had audited the first planning meeting. Jiva had nagged at the prize money issue for a tiresome 15 minutes at the end of the fourth meeting, and Emery had maintained his link to Peter Legrundy after she had exited. Jiva had still been in Russia at that state of their association. Emery was staying at his New York residence, where he was sampling the opening premieres of the entertainment season. Peter had based himself in London, so he could take a first-hand look at the Royal Navy archives. "Are you really sure we can't do anything about her supporters in the chronological bureaucracy?" Emery said. "It seems to me there should be some small possibility we can overcome their personal predilections and convince them she has a bias that is obviously incompatible with scholarship. A 10-minute conversation with her would probably be sufficient." "She's peppery, Emery. She feels she has to assert herself. She's young, and she's an artist." "And what's she going to be like when she's actually recording? We'll only have one opportunity, Peter. The only opportunity anybody will ever have. Whatever she records, that's it." Under the rules laid down by the chrono bureaucrats, the Sparrow's encounter with the slaver was surrounded by a restricted zone that encompassed hundreds of square miles of ocean and 20 hours of time. No one knew what would happen if a bubble entered a space-time volume occupied by another bubble, and the bureaucrats had decided they would avoid the smallest risk they would ever find out. The academics and fundraisers who had written the preamble to the agency's charter had decreed that its chrononauts would dispel the mists of time with disciplined on-site observations, and the careerists and political appointees who ran the agency had decreed each site would receive only one dispelling. Once their bubble left the restricted zone, no one else would ever return to it. "She's what they want," Peter said. "I've counted the votes. There's only one way you can get her out of that bubble. Withdraw your grant and cancel the project. And let the media have a fiesta reporting on the rich idler who tried to bribe a committee of dedicated scholars." Peter was being cautious, in Emery's opinion. He could have changed the committee's mind if he had made a determined effort. Jiva had flaunted her biases as if she thought they were a fashion statement. But Peter also knew he would make some permanent enemies among the losing minority if he pressed his case. Peter was a freelance scholar who lived from grant to grant. He had never managed to land a permanent academic position. He was balancing two forces that could have a potent impact on his future: a rich individual who could be a fertile source of grants, and a committee composed of scholars who could help him capture a permanent job. Emery could, of course, offer Peter some inducements that might overcome his respect for Jiva's supporters, but that was a course that had its own risks. You never knew when an academic might decide his scholarly integrity had to be asserted. In the end, Emery had adopted a more straightforward approach and applied for a seat in the bubble under the agency's chrono tourist program. The extra passenger would cost the agency nothing, and the fee would increase his grant by 30%. Jiva would still control the cameras on the bubble, but he could make his own amateurish record with his personal recording implant. He would have evidence he could use to support any claim that she had distorted the truth. Harrington could have leaned over the side of the ship and called for a report while Bonfirst was still en route, but he was certain Captain Ferris would never have done that. Neither would Nelson. Instead, he stood by the deckhouse and remained at his post while Bonfors climbed over the side, saluted the stern, and marched across the deck. "He threatened me," Bonfors said. "He pointed at his guns and told me I could learn all I needed to know from his account books." "He refused to let you visit the hold?" "He told me I could learn all I needed from his books. He told me he had 8 guns and 50 hands, and we only had 1 gun and 25. Harrington frowned. Would a court interpret that as a threat? Could a lawyer claim Bonfors had deliberately misinterpreted the slave captain's words? "It was a clear refusal," Bonfors said. "He gave me no indication he was going to let me inspect the hold." Harrington turned toward the gun. He sucked in a good lungful and enjoyed a small pulse of satisfaction when he heard his voice ring down the ship. "You may fire at your discretion, Mr. Terry." Montgomery broke into a smile. Terry said something to his crew, and the lead gunner drew the slow match from its bucket. Terry folded his arms over his chest and judged the rise and fall of the 2 ships. Chain shot consisted of 2 balls, connected by a length of chain. It could spin through the enemy rigging and wreak havoc on any rope or wood that intersected its trajectory. Terry moved his arm. The lead gunner laid the end of the match across the touch hole. It was the first time in his life Harrington had stood on a ship that was firing on other human beings. It was the moment he had been preparing for since he had been a 12-year-old novice at the naval school at Portsmouth, but the crash of the gun still caught him by surprise. Montgomery was standing on tiptoe staring at the other ship. Terry was already snapping out orders. The sponger was pulling his tool out of its water bucket. Drill and training were doing their job. On the entire ship, there might have been 6 men who could feel the full weight of the moment, undistracted by the demands of their posts, and one of them was that supreme idler, the commanding officer. The slaver's foremast quivered. A rip spread across a topsail. Bonfors pulled his telescope out of his coat and ran it across the slaver's upper rigging. "I can see 2 lines dangling from the fore topsail," Bonfors said. Harrington was playing his own telescope across the slaver's deck. 4 men had gathered around the bow chaser. The 2 ships were positioned so its ball would hit the Sparrow toward the rear midships, a little forward of the exact spot where he was standing. He had assumed they should start by destroying the slaver's sails. Then, when there was no danger their quarry could slip away, they could pick it off at their leisure, from positions that kept them safe from its broadsides. Should he change that plan merely because he was staring at the muzzle of the enemy gun? Wouldn't it make more sense to fire at the gun, even though it was a small, hard-to-hit target? It was a tempting thought. The slavers might even strike their colors if the shot missed the stern gun and broke a few bodies as it hurtled down the deck. It was a thought generated by fear. "Well started, Mr. Terry. Continue as you are." The slaver's gun flashed. There was a short pause. Just enough time to feel himself stiffen, and then, almost simultaneously, his brain picked up the crash of the gun and the thud of the ball striking the side of Sparrow's hull. The ball had hit the ship about where he had guessed it would. If it had been aimed a few degrees higher, it would have crossed the deck 3 steps to his right. The Sparrow's gun fired its second shot moments after the slaver's ball hit the hull. The sponger shoved his tool down the gun barrel. The crew fell into their drill, and the Sparrow hurled a 3rd ball across the gap, while the slaver's crew was still loading their 2nd shot. "The slaver's got a crew working on the rear boat," Jiva said. Emery had been watching the 2 gun crews and looking for signs they were actually creating some damage. The 3rd shot from the Sparrow's gun had drawn an excited, arms-raised leap from the midshipmen posted with the gun crew. The upper third of the slaver's forward mast had bounced away from the lower section and sagged against the rigging. Harrington's report to the Admiralty said the slaver had brought out a boat and used it to pull the ship around, to bring its broadside into play. Harrington hadn't said when they had lowered the boat. Emery had assumed they had done it after the battle had raged for a while. "It looks like they're going to lower it on the other side of their ship," Emery said. "Is that going to cause any problems?" "The rotation program can correct for most of the deficiencies. We can always have a talking head explain some of the tactics. Some professor who's goofy about old weapons. We could even have you do it, Emery. You probably know more about the anti-slavery patrol than Peter and all the rest of the committee combined. That could be a real tingler. The hero's descendant talking about the ancestor he hero-worshipped as a boy, after he had actually seen him in action." Harrington was making another calculation. The slaver's boat was pulling the slaver's bow into the wind. There was no way Mr. Whitjoy could stay with the bow as it turned and avoid a broadside. Should he pull out of range, circle around, and place Sparrow across the enemy's stern? Or should he hold his current position, take the broadside, and inflict more damage on their sails? The blow to the slaver's mast had weakened its sailing capabilities, but it wasn't decisive. He wanted them dead in the water, totally at his mercy. The slaver's bow gun was already pointing away from Sparrow. There would be a period, who knew how long, when Sparrow could fire on the slaver and the slaver couldn't fire back. "Hold position, Mr. Whitjoy. Keep up the good work, Mr. Terry." Harrington was holding his pocket watch in his hand. The swivel gun roared again, and he noted that Terry's crew was firing a shot every minute and 20 seconds. He put his hands behind his back and watched the enemy ship creep around. It was all a matter of luck. The balls from the slaver's broadside would fly high or low, or pass over the deck at the height of a young commander's belly. They would intersect the place where you were standing or pass a few feet to your right or left. The odds were on your side, and there was nothing you could do about it. Bonfors glanced back. He saw what Harrington was doing and resumed his telescopic observations of the enemy ship. Terry's crew fired 3 more times while the slaver made its turn. The second shot cut the broken topmast free from its support lines and sent it sliding through the rigging to the deck. The third shot slammed into the main mast with an impact that would have made every captive in the hold howl with joy if they could have seen the result and understood what it meant. The top of the mast lurched to the right. The whole structure, complete with spars and furled sails, toppled toward the deck and sprawled over the slaver's side. Harrington felt himself yield to an uncontrollable rush of emotion. "Take her about, Mr. Whitjoy. Take us out of range." Whitjoy barked orders. Hands raced to their stations. The big triangular mainsail swung across Sparrow's deck. The hand at the wheel adjusted the angle of the rudder, and Harrington's ship began to turn away from the wind. Some of the crew on the other ship had left their guns and rushed to the fallen sail. With luck, 1 or 2 of their compatriots would be lying under the wreckage. If there was one virtue the Navy taught you, it was patience. You stood your watches, no matter how you felt. You endured storms that went on and on, for days at a time, without any sign they were coming to an end. You waited out calms. And now you locked yourself in your post and watched the elephantine motions of the ships as Sparrow turned away from the wind, and the muzzles of the enemy guns slowly came to bear on the deck you were standing on. The flash of the first gun caught him by surprise. He would have waited at least another minute before he fired if he had been commanding the other ship. A huge noise whined past Sparrow's stern. The second gun lit up a few seconds later, and he realized they were firing 1 gun at a time. This time the invisible thing passed over his head, about 50 feet up. Mr. Terry fired the swivel gun, and he heard Montgomery's treble shout a word of encouragement at the ball. The slaver hurled its third shot. A tremendous bang shook the entire length of Sparrow's hull. He looked up and down the deck, trying to find some sign of damage, and saw Montgomery covering his face with both hands. A gunner grabbed Montgomery's shoulders. Terry stepped in front of the boy and seized his wrists. The rest of the gun crew gathered around. "Mr. Bonfors, please see what the trouble is. See if you can get the gun back in action." Bonfors shot him one of the most hostile looks he had ever received from another human being. It only lasted a moment, but Harrington knew exactly what his second-in-command was thinking. The captain had seen an unpleasant duty and passed it to the appropriate subordinate. They both knew it was the right thing to do, the only thing a captain could do. But that didn't alter the basic fact that the cold-hearted brute had calmly handed you a job that both of you would have given almost anything to avoid. A crewman was standing by the railing near the bow. He pointed at the railing, and Harrington understood what had happened. The big bang had been a glancing blow from a cannonball. Wooden splinters had flown off the rail at the speed of musket balls. One of the splinters had apparently hit Montgomery in the face. "It looks like we now know who Montgomery is," Emery said. Jiva was looking at a rerun on her display. "I got it all. The camera had him centered the whole time. I lost him when they all crowded around him, but I got the moment he was hit." Lieutenant Bonfors had reached the gun and started easing the crew away from Montgomery with a mixture of jovial comments and firm pushes. "Let's keep our minds on our work, gentlemen. Take Mr. Montgomery to the captain's cabin, Hogsbill. I believe we've got time for one more shot before we pull away from our opponent, Mr. Terry." Their planning sessions had contained one moment of pure harmony. They had all agreed Jiva would have 2 cameras continuously tracking both midshipmen. They knew one of the boys was going to be hit, but they didn't know which one. They knew the boy was referred to as Mr. Montgomery in Harrington's report, but they didn't know what he looked like or when it would happen. They only knew Mr. Montgomery and Mr. Clark acquitted themselves with courage and competence. I regret to report that Mr. Montgomery has lost the sight of his left eye. He is bearing his misfortune with commendable cheerfulness. Sparrow put a solid half-mile between its stern and the slaver before it turned into a long, slow curve that ended with it bearing down on the slaver's stern. The men in the slaver's boat tried to turn with it, but Mr. Whitjoy outmaneuvered them. The duel between sail power and oar power came to an abrupt end as soon as Sparrow drew within firing range. Harrington ordered Terry to fire on the boat. The second shot raised a fountain of water near the boat's bow, and every slaver in the boat crew lunged at the ladder that hung from the side of their ship. Bonfors chuckled as he watched them scramble onto the deck. "They don't seem to have much tolerance for being shot at, do they?" Harrington was eyeing the relative positions of the two ships. In another 5 minutes, Sparrow would be lying directly behind the slaver's stern, poised to hurl ball after ball down the entire length of the other ship. "You may fire at the deck when you see fit, Mr. Terry. We'll give them 3 rounds, and pause to see if they strike." "They're opening the hatch," Emery said. Captain Zachary and 4 of his men were crouching around the hatch in the center of the slave ship. They had drawn their pistols, and they were all holding themselves close to the deck, in anticipation of the metal horror that could fly across their ship at any moment. The 4 crewmen dropped through the hatch. Captain Zachary slithered backwards and crouched on one knee, with his pistol clutched in both hands. Harrington threw out his arm as soon as he saw the first black figure stumble into the sunlight. "Hold your fire, Mr. Terry." The slavers had arranged themselves so he could enjoy an unobstructed view of the slaves. The Africans were linked together with chains, but the captain and his crew were still training guns on them. 2 of the slaves slumped to the deck as they came out of the hold. Their companions picked them up and dragged them away from the hatch. "I'd say a third of them appear to be women," Bonfors said. Harrington raised his telescope and verified Bonfors' estimate. One of the women was holding a child. He lowered his telescope and pushed it closed. "Organize a boarding party, Mr. Bonfors. I will lead it. You will take command of the ship." "My God," Emery said. "He didn't waste a second." They had known what Harrington was going to do. It was in his report. But nothing in the written record had prepared Emery for the speed of his decision. "I ascertained that we could no longer punish their crew with our gun," Harrington had written, "and I therefore determined to take their ship by assault with one of our boats. The presence of the unfortunate innocents meant that our adversaries could repair their masts before our very eyes and perhaps slip away in the night. There was, in addition, the danger they would adopt the infamous course others have taken in such a situation and avoid prosecution by consigning their cargo to the sea." Terry volunteered at once. Davy Clark wanted to go, but Harrington decreed they couldn't risk another midshipman. "We'd have a fine time keeping the ship afloat with both of our young gentlemen laid up, Davy." The hands obviously needed encouragement. 4 men stepped forward. The expressions on the rest of them convinced Harrington he had to give Bonfors some support. "A double share for every man who volunteers," Harrington called out, "taken from the captain's portion." A ball from the slaver's stern gun plowed into the water 40 feet from Sparrow's port side. Bonfors' arm shot toward the splash while it was still hanging over the waves. "It's the easiest money you'll ever earn, lads. You've seen how these fellows shoot." In the end, 15 men shuffled up to the line. That would leave 10 on the Sparrow, enough to get the ship back to port if worse came to worse. Jiva smiled. He just doubled their profit, didn't he? He didn't mention that in his report. Harrington placed himself in the front of the boat. Terry sat in the back, where the ranking officer would normally sit. Their positions wouldn't matter that much during the approach. The slavers would be firing down from the deck. They would all be equally exposed. When they initiated the assault, however, he had to be in front. The whole enterprise might fail if he went down, but it was certain to fail if the men felt their captain was huddling in the rear. The assault had been his idea, after all. They had boarded the boat on Sparrow's starboard side, with Sparrow's hull between them and the enemy guns. For the first few seconds after Terry gave the order, they traveled along the hull. Then they cleared the bow. And there it was. There was nothing between him and the stern gun of the enemy ship but 100 yards of sunlight and water. Terry was supposed to steer them toward the rear of the slaver's starboard side. They had agreed he would aim them at a point that would accomplish 2 objectives. He would keep the boat outside the angle the slaver's broadside could cover, and he would minimize the time they would spend inside the stern gun's field of fire. Terry was the best man to hold the tiller. No one on Sparrow had a better understanding of the strengths and limitations of nautical artillery. They had overcome their boat's initial resistance as they had slid down Sparrow's hull. Terry called out his first firm stroke, and the bow shot toward its destination. Terry gave the rowers 2 cycles of stroke and lift at a moderate pace. Then he upped the pace and kept increasing it with every cycle. Every push of the oars carried them out of the danger presented by the stern gun, but it also carried them toward the armed men who were crowding around the rail. Harrington's hands tightened on the weapons he was holding, a pistol in his right hand, a cutlass in his left. He was keeping his fingers on the butt of the pistol, well away from the trigger and the possibility he would fire the gun by accident and leave himself 1 bullet short and looking like a fool. 2 more pistols were tucked into his belt, right and left. The men behind him were all equipped with 2 pistols, 2 loaded muskets wrapped in oilcloth, and a cutlass laid across their feet. The stern gun flashed. The impulse to squeeze himself into a package the size of his hat seemed irresistible, but he focused his eyes on the side of the slaver and discovered he could hold himself fixed in place until he heard the bang of the gun reaching him from a distance that seemed as remote as the moons of Jupiter. Stroke. Lift. Stroke. Lift. Was there anything more beautiful than the crash of a gun that had just fired in your direction? The noise had made its way across the water, and you were still alive. You could be certain 4 pounds of iron had sailed harmlessly past you, instead of slamming into your bones or knocking holes in your boat and mutilating your shipmates. "That should be the last we'll hear from that thing," a voice muttered behind him. "I should hope so," a brasher voice said. "Unless these nigger whippers have picked up some pointers from Mr. Terry in the last half hour." The second voice belonged to a hand named Bobby Dawkins, a veteran in his 4th decade who was noted for his monkeyish agility and the stream of good-natured comments he bestowed on everything that happened around him. Dawkins had been the first man to volunteer after Harrington had augmented the cash reward. Armed men were lining up along the rail of the slave ship. More men were falling in behind them. Emery ran his eyes down the rail, picking out faces that looked particularly vicious or threatening. He had begun his recording as a weapon in his contest with Jiva, but he was beginning to think along other lines. He wanted a personal record of this, the kind of record a tourist would make. It wouldn't be as sharp as Jiva's work, but it would be his, a personal view of his ancestors' courage. The slavers started firing their muskets when the boat was still 50 yards from its destination. Harrington had been hoping they would waste a few of their shots, but he still felt himself flinch when he saw the first flash. Everybody else in the boat had something to do. The hands had to row. Terry had to steer. He had to sit here and be a target. He knew he should give his men a few words of encouragement, but he couldn't think of a single phrase. His mind had become a blank sheet. Was he afraid? Was this what people meant when they said someone was paralyzed? The slavers shoved 2 African women up to the rail. The men in the center of the firing line stepped aside, and more slaves took their place. "The swine," Dawkins said. "Bloody, cowardly, bastards." Black faces stared at the oncoming boat. Harrington peered at their stupefied expressions and realized they didn't have the slightest idea they were being used as shields. They had been pushed in chains along trails that might be hundreds of miles long. They had been packed into a hold as if they were kegs of rum. They were surrounded by men who didn't speak their language. By now, they must be living in a fog. "Make sure you aim before you shoot. Make these animals feel every ball you fire." He was bellowing with rage. He would have stood up in the boat if he hadn't been restrained by years of training. He knew he was giving his men a stupid order. He knew there was no way they could shoot with that kind of accuracy. It didn't matter. The slavers had provoked emotions that were as uncontrollable as a hurricane. More slaves were shoved to the railing. Muskets banged. Slavers were actually resting their guns on the shoulders of the slaves they were using for cover. "We're inside their guns," Terry yelled. "I'll take us forward." Harrington pointed at a spot just aft of the forward gun. "Take us there, between 1 and 2. First party, stow your oars, shoulder your muskets. Wait for my order." They had worked this out before they had boarded the boat. Half the men would guide the boat during the final approach. The other half would pick up their muskets and prepare to fight. Jiva had stopped making comments. Her face had acquired the taut, focused lines of a musician or athlete who was working at the limits of her capacity. She was scanning the drama taking place outside the bubble while she simultaneously tracked the images on 6 screens and adjusted angles and subjects with quick, decisive motions of her hands. Emery had noted the change in her attitude and turned his attention to his own record. What difference did it make how she felt? The people who saw the finished product would see brave men hurling themselves into danger. Would anybody really care why they did it? Musket balls cracked in the air around the boat. Metal hammered on the hull. 4 members of the slaver crew were running toward the spot where Harrington planned to board. The rest of them were staying near the middle and firing over their human shields. "Hold her against the side," Harrington yelled. "Throw up the grappling hooks." The 4 hands who had been given the job threw their grappling hooks at the rail. The man beside Harrington tugged at the rope to make sure it was firm, and Harrington fired his first pistol at the ship and handed the gun to one of the rowers. He grabbed the rope and walked himself up the side of the hull, past the gun that jutted out of the port on his left. His cutlass dangled from a loop around his wrist. He knew he would be most vulnerable when he went over the rail. His hands would be occupied. He would be exposed to gunfire and hand-to-hand attacks. He seized the rail with both hands as soon as he came in reach and pulled himself over before he could hesitate. 4 men were crouching on the roof of the rear deckhouse. A gun flamed. Harrington jerked his left pistol out of his belt and fired back. He charged at the deckhouse with his cutlass raised. The slavers fired their guns and scampered off the deckhouse. Harrington turned toward the bow, toward the men who were using the slaves as shields. His boarding party was crowding over the rails. He had 6 men scattered beside him. Most of them were firing their muskets at the slavers and their flesh and blood bulwarks. "Use your cutlasses! Make these bastards bleed!" He ran across the deck with his cutlass held high. He could hear himself screaming like a wild man. He had tried to think about the best way to attack while they had been crossing the water. Now he had stopped thinking. They couldn't stand on the deck and let these animals shoot at them. The Africans' eyes widened. They twisted away from the lunatics rushing toward them and started pushing against the bodies behind them. The slavers had overlooked an important fact. They were hiding behind a wall that was composed of conscious, intelligent creatures. The African directly in front of Harrington was a woman. She couldn't turn her back on him because of her chains, but she had managed to make a half-turn. The man looming behind her was so tall she didn't reach his shoulder. The man was pointing a pistol at Harrington, and the woman was clawing at his face with one hand. The pistol sounded like a cannon when it fired. Harrington covered the deck in front of him in 2 huge leaps, the longest leaps he had ever taken, and brought his cutlass down on the slaver with both hands. Steel sliced through cloth and bit into the slaver's collarbone. The man's mouth gaped open. He fell back and Harrington shouldered the female slave aside and hoisted his legs over the chain dangling between her and the captive on her right. Emery was clamping his jaw on the kind of bellow overwrought fans emitted at sports events. Jiva had shifted the bubble to a location 25 meters from the side of the slave ship. He could see and hear every detail of Harrington's headlong rush. 6 men had joined Harrington's assault. More had fallen in behind as they had come over the side. Most of the men in the first rank were running at a crouch, about a step behind their captain. One sailor was holding his hand in front of his face, as if he thought he could stop a bullet with his palm. Emery had been watching combat scenes ever since he was a boy, but no actor had ever captured the look on these men's faces, the intense, white-faced concentration of men who knew they were facing real bullets. A slaver backed away from the pummeling fists of a tall, ribby slave and fired at the oncoming sailors. For a moment, Emery thought the shot had gone wild. Then he glanced toward the rear of the assault. A sailor who had just pulled himself over the side was sagging against the rail. Jiva had expanded her display to 8 monitors. Her hands were flying across her screens as if she was conducting the action taking place on the ship. The slavers in front of Harrington were all falling back. Most of them seemed to be climbing the rigging or ducking behind boats and deck gear. On his right, his men had stopped their rush and started working their muskets with a ragged, hasty imitation of the procedure he had drilled into them when he had decided it would be a useful skill if they ever actually boarded a ship. They would never load and fire like 3 shots to the minute redcoats, but they were doing well enough for a combat against a gang who normally fought against unarmed primitives. The slaver captain, Captain Zachary, was standing on the front deckhouse, just behind the rail. He stared at Harrington across the heads of the slavers who were scattered between them, and Harrington realized he was pulling a rod out of the pistol he was holding in his left hand. It was one of those moments when everything around you seemed to stand still. Harrington's cutlass dropped out of his hand. He reached for the pistol stuck in his belt. He pulled it out and cocked it, methodically, with no haste, with the heel of his left hand. On the deckhouse, Zachary had poured a dab of powder into the firing pan without taking his eyes off Harrington. He cocked the gun with his thumb and clutched it in a solid, two-handed grip as he raised it to the firing position. "Look at that," Emery said. "Are you getting that, Jiva? They're facing each other like a pair of duelists." If this had been a movie, Emery realized, the director would have captured the confrontation between Harrington and Zachary from at least 3 angles. One long shot to establish that they were facing each other, plus a close-up for each combatant. How did you work it when you were shooting the real thing and you couldn't reenact it several times with the camera placed in different positions? He turned his head and peered at Jiva's screens. Jiva's hands were hopping across her screens. She had centered the gunfight in a wide view, high-angle shot in the second screen in her top row. Zachary's hands flew apart. The tiny figure on Jiva's screen sagged. The life-size figure standing on the real ship clutched at his stomach with both palms. "The captain of the slaver received a mortal bullet wound during the fray," Harrington had written. "His removal from the melee soon took the fight out of our adversaries." There had been no mention that Harrington himself had fired the decisive shot. "Is that all you got?" Emery said. "That one long shot?" He had searched her screens twice, looking for a close-up of the duel. Half of Jiva's screen seemed to be focused on the slaves. Jiva jabbed at her number 3 screen. Emery glanced at the scene on the ship and saw the African woman Harrington had shoved aside stiffening as if she was having a fit. The image on the screen zoomed to a close-up, and the camera glimpsed a single glassy eye before the woman's head slumped forward. Jiva pulled the camera back and framed the body sprawling on the deck. The woman's only garment had been a piece of blue cloth she had wrapped around her breasts and hips. The big wound just above her left breast was clearly visible. "You got him, sir! Right in the bastard's stomach!" Bobby Dawkins was moving into a position on Harrington's right. He had a raised cutlass in his right hand, and he was waving a pistol with his left. More men took their places beside Dawkins. Nobody was actually stepping between Harrington and the enemy, but they were all making some effort to indicate they were willing to advance with their captain. Harrington's hands had automatically stuffed the empty pistol into his belt. He dropped into an awkward crouch and picked up his cutlass. Most of the slavers in front of him were looking back at the deckhouse. "You just lost the most dramatic event of the whole assault, something we'd never have guessed from the printed record." "I can zoom in on the scene when I'm editing," Jiva muttered. "I'm a pro, Emery. Let me work." "So why do you need the close-up you just got? Why do you have so many cameras focused on the slaves? Couldn't you edit that later, too?" 4 hands were standing beside Harrington. 3 more hands were standing a pair of steps behind them. 3 of them had muskets pressed into their shoulders. The other 4 were cursing and grunting as they worked their way through various sections of the reloading drill. "Hold your fire," Harrington snapped. "Train your piece on a target, but hold your fire." He heard the jumpy excitement in his voice and knew it would never do. "Use the voice you use when the wind is whipping across the deck," he told himself. "Pretend you're thundering at the mast and Davy Clark has the lookout." His right arm was raising his sword above his head. "Your captain has fallen. Yield. Lay down your arms. Lay down your arms, or I'll order my men to keep firing." "Is that your idea of scholarship, Jiva? Another weepy epic about suffering victims?" John Harrington knew he would be talking about this moment for the rest of his life. He knew he had managed to sound like a captain was supposed to sound, like a man who had absolute control of the situation, and assumed everyone who heard him would obey his orders. Now he had to see if they really would submit. He had to stand here, fully exposed to a stray shot, and give them time to respond. Captain Zachary was slumping against the railing of the deckhouse with his hands clutching his stomach. The 2 slavers who were standing directly in front of him had turned toward Harrington when they heard the roar. Their eyes settled on the muskets leveled at their chests. Zachary raised his head. He muttered something Harrington couldn't understand. One of the slavers immediately dropped to one knee. He placed his pistol on the deck. "The captain says to surrender," the sailor yelled. "He says get it over with." Harrington lowered his sword. He pushed himself across the deck. It was one of the hardest things he had ever done, and picked up the musket. "You have my sincerest thanks, Captain Zachary. You have saved us all much discomfort." "This is my project, Emery. I was given complete control of the cameras and the final product. Do you have any idea what you and the whole chrono-bureaucracy would look like if I handed in my resignation because you tried to bully me while I was doing my job? I'm not trying to bully you. You're the one with the power in this situation. No one has to draw me a power flowchart. I've got my own record of the dueling incident. Anybody who looks at my recording, or yours for that matter, can see you've ignored a dramatic, critical event and focused on a peripheral incident. Don't you think those niggers deserve a little attention too? Do you think they're having a fun time caught between two groups of money-hungry berserkers? Dawkins was picking up the slavers' weapons as they collected near the starboard rail. 5 other hands were aiming their muskets over the slavers' heads. Harrington had positioned the musket men 6 paces from their potential targets. Close enough they couldn't miss, far enough none of the prisoners could convince themselves they could engage in a rush before the muskets could fire. The regulation said the slavers had to be transported to Sparrow. The prize crew he assigned to the slaver would have enough trouble looking after the Africans. How many prisoners could he put in each boatload as they made the transfer, given the number of men he could spare for guard duty? He could put the prisoners in irons, of course, but that might be too provocative. They had been operating in a milieu in which chains were associated with slavery and racial inferiority. He turned to Terry, who had taken up a position behind the musket men. "Keep an eye on things, Mr. Terry. I think it's time I ventured into the hold." The world around the space-time bubble turned black, the deepest blackness Emery had ever experienced. They had known it could happen at any time. They had even been exposed to simulations during their pre-location training, but the reality still made him freeze. There was nothing outside the bubble. Nothing. The world snapped back. A male slave near the front of the ship was staring their way with his mouth gaping. He gestured with a frantic right hand, and the elderly man beside him squinted in their direction. Harrington had known the hold would stink. Every officer who had ever served in the West African Squadron agreed on that. He had picked up the stench when the boat had approached the ship's side, but he had been too preoccupied to react to it. Now his stomach turned as soon as he settled his feet on the ladder. In theory, the slavers were supposed to wash their cargo down, to fight disease and keep it alive until they could take their profit. In practice, nothing could eliminate the stink of hundreds of bodies pressed into their storage shelves like bales of cotton. The noise was just as bad as the odor. Every captive in the hold seemed to be jabbering and screaming. The slaves in a cargo could come from every section of the continent. They were brought to the coast from the places where they had been captured, or brought from some native chief who had taken them prisoner during a tribal war, and assembled in big compounds before they were sold to the European slave traders. It would be a miracle if 50 of them spoke the same language. He paused at the bottom of the ladder and stared at the patch of blue sky over the hatch. He was the commander of a British warship. Certain things were required. He unhooked the lamp that hung beside the ladder and peered into the din. White eyes stared at him out of the darkness. A glance at the captives he saw told him Captain Zachary had adapted one of the standard plans. Each slave had been placed with his back between the legs of the slave behind him. He had been listening to descriptions of slaveholds since he had been a midshipman. He had assumed he had been prepared. The slaves had been arranged on 3 shelves, just as he had expected. They would spend most of the voyage staring at a ceiling a few inches above their faces. The passage that ran down the center of the hold was only a little wider than his shoulders. "We have encountered a space-time instability," the HAL said. "I must remind you an abort is strongly recommended." "We have to stay," Emery said. "We haven't captured the liberation of the slaves. There's no finale." The mission rules were clear. 2 flickers and the HAL would automatically abort. 1, and they could stay if they thought it was worth the risk. No one knew if those rules were necessary. The bureaucrats had established them, and their electronic representative would enforce them. Time travel was a paradox and an impossibility. Intelligent people approached it with all the caution they would confer on a bomb with an unknown detonating mechanism. Jiva kept her eyes focused on her screens. If she voted with him, they would stay. If they split their vote, the HAL would implement the strong recommendation it had received from its masters. The slave who had pointed at them seemed to have been the only person who had seen the instability. There was no indication anyone else had noticed the apparition that had flickered beside the hull. "I think we should stay," Jiva said, "for now. The decision will be mandatorily reconsidered once every half hour. A termination may be initiated at any time." Harrington made himself walk the entire length of the passage. He absorbed the odor. He let the clamor bang on his skull. He peered into the shells on both sides every third step. He couldn't make his men come down here if he wasn't willing to do it himself. On the deck, he had yielded to a flicker of sympathy for Zachary. Stomach wounds could inflict a painful, slow death on their victims. Now he hoped Zachary took a whole month to die, and stayed fully conscious up to the last moment. He marched back to the ladder with his eyes fixed straight ahead. He had lost his temper in the boat when he had seen Zachary's cutthroats using their captives as human shields. It had been an understandable lapse, but it couldn't happen twice in the same day. His ship and his crew depended on his judgment. Terry glanced at him when he assumed his place on the deck. Most of the slaver's crew had joined the cluster of prisoners. Some of them even looked moderately cheerful. They all knew the court at Freetown would set them free within a month at the most. An occasional incarceration was one of the inconveniences of their trade. "There should be at least 400, Harrington said. £2,000 minimum, and the value of the ship." Emery made a mental calculation as he watched the first boatload of prisoners crawl toward the Sparrow. At the rate the boat was moving, given the time it had taken to load it, they were going to sit here for at least 2 more hours. Jiva was devoting half her screens to the crew and half to the Africans, but he knew he would look like a fool if he objected. The crew were stolidly holding their guns on their prisoners. The Africans were talking among themselves. The 2 Africans who were chained on either side of the fallen woman had dropped to their knees beside her. The moment when the slaves would be brought into the sunlight was the moment Emery considered the emotional climax of the whole episode. He had been so enthusiastic when he described it during their planning sessions that Peter Legrundy had told him he sounded like he had already seen it. "I ordered the liberated captives brought to the deck as circumstances allowed," Harrington had written. "They did not fully comprehend their change in status, and I could not explain it. Our small craft does not contain a translator among its complement. But the sight of so many souls rescued from such a terrible destiny stimulated the deepest feelings of satisfaction in every heart capable of such sentiments." "You think we could press this lad, Captain? We could use some of that muscle." Harrington turned his head. He had decided he should let the men standing guard take a few minutes' rest, one at a time. Dawkins had wandered over the deck to the Africans and stopped in front of a particularly muscular specimen. "I wouldn't get too close if I were you," Harrington said. "We still haven't given him any reason to think we're his friends." Dawkins raised his hands in mock fright. He scurried back 2 steps, and Harrington let himself yield to a smile. "We get a sight more than £5 for you if we took you to Brazil," Dawkins said to the African. "A nigger like you would fetch 300 clean if he scowled at white people like that for the rest of his black life." Jiva was smiling again. She hadn't said anything about the way the British sailors used the word nigger, but Emery was certain she was noting every use she recorded. Emery had first encountered the word when he had started collecting memoirs and letters penned by men who had served in the anti-slavery patrol. He had assumed it was simply a derivative of the River Niger or a corruption of the French for black. He had been very surprised when Peter Legrundy had told him it was a pejorative that had once been associated with a deep contempt for dark-skinned humans. Peter had claimed the British tended to think up insulting terms for every kind of foreigner they met, including Europeans. Frenchmen were called frogs, Peter had said, apparently because there was some belief they were especially fond of eating frogs. People from Asian countries were called wogs, an ironic acronym for worthy Oriental gentlemen. Harrington watched the next-to-last boatload pull away from the slaver. The mob of prisoners had been reduced to a group of 7. 3 of the prisoners were crouching beside their captain and offering him sips of water and occasional words of encouragement. "Mr. Terry, will you please take a party below and bring about 50 of the unfortunates on deck? Concentrate on women and children. We don't have the strength to handle too many restless young bucks." "Your ancestor doesn't seem to have much confidence in his ability to handle the animals," Jiva said. "What do they call the African women? Does?" "If you will do a little research before you edit your creation," Emery said, "I believe you'll discover British young men were called young bucks too. It was just a term for young men with young attitudes. They would have called you a restless young buck if you'd been born male, Jiva." Harrington hadn't tried black women yet. His sexual experience had been limited to encounters with the kind of females who lifted their skirts for sailors in the Italian and South American ports he had visited on his first cruises. Bonfors claimed black women were more ardent than white women, but Bonfors liked to talk. It had been Harrington's experience that most of his shipmates believed all foreign women were more ardent than their English counterparts. Some of the women Terry's men were ushering on deck looked like they were younger than his sisters. Several were carrying infants. Most of them were wearing loose bits of cloth that exposed their legs and arms and other areas civilized women usually covered. Harrington had read William Pitt's great speech on the abolition of the slave trade when he had been a boy, and he had read it again when his uncle had advised him the Admiralty had agreed to give him this command. There had been a time, Pitt had argued, when the inhabitants of ancient Britain had been just as savage and uncivilized as the inhabitants of modern Africa. A time when even human sacrifices were offered on this island. In those days, Pitt had suggested, some Roman senator could have pointed to British barbarians and predicted, there is a people that will never rise to civilization. There is a people destined never to be free. A people without the understanding necessary for the attainment of useful arts, depressed by the hand of nature below the level of the human species, and created to form a supply of slaves for the rest of the world. The women in front of him might be barbarians, but they had, as Pitt had said, the potential to rise to the same levels the inhabitants of Britain had achieved. They had the right to live in freedom, so they might have the same opportunity to develop. A woman sprawled on the deck as she emerged from the hatch. Two of the hands were pulling the captives through the opening. Two were probably pushing them from below. One of the sailors on the deck bent over the fallen woman, his hand closed over her left breast. Now there's a proper young thing, the sailor said. The sailor who was working with him broke out in a smile. I can't say I'd have any objection to spending a few days on this prize crew. The officer who was supposed to be supervising the operation, the gunnery officer, Mr. Terry, was standing just a step away. John Harrington had been watching the slaves stumble into the sunlight, but now he turned toward the bow and eyed the 7 prisoners lounging in front of the forward deckhouse. The next African out of the hatch was a scrawny boy who looked like he might be somewhere around 7 or 8, in Emery's unpracticed judgment. The woman who followed him, his mother, received a long stroke on the side of her hip as she balanced herself against the roll of the ship. The African males don't seem to be the only restless young bucks, Jiva said. These boys have been locked up in that little ship for several weeks now, as I remember it. It has been 1/2 hour since your last mandatory stay-go decision, the Hal said. Do you wish to stay or go, Mr. Fitzgordon? Stay. Do you wish to stay or go, Ms. Lombardo? Stay, of course. We're getting some interesting insights into the attractions of African cruises. Harrington ran his eyes over the rigging of the slaver. He should pick the most morally fastidious hands for the prize crew. But who could that be? Could any of them resist the opportunity after all these months at sea? He could proclaim strict rules, of course, and order Terry to enforce them. But did he really want to subject his crew to the lash and chain merely because they had succumbed to the most natural of urges? They were good men. They had just faced bullets and cannonballs to save 500 human souls from the worst evil the modern world inflicted on its inhabitants. And what if some of the women were willing? What if some of them offered themselves for money? He could tell Terry to keep carnal activity to a minimum. But wouldn't that be the same as giving him permission to let the men indulge? He was the captain. Anything he said would have implications. Mr. Terry, will you come over here, please? Harrington was murmuring, but the microphones could still pick up the conversation. I'm placing you in command of the prize, Mr. Terry. I am entrusting its cargo to your good sense and decency. I understand, Terry said. These people may be savages, but they are still our responsibility. Emery nodded. Harrington was staring at the 2 men working the hatch as he talked. The frown on his face underlined every word he was uttering. That should take care of that matter, Emery said. Jiva turned away from her screens. You really think that little speech will have an effect, Emery? Is there any reason to think it won't? He won't be riding with the prize crew, but that lieutenant knows what he's supposed to do. It was a standard piece of bureaucratic vagueness. It was exactly the kind of thing slot fillers always say when they want to put a fence around their precious little careers. It was just as precise as it needed to be, Jiva. Harrington and his officers all come from the same background. That lieutenant knows exactly what he's supposed to do. He doesn't need a lot of detail. When was the last time you held a job? I've been dealing with managers all my life. They always say things like that. The only thing you know when they're done is that you're going to be the one who gets butchered if anything goes wrong. Harrington stood by the railing as the last group of prisoners took their places in the boat. A babble of conversation rang over the deck. The African captives they had brought out of the hold had mingled with the captives who had been used as shields, and they were all chattering away like guests at a lawn party. It was an exhilarating sight. He had never felt so completely satisfied with the world. 5 hours ago, the people standing on the deck had been crowded into the hell below decks, with their future lives reduced to weeks of torment in the hold, followed by years of brutal servitude when they finally made land. Now they merely had to endure a 3 or 4 day voyage to the British colony in Freetown. Half of them would probably become farmers in the land around Freetown. Some would join British regiments. Many would go to the West Indies as laborers, but they would be indentured laborers, not slaves, free to take up their own lives when they had worked off their passage. A few would even acquire an education in the schools the missionaries had established in Freetown and begin their own personal rise toward civilization. He had raised the flag above the slaver with his own hands. Several of the Africans had pointed at it and launched into excited comments when it was only a third of the way up the mast. He could still see some of them pointing and obviously explaining its significance to the newcomers. Some of them had even pointed at him. Most liberated slaves came from the interior. The captives who came from the coast would know about the anti-slavery patrol. They would understand the significance of the flag and the blue coat. "We're all loaded and ready, sir." Harrington turned away from the deck. The last prisoner had settled into his seat in the boat. He nodded at Terry, and Terry nodded back. The hands had managed to slip in a few more pawings under the guise of being helpful, but Terry seemed to have the overall situation under control. "She's your ship, Mr. Terry. I'll send you the final word on your prize crew as soon as I've conferred with Mr. Bonfos." "It looks to me like it's about time we hopped for home," Jiva said. "Now? He's only brought 1 load of slaves on deck. You don't really think he's going to decorate the deck with more Africans, do you? Look at my screens. I'm getting 2 usable images of your ancestor returning to his ship. It's a high field closure. All we need is a sunset. There's 500 people in that hold. Don't you think he's going to give the rest of them a chance to breathe?" He exaggerated his report. Use your head, Emery. Would you go through all the hassle involved in controlling 500 confused people when you knew they were only 4 or 5 days away from Freetown? You are deliberately avoiding the most important scene in the entire drama. We'll never know what happened next if we go now. You're clinging to a fantasy. We're done. It's time to go. Hal, I request relocation to home base. I have a request for relocation to home base. Please confirm. I do not confirm. I insist that we... Request confirmed, Hal. Request confirmed. Time stopped. The universe blinked. A technology founded on the best contemporary scientific theories did something the best contemporary scientific theories said it couldn't do. The rig dropped onto the padded stage in Transit Room 1. The bubble had disappeared. Faces were peering at them through the windows that surrounded the room. Jiva jabbed her finger at the time strip mounted on the wall. They had been gone 7 minutes and 38 seconds local time. "We were pushing it," Jiva said. "We were pushing it more than either of us realized." The average elapsed local time was 3 minutes, a fact they had both committed to memory the moment they had heard it during their first orientation lecture. The bump when they hit the stage had seemed harder than the bumps they had experienced during training, too. The engineers always set the return coordinates for a position 2 meters above the stage, a precaution that placed the surface of the stage just outside the margin of error and assured the passengers they wouldn't relocate below it. They had come home extra late and extra high. Jiva would have some objective support for her decision to return. The narrow, armored hatch under the time strip swung open. An engineer hopped through it with a medic right behind her. "Is everything all right?" "I can't feel anything malfunctioning," Jiva said. "We had a flicker about 2 hours before we told Hal to shoot us home." Emery ripped off his seatbelt. He jumped to his feet, and the medic immediately dropped into his soothe the patient mode. "You really should sit down, Mr. Fitzgordon. You shouldn't stand up until we've checked you out." The soft, controlled tones only added more points to the spurs driving Emery's rage. Jiva was sprawling in her chair, Legs stretched in front of her, obviously doing her best to create the picture of the relaxed daredevil who had courageously held off until the last minute. And now the medic was treating him like he was some kind of disoriented patient. He swung toward the medic, and the man froze when he saw the hostility on Emery's face. He was a solid, broad-shouldered type, with a face that probably looked pleasant and experienced when he was helping chrononauts disembark. Now he slipped into a stance that looked like a slightly disguised on guard. "You're back, Mr. Fitzgordon. Everything's okay. We'll have you checked out and ready for debriefing before you know it." Peter LeGrundy crouched through the hatch. He flashed his standard-issue smile at the two figures on the rig, and Emery realized he had to get himself under control. "So how did it go?" Peter said. "Did you have a nice trip?" Emery forced his muscles to relax. He lowered his head and settled into the chair as if he was recovering from a momentary lapse, the kind of thing any normal human could feel when he had just violated the laws of physics and traveled through 3 centuries of time. He gave the medic a quick thumbs up, and the medic nodded. He had his own record of the event. He had Jiva's comments. Above all, he had Peter LeGrundy, and Peter LeGrundy's ambitions. He could cover every grant Peter could need for the rest of Peter's scholarly career if he had to. The battle wasn't over. Not yet. You need the creatives. The creatives need your money. I ordered the liberated captives brought to the deck as circumstances allowed. They did not fully comprehend their change in status, and I could not explain it. Our small craft does not contain a translator among its complement. But the sight of so many souls rescued from such a terrible destiny stimulated the deepest feelings of satisfaction in every heart capable of such sentiments. 2 well-placed candles illuminated the paper on John Harrington's writing desk without casting distracting shadows. The creak of Sparrow's structure created a background that offered him a steady flow of information about the state of his command. He lowered his pen. He had been struggling with his report for almost 2 hours. The emotions he had ignored during the battle had flooded over him as soon as he had closed the door of his cabin. The pistol that had roared in his face had exploded 6 times. He shook his head and forced out a sentence advising the Admiralty he had placed Mr. Terry in command of the prize. He had already commended Terry's gunnery and his role in the assault. He had given Bonfers due mention. Dawkins and several other hands had been noted by name. The dead and the wounded had been properly honored. It had been a small battle by the standards of the war against Napoleon, a skirmish really, against an inept adversary, but the bullets had been real. Men had died. He could have died. He had boarded an enemy ship under fire. He had led a headlong assault at an enemy line. He had exchanged shots with the captain of the enemy. The emotions he was feeling now would fade. One hard, unshakable truth would remain. He had faced enemy fire and done his duty. He had met the test. He had become the kind of man he had read about when he was a boy.
The Observation Post by Alan M. Steele. Read by Adam Epstein. Now I'm old, but when I was young, I did something which was weighed upon my conscience ever since. In all the years that followed, I've never told anyone about this. Not my late wife, or my children, or grandchildren, nor any of my friends, not even the priest to whom I've dutifully confessed for all other sins. My actions may have saved the world, but they took the form of betrayal, and worse. A few months ago, I was diagnosed with an inoperable and terminal form of cancer. My doctor has informed me that, in all likelihood, I'll be dead by the end of the year. Even so, I probably would have taken my secret to the grave, secure in the knowledge that no one would ever learn what I did nearly 50 years ago. That's fine with me. I'm not a hero. Just the other day, though, I saw someone on the street whom I haven't seen since 1962. Just the mere fact that I spotted this individual has made me change my mind. Perhaps people should know what happened, if only to remind them how dangerous our times have become, and that our deeds will be remembered by later generations. My name is Floyd Moore. I was 23 years old in 1962. An ensign in the U.S. Navy, and a radio man aboard the Centurion. The Centurion wasn't a vessel. It was a blimp. one of 5 N-class airships built during the 50s as submarine hunters and later modified to serve as an advanced early warning system in the days before the undersea SOS U.S. network was established. The Goodyear blimps you see at football games had about as much in common with the Centurion as a Chevy pickup does with a Corvette. Same manufacturer, but the similarity ends there. The Centurion was 343 feet long and 108 feet high and was powered by 2 800-horsepower engines. It had a double-decker car with crew space for 21. The bunks, bathroom, galley, and wardroom were squeezed into the upper deck above the cockpit, AEW compartment, and engine room. It could stay aloft for over 200 hours without having to land. Its cruising speed was 56 miles per hour. Although in a pinch, it could reach a maximum airspeed of 80 miles an hour. When I went through communications training at the Navy Flight School in Pensacola, I thought I was going to wind up aboard an aircraft carrier, so I was disappointed when I was put on a blimp instead. However, I soon discovered that I liked this job much better. The Centurion was based in Key West, so my newlywed wife and I were able to rent a little beach cottage off base, and my patrols never took me away from home for more than a few days. Our captain, Roy Gerard, had been flying blimps since World War II, and the crew was a tight-knit bunch. You could have easily taken us for a group of men who belonged to some club that happened to have its own blimp. The pleasure we took from our job, though, was tempered by the knowledge that the Centurion's days were numbered. Blimps were obsolete. Planes had already taken over the task of hunting subs, and once the SOS U.S. net was in place, advanced early warning would be taken from us too. Now that America and Russia were shooting guys into space, there was even talk that there would soon be military space stations. Alan Shepard was a Navy man, and we were proud of him for being the first American in space. But we were all too aware that his Mercury capsule made a blimp look pretty old-fashioned. Whenever the Centurion went out on patrol, we knew that it might be for the last time. But our mission in the first week of October of '62 was rather unusual. Instead of flying up the Atlantic coast to New England and back again, Captain Gerard had received orders to go the other way, down to the Bahamas northeast of Cuba, where we would conduct aerial reconnaissance of the passages between the Acklins, Mayaguana, and Caicos Islands. We were supposed to be searching for Russian subs, of course. Nikita had lately become a little too chummy with Fidel for anyone's comfort, but we were also to be on the lookout for any freighters or fishing trawlers that appeared to be heading for Cuba. And we'd taken aboard a new crew member, Lieutenant Robert Arnault, a Navy intelligence officer temporarily replacing the JG, who usually had the same job. None of us had ever met him before. He'd flown in from Washington only a couple of days earlier, and although he tried to be one of the guys, it soon became apparent that he wasn't going to fit in. Captain Gerard was still in command, but it was Lieutenant Arnault who was calling the shots. The skipper's sealed orders had been hand-delivered by the lieutenant, and they were the only people aboard who'd read them. The rest of us were in the dark as to what this was all about. Arnault wasn't overbearing. He slept in the same bunk room and ate the same meals with us, and he could make small talk about the World Series or that new spy movie starring some fellow named Connery, but he wouldn't say a word about why we were here. You, of course, have the benefit of hindsight. It was at this time that the Soviet Union began a secret operation to arm Cuba with nuclear weapons. They did this because the U.S. had recently placed long-range nuclear missiles in Turkey, and also to prevent another invasion like the one at the Bay of Pigs the year before. So Russian vessels were bringing in medium-range R-12s and intermediate-range R-14s, any one of which could easily reach the American mainland, along with short-range battlefield rockets equipped with low-yield tactical nukes that could be used to repel an invasion. But the Americans had a mole in the Kremlin, a Soviet military intelligence officer who'd been feeding Russian secrets to the CIA. Colonel Penkovsky was eventually caught and executed, but not before he tipped off the Americans as to what Khrushchev was planning. The CIA didn't have any solid evidence that the USSR was sending nukes to Cuba, though, and they would need firm proof before they could take the matter to President Kennedy. So that's why the Centurion was watching for Russian vessels sailing to Cuba. For 4 days we orbited Acklins, Mayaguana, and Caicos, maintaining constant surveillance of the passages between them from an altitude of 2,500 feet. We spotted plenty of ships, but only a couple were flying the red Soviet flag. When that happened, we'd descend to 1,500 feet and shadow them for a while, monitoring their wireless communications and taking pictures that we'd transmit back to Key West via radio facsimile. Nothing about their appearance suggested that they were carrying missiles, though, and their radios would go silent when we were in the vicinity. We weren't aware that most of the rockets were still on the way. The ships carrying them were still in the North Atlantic and wouldn't arrive in the Caribbean for another week or so. However, the first few R-12s had already reached Cuba, along with a handful of tactical missiles. The R-12s didn't have the range to hit Washington or New York, but they could blow away Miami or New Orleans. Not only that, but Khrushchev had given Castro permission to launch the missiles if the U.S. attacked his country, and Fidel had no problems with nuking the Yankees. Along with some Kremlin hardliners, he believed that a first strike would settle matters once and for all. They didn't know it, but Air Force General Curtis LeMay and many other American counterparts shared the same sentiments. The world was on the brink of nuclear war, and no one knew it yet. Almost no one, that is. On the morning of Friday, October 5th, I came down from the bunk room to take my watch at the radio board in the AWS compartment. As I relieved the radio man who had handled the overnight shift, I noticed that the dawn sky was an ominous shade of red. For the past 2 days, we'd been receiving weather reports from Puerto Rico about a tropical storm off the Leeward Islands, southeast of our position. As soon as I saw those amber streaked clouds, I had a hunch it was getting closer. I was right. No sooner had I sat down that the telex rang 3 times, signaling an incoming signal. I waited while the message printed out. Then I ripped it off, opened my codebook, and spent the next minute or so deciphering it. Captain Gerard had just come downstairs when I handed the decoded message to him. The captain read it and sighed. "Great," he muttered. "That makes my day." The other officers in the AWS compartment turned to look at him as he went on. "That tropical storm south of us has become a Cat 1 cyclone. It's now called Hurricane Daisy, and its present track has it becoming Cat 2 and turning north-northwest." "That's coming our way, isn't it, Skipper?" That came from Flight Engineer Jimmy Costa. Handsome Jimmy, we called him, because he wasn't, who just stuck his head in from the engine room. "Uh-huh." The captain folded the message and gave it back to me so I could file it. "We're to land at the nearest available field and sit it out." A tear smile. "Glad someone has the common sense to order us in." Everyone nodded. Back in the 30s, the Navy had lost 2 dirigibles, the Akron and the Macon, during storms at sea. No one in the airship corps forgot that disaster, but we were always scared that we'd get some dummy in charge of things who thought that a blimp could fly through a hurricane. Lucky for us, a dummy hadn't written our orders. But we still had a problem. Where to land? A blimp doesn't need a runway. It can touch down almost anywhere, but it does require a mooring tower if it's going to be tied down for a while, which is what we'd need to do if the Centurion was going to ride out a hurricane. Key West was too far away. We'd never make it before the storm overtook us. Puerto Rico was closer, but it lay in the direction Daisy was coming from, and the U.S. naval base at Guantanamo Bay was out of the question. Lieutenant Arnault reminded the captain that our mission orders specifically stated that we were not to approach Cuba under any circumstances. Our navigator, Harry Taggart, pulled out a loose-leaf notebook and flipped to the list of possible airship landing sites in the Caribbean, and sure enough, he found one. Great Inagua, the larger of a pair of small islands about 50 miles west of Caicos, and 55 miles east of Cuba. Only one town, but it had an airfield, and on that airfield was a mooring tower which had been there since World War II. The Centurion was on the other side of Caicos. We could easily reach Great Inagua before Daisy came through. So I sent a telex to Key West informing them of our plans, and as soon as it was confirmed, Phil Bennett turned his pilot's wheel and put us on west by southwest bearing for Great Inagua. I called ahead to Matthewtown, and after a half hour or so, I finally heard a Caribbean-accented voice through my headphones. He told me his name was Samuel Parker, and although he was surprised that an American airship was on its way, he assured me that he'd muster a ground crew for us. The Centurion reached the Inagua Islands shortly before noon. We passed over Little Inagua, a tiny spit of sand and grass which appeared to have seabirds and wild goats as its sole inhabitants, and came upon Great Inagua, which wasn't much larger but at least showed signs of human presence. Matthewtown was located on the island's southwest corner. As the blimp's shadow passed over its sun-bleached rooftops, townspeople came out to stare up at us. There didn't seem to be much down there. A bunch of houses, a church steeple, a handful of fishing boats tied up at the dock. The airstrip was primitive, a single runway which looked as if it had been last resurfaced around the time Amelia Earhart disappeared. The mooring tower was located at its coastal end, not far from a couple of small hangars on the verge of collapse. It looked like a misplaced Aztec pyramid, its iron frame rusted black and flecked with salt. 6 dark men in shorts and island shirts lounged beside the antique flatbed truck that had brought them there, smoking cigarettes as they watched the blimp come down. It wasn't until Centurion was only 20 feet above the asphalt that one of them tossed away his smoke and sauntered out to raise his hands above his head while his companions trotted over to grab hold of our lines. The islanders dragged the ship the rest of the way in, while one of them climbed a ladder up the tower and snapped a cable hook to the blimp's prow. A diesel wrench then reeled in the cable until the Centurion was snugly docked against the tower. 8 of our guys jumped out of the car and helped the local ground crew pull the lines as far as they would go, then used a sledgehammer to pound iron pittons into the sandy ground and lash the ropes to them. The skipper waited until he was sure the Centurion wasn't going anywhere before he ordered Phil to cut the engines. I joined Captain Gerard and Lieutenant Arnault as the locals ambled over to greet us, and it wasn't hard to tell that they were amused to have a Navy blimp make an emergency landing in their forgotten little part of the world. In fact, we'd later learned that the only reason why the tower hadn't been torn down for scrap metal was that every year the U.S. State Department sent the District of Inagua a $500 rent check. Among them was Samuel Parker, the person with whom I'd spoken on the radio. Besides running the airfield, he also was the customs officer. He made a great show of asking for our passports, which he carefully inspected, as if we might be anyone except what our uniforms plainly showed us to be, before he formally shook hands with Captain Gerard and welcomed us to Great Inagua. The wind was beginning to pick up by then. The sky was still bright blue, but a dark wall of clouds had become visible on the southern horizon. We were prepared to spend the night in the blimp, but Mr. Parker wouldn't hear of it. There was a large guest house in Matthewtown, which we were welcome to use, and a restaurant across the street was already ready to have us over for dinner. Captain Gerard quickly took him up on the offer. After 4 days of sleeping in narrow bunks and having canned food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, some Caribbean hospitality would be a nice change of pace. We couldn't leave the Centurion by itself, though, so the captain asked for 2 volunteers to stay with the blimp. Harry and Phil raised their hands. They'd keep watch on the blimp and use a walkie-talkie to call for help if the storm threatened to break it loose from its moorings. The rest of us fetched our duffel bags, then crowded into the back of the beat-up truck along with the ground crew, and held on for dear life as it made a bumpy, gear-grinding journey into Matthewtown. The town looked pretty much like any other small Caribbean port: whitewashed wood-frame houses on sand-filled streets, an abandoned prison dating back to the 1700s, a church and a few shops surrounding the town square. The kind of place inhabited mainly by native Caribbeans and a handful of retired British civil servants. There were probably more seagulls than people. Not exactly a tourist destination. I figured that we were probably the only visitors the town had seen in a while. I was wrong. As it turned out, Daisy only sideswiped the Bahamas. By the end of the day, the hurricane turned north and headed for the East Coast. The following day it would dump several inches of rain on New England before petering out over Nova Scotia. As cyclones go, Daisy was something of a wallflower. There was no sense in taking the blimp aloft again. The crew spent the afternoon in the guest house, playing cards and listening to the series on the radio as wind-driven rain lashed against the windows. The storm subsided just before sundown, but the winds were still just high enough to make flying hazardous, so Captain Gerard decided that we might as well spend the night on Great Inagua and take off again the next morning. Call it shore leave. None of us were unhappy with the decision, save for Lieutenant Arnault, who seemed nervous about the prospect of missing any Russian freighters bound for Cuba. But the Centurion was the skipper's blimp, and he wasn't about to do anything that would unnecessarily put his ship and crew in harm's way. Besides, he reminded Arnault, any Soviet vessels in the vicinity had probably dropped anchor somewhere to ride out the hurricane. They weren't going anywhere either. The guest house was a 2-story inn in the middle of Matthewtown, the doors to its rooms facing outside. The Centurion had arrived after what passed for tourist season on Great Inagua, so we were able to take over the whole place. Most of the crew shared quarters, but Captain Gerard claimed a room for his own. So did Lieutenant Arnault, which nettled a lot of the guys. Who does he think he is, was the general consensus. I didn't care one way or another. I was bunking with Handsome Jimmy, notorious among the crew for his snoring, and so I knew I probably wouldn't get a lot of sleep that night. The island's only restaurant was just across the street, and as Mr. Parker had told us, the proprietors had been forewarned that 21 Navy men would be coming over for dinner. By the time we'd wander over there, they'd laid out a nice spread, grilled tarpon fresh from the dock, with hush puppies, greens, and the best key lime pie I've ever had. There was a bar in the next room, complete with a pool table and a TV. After we finished stuffing ourselves, we moved over there and settled in for an evening of goofing off. The regulars gradually filtered into the place, and at first they were put off by the presence of so many uniforms, perhaps afraid that we might be stereotypical American sailors and wreck the joint. But the captain had firmly told us to be on our best behavior, and after a while the locals warmed up to us. A couple of our guys got a pool tournament going with them, while others gathered at the TV to watch the Jackie Gleason show on a Miami station. I had just returned to the bar for another beer when I found a young woman sitting there. She was about my age, maybe a year or two older. Women had just started wearing their hair long again, and hers was blonde and fell down around the shoulders of her cotton summer dress. She wasn't a raving beauty, but she was pretty all the same, and she was there by herself. I had no intention of trying to pick her up. My marriage was solid. I was faithful to my wife, and one-night stands had never been my style anyway. It was just that I was tired of seeing no one but other guys, and a pretty girl would be good company for a change. So I walked over, introduced myself, and asked if I could join her. She was a little wary of me, but she nodded anyway, so I parked myself on the next bar stool and asked her about herself. She told me that her name was Helga, no last name, just Helga, and she was from West Germany. I picked up on the European accent as soon as she spoke, so the latter was no surprise. She said she was visiting Great Inagua with 2 male companions, her cousin Kurt and their friend Alex, an American, and that the 3 of them were avid bird watchers who'd come to the islands for its tropical birds. They were renting a house just south of town. She dropped in for a drink while Kurt and Alex visited a grocery store down the street. I told her who I was and why I was there, and she gave me a knowing smile. Yes, she'd seen the blimp when it had flown over the island. She was curious about why a Navy blimp would be in the area. Our mission was classified, so I told her that it was a routine patrol, nothing more. Even as I said this, though, I became aware of a presence behind me. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw that Arnault had deposited himself on the next bar stool. "Sorry," he said. "Didn't mean to interrupt." He looked at me. "Mind if I butt in, Floyd?" "Sure, we're just talking." I gestured to the woman sitting next to me. "This is Helga. Helga, this is Bob Arnault." He raised a finger to the bartender, signaling him for another beer. This was the first time I'd heard him refer to himself as Bob. On the blimp, he was always Lieutenant Arnault. "You from around here?" "No." Helga shook her head. "I was just telling Floyd that my friends and I are visiting Inagua to study its birds. There are the loveliest pink flamingos here, and we're photographing them." "They're staying on the outskirts of town," I added, not wanting to be left out of the conversation. "She says they're—" "Where are you from?" Arnault asked, ignoring me. "You're not from the States, I can tell." Helga laughed. "I'm not, but my friend Alex is. My cousin and I are from West Germany." "Really?" Arnault took a sip from the red stripe the bartender had just put in front of him. "Which town?" "Hanover." "Hanover? Great place. I was there once, just a couple of years ago. Stayed at a hotel in the center of town. Arnault closed his eyes and tapped a finger against the bar, as if trying to conjure a memory. "I can't remember the name." "Yes, of course." Helga turned to me again. "As I was saying, there are quite a number of West Indian flamingos here, also parrots, herons, pintails." "You know, the major hotel in the middle of the city." "There are many hotels in Hanover." Helga's smile flickered a bit as she gazed past me at him. "This one was the biggest." He stared at her. "You know which one I'm talking about, don't you?" Helga's face lost its color, and she pointedly looked away from him. I looked over at Arnault, wondering why he was being so rude. "Lieutenant, we were talking about birds. You can't what, Ensign?" His eyes narrowed as he deliberately emphasized my lesser rank. "Talk about hotels instead of birds?" A humorless smile. "I can, but I think it's more interesting that your friend can't give me the name of—" "Pardon me. Is there a problem?" I turned to see the tall blonde-haired man who'd come up from behind us. His accent was the same as Helga's, and it wasn't hard to guess that this was Kurt. I don't know how long he'd been standing there, but I guessed that he's overheard some of what Arnault had said. The lieutenant's face turned red. "Not at all," he replied, a little less sure of himself now. "We were just talking about Germany. That's where you're from, right?" "Yes, it is." Kurt looked at Helga. "We've bought dinner for this evening, and Alex is waiting in the car. Are you ready to—" "Yes, of course." Helga stood up from the bar stool, leaving her drink unfinished. She glanced at me and smiled. "Pleased to meet you, Floyd. I hope you enjoy your visit here." "Thanks," I said. "And, happy birdwatching." Helga nodded in return. Then she stepped past me to join her cousin. Both ignored Arnault as they headed for the door. But the lieutenant wasn't done with them yet. He waited until the door closed behind them, then jumped off his stool and hurried to the front window. Hiding behind a curtain, he peered outside for a minute or so, then turned to walk back to the bar. "Lieutenant, what in the world are you—" I began. "Listen, Floyd, you don't really buy that story of hers, do you?" Arnault didn't sit down again, but instead leaned against the counter. "That they're here to just watch flamingos?" "Sure, why not?" "Oh, really?" He gave me a disgusted look, then moved closer, lowering his voice to a near whisper. "Soviet ships in the vicinity of Cuba, and 2 Germans just happen to be visiting an island near 2 of the major passages from the Atlantic to the Cuban coast? Kind of a coincidence, isn't it?" "Maybe it is." I shrugged and picked up my beer. "And maybe it isn't." He paused to see if anyone was listening in, then went on. "Don't you think it's kind of strange that someone from Hanover can't tell me the name of the biggest hotel in the city?" "You got me. What is it?" "I don't know. Never been there." A cunning grin. "But she didn't know either, and that's the point. Oh, she's German all right, and so is her cousin. If that really is her cousin. The question is, which side of Checkpoint Charlie are they from?" Now he had my interest. "You think they might be from East Germany?" "That would explain why she couldn't answer my question, wouldn't it?" He cocked his head toward the room. "I happened to overhear the two of you talking, and when I heard that crowd accent of hers, I came over to see what was going on. When she asked you why you were here, that's when I stepped in." "Oh, come on." I shook my head. "It was just a friendly question." "No, I don't think so." Arnold hesitated. "Floyd, there's a lot about this mission that you don't know, but believe me, there's good reasons why there might be red spies hanging around, and if that's what they are, we need to find out for sure." All this was just a little too paranoid for me. I knew guys who'd spout John Birch Society nonsense about commie infiltrators at the drop of a red hat, and what Arnold was saying sounded like more of the same. Arnold must have read the expression on my face. "You're gonna help me, Ensign," he added. "Consider that an order." "Yes, sir." I put down my beer, but didn't get off the stool. "What would you like me to do, sir?" Either he didn't catch my sarcasm, or he simply chose to ignore it. "Did she say where they were staying?" "They've rented a house just south of town. That's all she told me." He thought it over for a moment. "Well, I caught a glimpse of their car, and there can't be that many red 52 Buicks on the island." He pushed back from the bar. "Come on, we're gonna go take a walk and see if we can spot where they've parked it." Find the car, find the house. The logic made sense, even if the motive didn't. I took a last slug of beer, then reluctantly got off the bar stool. "Then what?" "Then we see if we can figure out what they're doing here." As if he hadn't decided already. It was dark when we left the restaurant, and there was no one on the streets. The grocery store had closed for the night, as had the few other shops, and only one lonely streetlight illuminated the center of town. There weren't even any sidewalks to roll up. We didn't tell anyone where we were going or why, and I was just as happy that we hadn't. I didn't want to have egg on my face when it turned out that the lieutenant's communist spies were nothing but some birdwatchers on vacation. I just hoped that we'd get this nonsense over and done with before Captain Gerard noticed we were missing. The sky was overcast, with thick clouds shrouding the quarter moon, but it was easy to see where we were going. A lighthouse rose from the beach south of Matthewtown. Every few seconds its revolving beam turned our way, showing us the twigs, branches, and palm seeds that the storm had torn from the trees. After a mile or so, we left the town behind and found ourselves on a narrow beachside road, with an occasional house here and there overlooking the ocean. We had almost reached the lighthouse when we came upon a 2-story wood-frame house built on a low rise across the road from the beach. There were lights in the ground floor windows, but the upstairs was dark. As we came closer, we saw a carport half hidden behind scrub brush and Spanish bayonet. We went a little way up the driveway, trying to walk lightly upon the gravel and broken seashells, and sure enough, there was the red Buick the lieutenant had seen drive away from the restaurant. Seeking cover in the bushes, we crept close enough to the house that we could peer through a side window. We saw what looked like a dining room. An older man, thick-set and with gray hair combed back from his temples, sat at a table that had been set for a late dinner. I assumed this was Alex, Helga and Kurt's American friend. His back was half turned to us, and he appeared to be talking to someone in another room. We couldn't hear what was being said, but a moment later Helga appeared, carrying a casserole dish and a pair of oven mitts. She carefully placed the dish on the table, then turned around and walked away again, probably returning to the kitchen. "I don't see Kurt," I whispered. "If they're getting ready to eat, he's probably downstairs." Arnold pointed to the back of the house. "Let's look around there," he said. and then began making his way through the bushes. In the rear of the house was a set of outside stairs leading to a small second-floor porch. Without hesitation, Arnaud left the bushes and quickly made for the stairs. Reaching them, he turned to urgently gesture for me to follow him. The last thing I wanted to do was sneak into a house, especially when its tenants were there, but the lieutenant wasn't giving me any choice. I swore under my breath, then moved to join him. The wooden stairs were weather-beaten and a little rickety. The first couple of steps creaked under our shoes until we put most of our weight upon the railing. We carefully made our way up to the porch, where Arnaud stopped to test the knob of the door leading inside. The door was unlocked. He eased it open, revealing a darkness broken only by a sullen blue glow from some distant source. He entered the house, and even though it felt as if my heart was going to hammer its way through my ribs, I followed him. We found ourselves in a upstairs hallway, with a nearby staircase leading down to the first floor. Closed doors were to either side of us, and straight ahead was another room. Its door was ajar, and coming through the crack was the dim light that provided us with what little illumination we had. The light flickered a bit, and I figured that it must be coming from a TV someone had left on. Unintelligible conversation from downstairs, broken by the scrape of chair legs across a wooden floor, told us that Helga, Kurt, and Alex were sitting down for dinner. I could only hope that they took their time savoring Helga's casserole as Arnaud and I tiptoed down the hall, drawn like moths toward the light at its end. The door made a soft groan as the lieutenant pushed it open, and for a second it seemed as if the voices coming from downstairs had faltered a little. But then Arnaud gave a low gasp. I looked past him, and all else was suddenly forgotten. I was right about the light. It was coming from a screen, 4 of them in fact, arranged in a semicircle upon 2 wooden desks, pulled together to form a shallow V. But they weren't TVs, or at least not like any I'd seen on sale at Sears.
"Holy smokes!"
Arnaud whispered as he slowly walked into the room.
"Will you look at that?"
I was looking all right, and I was having a hard time believing what I was seeing. The 2 center screens displayed what, at first glance, appeared to be high-altitude camera images like those taken by a U-2 spy plane. But nothing the Air Force or CIA put in the sky had ever produced pictures like these. They resembled photographic negatives, with the colors reversed, but even those colors were strangely accented with unnatural shades of green, red, and blue, making them look like weird cartoons. Although the images were obviously taken from a height, their magnification was much better than any aerial photos I'd ever seen. And they moved. On the right screen was what seemed to be a jungle clearing. Infantry trucks were parked in a row at one side of the clearing, with a longer row of tank trucks lined up behind them. Across the clearing was a large shed that might have been a tobacco barn were it not for the flatbed truck slowly backing up it. A long, narrow cylinder with a cone at one end rested on the back of the truck. The tiny figures of men slowly walked on either side of the vehicle, while others patrolled the edges of the clearing, evidently watching the surrounding jungle. The left screen showed something even more chilling, an ocean harbor with a freighter docked at a wharf. The ship's cargo hold was open, and a mobile crane parked on the wharf appeared to be raising something from below decks. As I watched, the crane moved just enough for me to make out what it was lifting from the freighter, another cylindrical shape, much like the one on the other screen.
"God damn!"
Arnaud's voice was low but hoarse with anger.
"God damn!"
He pointed at the 2 screens.
"That's Cuba, and those are Soviet missiles."
I barely paid attention to him. I was looking at something else. The screens themselves had caught my interest. They didn't look like normal cathode ray tubes, but instead were as flat as cafeteria trays, with no visible buttons or switches. The screens bookending the middle 2 were dark, but when I stepped closer, the one on the far left suddenly lit up to display a row of tiny symbols arranged against a background that fluctuated like a small aurora. On the desktops below the left and right screens were what appeared at first to be a pair of small portable typewriters. There were no rollers in them, though, and when I bent to examine them more closely, I saw that, while their keyboards had the familiar QWERTY UIOP arrangement, the keys themselves were as flat as if they'd been painted on a glass surface, with a double row of buttons above them. Looking at them, I was reminded of something I'd seen once before. The Enigma code-making machine used by the Germans during World War II, that looked a little like a typewriter, too, but it wasn't. It was a computer. Could this be?
I told you so.
Arnault was still staring at the two middle screens.
This is a red spy nest, some sort of observation post.
I ignored him as I glanced behind the desks. No wires or cables. What was the power source? I was still puzzling over that when I noticed a plastic sheet about the size of a notebook page on the left desk next to the keyboard. I picked it up and almost dropped it again as it glowed with a light of its own, exposing another row of tiny symbols against a shifting background. I experimentally touched one of the symbols. The page instantly changed, this time to show another aerial view. A different jungle clearing, now in broad daylight, with tiny soldiers erecting what appeared to be an anti-aircraft missile launcher.
This stuff isn't from Russia,
I murmured, hearing my voice tremble.
It's not from East Germany either. This is something else.
I don't care where it's from. I know missiles when I see them.
At night?
I pointed to the right center screen.
Look at that truck and those people. They're moving, Lieutenant. That's not a still picture. This is happening right now, while we're watching. Do the Reds have that kind of...
The door creaked behind us. My heart stopped beating, and I just turned around when the ceiling light suddenly came on. I winced against the abrupt glare, but not before I saw Helga, Kurt, and Alex standing in the doorway. For a long moment, both groups stared at one another in dumb surprise. I flashed back to when I was a kid and my father caught me stealing a quarter from his bedroom dresser. The look on my face must have been the same. This time, Helga played my dad's role.
Floyd, what are you doing here?
She asked, more shocked than angry. Is this the man you were talking about? Alex's hand was still on the wall switch. Helga nodded, and he glared at us. You're trespassing, he said, stating the obvious.
And you're Russian spies.
Arnault snapped, as if a blunt accusation would justify our intrusion. Alex's mouth fell open. Kurt rapidly blinked, and Helga simply stared at him. Then Helga raised a hand to her mouth, but not quite fast enough to hide her giggle. Kurt and Alex traded a glance. Then Kurt's eyes rolled up as Alex tried to control the amused grin that threatened to spread across his face. No, we're not Russian spies. Alex relaxed a little, letting his hand drop from the light switch. I assure you, we...
Then what's all this?
Arnault jabbed a finger at the screens.
Tell me those aren't pictures of Soviet rockets in Cuba.
That quickly sobered up the three of them. This was no longer funny. Meanwhile, I felt like I was the only person in the room who didn't know what was going on.
Lieutenant,
I asked,
what makes you think the Russians are putting missiles in Cuba?
Arnault barely glanced at me.
We've received intelligence that Ivan may be shipping nukes to Cuba,
he said, not taking his eyes off Helga, Kurt, and Alex.
That's what our mission is, to gather any evidence that the reports are true.
The corner of his mouth lifted slightly.
I think we've got all the proof we need right here.
I looked at the screens again. The view of the Cuban harbor was still there, but the image on the center right screen had changed. It now displayed what appeared to be a beach in the nearby jungle. An anti-aircraft missile launcher was being covered by camouflage netting. It seemed to be the same shot as the one in the plastic sheet still in my hand, but this time It had the same photo-negative appearance as the earlier images. I realized that they were far from an apparent altitude of only a few hundred feet. That was much lower than our blimp could go without being seen, but the people on the ground were apparently unaware that they were being observed.
Lieutenant, this isn't Russian equipment.
I picked up one of the keyboards, held it out for him to see.
They can't even make a decent toaster, for heaven's sake.
They're pretty good at building rockets.
Never mind that. Have you ever seen TVs like those before? Or...
I put down the keyboard, picked up the weird sheet of plastic.
Whatever this is? Man, even NASA doesn't have stuff like this.
Looking away from the three people at the door, Arnault turned his head slightly to examine the equipment on the desks. For the first time, he seemed to notice something besides the missiles.
Those could be aerial photos. At night? At the same time that things are happening on the ground?
A new thought occurred to me. I turned to Helga.
This is from space, isn't it?
She reluctantly nodded.
They're using satellites, yes. One's far more sophisticated than any your country or the Soviet Union now has. High-resolution radar imaging.
Don't be too specific, Alex said quietly.
No, of course not,
Helga said.
But Floyd's right. The Soviet Union does not possess technology of this kind, and nor does East Germany.
She hesitated.
No one will, at least not for some time to come.
Helga? Kurt cast a warning look at her. Let her speak, Alex said. The truth is no worse than the accusation. He frowned at Kurt. Besides, this is your fault for leaving the porch door unlocked. I asked you not to do that. Kurt's face reddened as Alex turned to Helga again. Go on. Helga took a deep breath.
They're observers, not spies. Simply observers. I won't tell you where we're from, other than to say that it's not a place that exists in this frame of time.
Observers, I repeated, and then I remembered something the lieutenant had just said before we were discovered.
Then this is an observation post, I guess.
She smiled slightly.
That's a good way of putting it. We established this place for the purpose of watching and recording everything that will occur, or may occur, at this particular point in...
What do you mean, will or may occur? Arnault raised an eyebrow. Is there something we should know? Kurt muttered something under his breath that may have been obscene, and Helga went pale as if she'd suddenly realized that she might have said too much.
The missiles,
the lieutenant went on.
This has to do with them, doesn't it?
It does, yes. Now it was Alex's turn to be both reticent and informative. There are certain points in time, shall we say, when human existence hangs in the balance and its future depends upon the actions of a few. This is one of those occasions. But even so, all the pertinent facts are not always recorded. Because of this, later generations are left to discover how things might have happened differently if the situation had changed even just a little.
History is malleable,
Helga said,
because time itself is not linear. Any deviation, no matter how slight, can have enormous consequences, which in turn can lead to the creation of parallel timelines in which...
Look, I don't care about any of that. Arnault was becoming impatient. I'm not sure he even listened at all.
The only thing that matters is that the Russians are stockpiling missiles on Cuba, and those missiles may have nuclear warheads.
Something cold went down my spine.
Is this true?
I asked.
Do those things have nukes?
Hell yes! The lieutenant regarded me as if I was an idiot.
What would be the point of positioning rockets within 60 miles of our country if they didn't have nuclear warheads?
He glared at the other people in the room.
Maybe you're not Russians, but that doesn't change a thing. I have to tell my people what's going on.
He started to walk toward the door. Alex stepped in front of him. You can't do that. Arnault halted, looked him straight in the eye. "Don't tell me what I can't do. If anyone else learns what you know, it will cause—" Alex hesitated. "Look, I can't reveal to you what's going to happen, but I can say that any changes to this timeline may be catastrophic if you—" "Get out of my way!" Arnault took another step forward, and Alex raised his hands to stop. Bad move. The lieutenant had the same training in hand-to-hand combat as I did. Arnault grabbed his arm with both hands, and in the next second, Alex was on the floor, gasping in pain from the judo throw Arnault had used on him. Kurt started to move, then froze as the lieutenant whirled toward him. The two men stared at each other. Then Arnault stepped over Alex and calmly walked out the door. Helga turned to me.
"Floyd, you can't let this happen."
I was stunned by what I'd just seen, unable to move.
Floyd, listen to me."
Helga rushed across the room to grab me by the shoulders.
"What I've said is true."
She went on, dropping her voice so that Arnault couldn't hear her.
"We've seen the outcome in other timelines. If your president learns too early that there are Soviet missiles on Cuba, it will prompt him to launch an invasion or a preemptive air attack. But he doesn't know how many missiles are already there or their exact locations. And the Russian premier has given his officers in Cuba permission to use tactical missiles against an invasion force or launch intermediate-range missiles at the U.S. if there's an airstrike."
"You know what will occur if that happens," Alex said. Kurt was helping him off the floor. He winced as he massaged his twisted right forearm. "Kennedy will order a retaliatory nuclear strike against the Soviet Union. Khrushchev will respond by launching Russia's strategic missiles."
"Millions will die."
Helga's eyes were locked on mine.
"The world as you know it will be destroyed. We've seen it happen."
I was having trouble breathing, and my legs felt weak. From the other end of the hallway, I heard the porch door slam open, Arnault's footsteps trotting down the back stairs.
Why can't you—"
"We cannot interfere." Kurt was apologetic, but almost laughably calm, as if he was informing me that I had an overdue book at the library.
"No matter what happens, we've prohibited from taking any actions ourselves."
He looked at Alex and shook his head.
"We've done too much already. When we visit critical events such as this—" "Go."
Helga shook my arms, trying to snap me out of my shock.
"For the sake of everyone you know and love, stop him."
I pushed her aside, hurried to the door. I no longer heard Arnault's shoes on the stairs. When I reached the back porch, a passing beam from the lighthouse captured him for a second as he marched down the driveway. I nearly fell down the stairs in my haste, but the lieutenant had already made it to the road by the time I caught up with him.
"Lieutenant, wait!"
I yelled, but he didn't stop or turn around.
"Just stop, will you? We can't—"
I laid a hand on his shoulder, and he whipped about to face me. "What do you want?"
We...
I was gasping for breath.
"We can't do this. If we tell them—"
"Ensign Moore, at attention." Training took over. I snapped rigid, back straight, hands at sides, legs together. He stepped closer, so close that I could feel his breath on my face. The searchlight passed over us again, and I saw his eyes only inches from mine. "Ensign Moore, you are a seaman in the United States Navy. Is this correct?"
"Yes, sir."
"I can't hear you."
"Yes, sir."
"As a Navy seaman, you are sworn to protect your country. Is this correct?"
"Yes, sir."
"As your superior officer, I order you to fulfill your oath. We will go to the blimp, where you will provide me with the means to send a coded priority message to Navy Intel, informing them of what we've discovered. Do you understand?"
"Yes, sir."
"Outstanding." He stepped back, turned away from me. "Follow me." The ray from the lighthouse passed above us again, and in that instant I saw, on the side of the road, a tree branch that had been knocked down by the storm. There was no hesitation. I knew what I had to do. I bent over and picked up the branch. It was about the size of a baseball bat, and just as solid. I grasped it with both hands and swung it at the back of the lieutenant's head. There was a hollow crack as I felt it connect. Arnault grunted and staggered forward, but before he could react or even turn around, I raised the branch above me, rushed toward him, and slammed it straight down on his skull. He gasped and fell, but he barely hit the ground before I brought the branch down upon his head again, and again, and again. The next time the light touched us, I saw that he was dying. He lay face down in the road, arms stretched out. There was blood all over the back of his head, and it turned the pavement black as it flowed out from under him. I couldn't see his face, but I could hear a rattling rasp as he struggled for his last breath. I raised the branch again, but didn't strike him. Instead, I watched as his hands twitched a couple of times. Then there was a soft sigh, and he was still. I was still staring at him when Helga touched my elbow.
"I'm sorry,"
she whispered.
"I'm so sorry."
I nodded. Then I dropped the branch, went over to the side of the road, and threw up. History records that only a handful of lives were lost during the Cuban Missile Crisis. The pilot of the American U-2 that was shot down over Cuba by a Soviet anti-aircraft battery, and the Russian soldiers who died when the truck carrying them went off a mountain road and rolled down an embankment. There was another casualty, though. U.S. Navy intelligence officer Lieutenant Robert Arnault, but he is not counted among the dead. Helga took me back to the house, where she let me clean up in the bathroom while she washed the bloodstains from my shirt. There was a bottle of scotch in the kitchen. I poured myself a double, no chaser. Kurt and Alex returned a little while. I noticed that they'd taken off their shoes and rolled up their pants legs, and that their bare feet were covered with sand. They told me what they'd done with Arnault's body, and how they'd thrown the branch into the woods and washed his blood off the road with buckets of seawater carried up from the beach. They'd also come up with an alibi. It sounded plausible to me, and we went over it a few times until I had it thoroughly memorized. I had another drink, because I needed it, and also because it was part of my alibi, and then I put on my shirt and left the house. The hour was late by the time I walked back into Matthewtown. The restaurant was closed and the streets were quiet. A poker game was going on in someone's room at the guest house, but no one saw me when I came in. Handsome Jimmy was snoring loudly when I let myself into the room we shared, and he didn't wake up as I undressed in the dark and climbed into bed. It took a long time for me to fall asleep. Captain Gerard woke up the crew shortly after sunrise, going from room to room to knock on the door. It was then that Lieutenant Arnault's absence was noticed. His bed was unmade, and his duffel bag was untouched. Everyone remembered that he and I had left the bar together, so the captain came to me and asked if I had seen him lately. I told the skipper that Arnault had become interested in a girl we'd met in the bar, and the two of us followed her back to the house where she was staying with her cousin and a friend. I hadn't wanted to go with them, I explained, but it seemed like the lieutenant had a little too much to drink, and so I'd gone along to make sure that he stayed out of trouble. Unfortunately, that's exactly what happened. Arnault made a scene when he caught up with Helga, insisting that she come back to the bar with him, until Kurt and Alex threw him out of the house. I'd remained behind to apologize, and ended up staying a while to have a few drinks. I hadn't seen the lieutenant after that. Why? Was there something wrong? Captain Gerard called the Matthewtown police and told them that a member of his crew was missing. About an hour later, the police chief came to the guest house with shocking news. The lieutenant was dead, his body discovered on the beach just outside of town. It appeared that someone had beaten him to death, then dragged his body to the waterside. 2 sets of footprints in the sand attested to the fact that he'd been attacked by 2 people. probably while walking back to town. His watch was missing, and although his wallet was found on the beach, there was no cash in it. The police figured that he'd probably put up a fight, and the robbers had murdered him. Since I was the last person to see the lieutenant alive, I had to repeat my story several times. I'd have to do so again, in front of a Navy Board of Inquiry charged with investigating the lieutenant's murder. I had my alibi down pat, and I was careful never to deviate from it, and so I never came under suspicion. And when the police went out to the house, the 3 vacationing birdwatchers verified everything that I had said. The lieutenant had made a pass at Helga, and so Kurt and Alex had made him leave, but let me stay a while because Helga liked me. The killers were never found, but that didn't surprise anyone in Matthewtown. There was very little crime on Great Inagua, but when it occurred, it was usually caused by one of the Haitian boat people who periodically came over from Hispaniola. That was a common explanation in the Bahamas. Whenever there was an unsolved crime, a Haitian was always responsible. The Navy investigation eventually reached the same conclusion. Lieutenant Arnault had been simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, and the men who'd killed him had only been after his watch and money. Less than 2 weeks after the lieutenant's death, President Kennedy learned that the USSR had placed nuclear-tipped missiles on Cuba. Over the next 9 days, America and Russia played a dangerous contest of wits, each poised to start a war no one could win. In the end, Kennedy and Khrushchev, 2 men who had seen war firsthand and knew its consequences, managed to persevere over the hawks on both sides to reach a diplomatic solution. In exchange for a promise that the U.S. would cease its attempts to remove Castro from power and respect Cuba's sovereign status, the USSR would remove its missiles from Cuba. The Centurion returned to Key West long before that happened. It flew only once more, to watch for Russian submarines off the Atlantic coast during the crisis. The following month, the Navy decided to ground its blimps for good, so the Centurion was deflated for the last time, and its car eventually made its way to an aviation museum in Connecticut. I was transferred to the USS Lexington, where I worked as a communications officer before leaving the service a few years later. I was given an honorable discharge. The irony of this hasn't been lost on me, but I never told anyone what I did that night, even though it haunted me for years to come. Did I do the right thing? I'd like to think so, if only because it's helped me deal with my conscience. But something Helga told me that night has stayed with me as much as the murder itself. History is malleable, she said, because time itself is not linear. This implies that there is, more than one outcome to the events of October 1962. Have those alternatives, which Helga claimed to have actually seen, hinged upon what I did or did not do? Or was the lieutenant's death merely an incident that had no lasting consequences? I'll never know, but there is this. I'd moved to a small town outside Colorado Springs several years back, and a few days ago I went into the city to visit my doctor. My son drove me there. He's taken care of me since my wife died, and he had a few errands of his own. After I got through at the doctor's office, I walked down the street to a restaurant where I was to meet my son for lunch. My illness hasn't totally bedridden me yet, although I have to depend on a stroller and an oxygen tank to get around. It was midday, and the sidewalks were crowded, mainly with office workers on their way to one place or another. I'd almost reached the restaurant when the front door of an apartment building swung open, and a young woman walked out. It was Helga. Of this I'm absolutely certain. I've never forgotten her face, even after all these years, and although her hairstyle had changed and she was wearing a business suit, she hadn't aged a day. It was as if she'd come straight from Great Inagua, with only a quick stop at a fashion shop and hairdresser along the way. She didn't recognize me, of course. I was just a sick old man, bent over a stroller with an oxygen line clipped to his nose. She strolled past me and was gone before I could say anything. So she's here in our time. But why? Consider this. NORAD, the North American Aerospace Defense Command, has its headquarters at Cheyenne Mountain, just outside Colorado Springs. Since 1966, the Air Force has directed American strategic defense operations from an underground complex deep within the mountain. If a global nuclear war were to break out, this would be one of the first places to know. Perhaps it may only be a coincidence that I've seen Helga again. Or perhaps it may not. I'm afraid I may live long enough to learn for certain.
Bespoke by Genevieve Valentine. Read by Vanessa Hart. Disease control had sprayed while Petra was asleep, and her boots kicked up little puffs of pigment as she crunched across the butterfly wings to the shop. Chronomode, fine bespoke clothing of the past, the sign read underneath, was the most exclusive vagabonder boutique in the Northern Hemisphere. The floors were real, date-verified oak. The velvet curtains shipped from Paris in a Chinese junk during the 6 weeks in '58, when one of the vagabonder boys slept with a Wright brother and planes hadn't been invented. Simone was already behind the counter, arranging buttons by era of origin. Petra hadn't figured out until her 4th year working there that Simone didn't live upstairs, and Petra still wasn't convinced. As Petra crossed the floor, an oak beam creaked. Simone looked up and sighed. "Petra, wipe your feet on the mat. That's what it's for." Petra glanced over her shoulder. Behind her was a line of her footprints, mottled purple and blue and gold. The first client of the day was the heiress to the O'Rourke fortune. Chronomode had a history with the family. The first one was the boy, James, who'd slept with Orville Wright and ruined Simone's drape delivery par avion. The O'Rourkes had generously paid for shipment by junk, and one of the plugs they sent back with James was able to fix things so that the historic flight was only 2 weeks late. Some stamps became very collectible, and the O'Rourkes became loyal clients of Simone's. They gave a vagabonding to each of their children as 21st birthday presents. Of course, you had to be 25 before you were allowed to bore back in time, but somehow exceptions were always made for O'Rourkes, who had to fit a lot of living into notoriously short lifespans. Simone escorted Fantasy O'Rourke personally to the center of the shop, a low dais with a 3-frame mirror. The curtains in the windows were already closed by request. The O'Rourkes liked to maintain an alluring air of secrecy they could pass off as discretion. "Miss O'Rourke, it's a pleasure to have you with us," said Simone. Her hands, clasped behind her back, just skimmed the hem of her black jacket. "Never cut a jacket too long," Simone told Petra her first day. "It's the first sign of an amateur." "Of course," said Miss O'Rourke. "I haven't decided on a destination, you know. I thought maybe Victorian England." From behind the counter, Petra rolled her eyes. Everyone wanted Victorian England. Simone said, "Excellent choice, Miss O'Rourke." "On the other hand, I saw a historian the other day in the listings who specializes in 18th century Japan. He was delicious." She smiled. "A little temporary surgery, a trip to Kyoto's geisha district. What would I look like then?" "A vision," said Simone through closed teeth. Petra had worked at a tailor downtown for 3 years after her apprenticeship there was over. She couldn't manage better and had no hopes. Simone came in 2 days after a calf-length black pencil skirt had gone out. Some pleats under the knee needed mending. Her gloves were black wool, embroidered with black silk thread. Petra couldn't see anything but the gloves around the vast and smoky sewing machine that filled the tiny closet where she worked. But she knew at once it was the woman who belonged to the trim black skirt. "You should be working in my shop," said Simone. "I offer superior conditions." Petra looked over the top of the rattling machine. "You think? You can leave the attitude here," said Simone, and went to the front of the shop to wait. Simone showed Petra her back office. Nothing but space and light and chrome. The image library. The labeled bolts of cloth. 1300, 1570, China, Flanders, Rome. "What's the name?" Petra asked finally. "Chronomode," Simone said, and waited for Petra's exclamation of awe. When none came, she frowned. "I have a job for you," she continued, and walked to the table, tapping the wood with one finger. "See what's left to do. I want it by morning, so there's no time to fix any mistakes." The lithograph was a late 19th century evening gown, nothing but pleats, and Petra pulled the fabrics from the library with shaking hands. Simone came in the next day, tore out the hem, and sewed it again by hand before she handed it over to the client. Later, Petra ventured, "So you're unhappy with the quality of my work?" Simone looked up from a Byzantine dalmatic she was sewing with a bone needle. "Happiness is not the issue," she said, as though Petra was a simpleton. "Perfection is." That was the year the mice disappeared. Martin Spatz, the actor, had gone vagabonding in 8000 BC and killed a wild dog that was about to attack him. It was a blatant violation of the rules. You had to be prepared to die in the past. That was the first thing you signed on the contract. He went to jail over it. They trimmed 2 years off because he used a stick and not the pistol he'd brought with him. No one could find a direct connection between the dog and the mice, but people speculated. People were still speculating, even though the mice were long dead. It was only some plants left, and butterflies. By the next year, the butterflies were swarming enough to block out the summer sun, and disease control began to intervene. The slow, steady disappearance of plants and animals was the only lasting problem from all the vagabonding. Plugs were more loyal to their mission than the people who employed them. And if someone had to die in the line of work, they were usually happy to do it. If they died, glory. If they lived, money. Petra measured a plug once, German Renaissance, which seemed a pointless place to visit, but Simone never questioned the customers. He didn't say a word for the first hour. Then he said, "The cuffs go 2 inches past the wrist, not 1.5. "Don't hurt yourself talking," Petra said. "Hold out your arm, please." The client came back the next year with a yen for colonial America. He brought 2 different plugs with him. Petra asked, "What happened to the others?" "They did their jobs," the client said, turned to Simone. "Now, Miss Cardew, I was thinking I'd like to be a British commander. What do you think of that?" "I would recommend civilian life," Simone said. "You'll find the Boer Committee a little strict as regards impersonating the military." When Petra was very young, she'd taken her mother's sewing machine apart and put it back together. After that, it didn't squeak, and Petra and her long, thin fingers were sent to the tailor's place downtown for apprenticeship. "At least you don't have any bad habits to undo," Simone had said the first week, dropping the Dressmaker's Encyclopedia 1890 on Petra's work table. "Though it would behoove you to be a little ashamed of your ignorance. Why—" Simone looked away and blew air through her teeth. "Why do this if you don't respect it?" "Don't ask me. I liked engines," Petra said, opened the book with a thump. Miss O'Rourke decided at last on an era 18th century Kyoto, so the historian must have been really good-looking after all, and Simone insisted on several planning sessions before the staff was even brought in for dressing. "It makes the ordering process smoother," she said. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm easy to please," said Miss O'Rourke. Simone looked at Petra. Petra feigned interest in buttons. Petra was assigned to the counter, and while Simone kept Miss O'Rourke in the main room with the curtains discreetly drawn, Petra spent a week rewinding ribbons on their spools and looking at the portfolios of Italian armor makers. Simone was considering buying a set to be able to gauge the best wadding for the vests underneath. Petra looked at the joints, imagined the pivots as the arm moved back and forth. She wondered if the French hadn't had a better sense of how the body moved. Some of the Italian stuff just looked like an excuse for filigree. When the gentleman came up to the counter, he had to clear his throat before she noticed him. She put on a smile. "Good morning, sir. How can we help you?" He turned and presented his back to her. 3 arrows stuck out from the left shoulder blade, 4 from the right. "Looked sideways during the Crusades," he said proudly. "Not recommended, but I sort of like them. It's a souvenir. I'd like to keep them. Doctors said it was fine. Nothing important was pierced." Petra blinked. "I see. What can we do for you?" "Well, I'd really like to have some shirts altered," he said. And when he laughed, the tips of the arrows quivered like wings. "You never catch me vagabonding back in time," Petra said that night. Simone seemed surprised by the attempt at conversation. After 5 years, she was still surprised. "It's lucky you'll never have the money then." Petra clipped a thread off the buttonhole she was finishing. "I don't understand it," Simone said more quietly, as though she were alone. Petra didn't know what she meant. Simone turned the page on her costume book, paused to look at one of the hair ornaments. "We'll need to find the ivory one," Simone said. "It's the most beautiful." "Will Miss O'Rourke notice?" "I give my clients the best," Simone said, which wasn't really an answer. "I finished the alterations," Petra said finally, and held up one of the shirts, sliced open at the shoulder blades to give the arrows room, with buttons down the sides for ease of dressing. Petra was surprised the first time she saw a board team in the shop. The vagabond, the historian, the translator, 2 plugs, and a consultant, whose job was ostensibly to provide a life story for the client, but who spent 3 hours insisting that Roman women would have worn saris if the empire had sailed far enough. The historian was either too stupid or too smart to argue, and Petra's protest had been cut short by Simone stepping forward to suggest they discuss jewelry for the historian and plausible wardrobe for the plugs. "Why, they're noble too, of course," the client had said, adjusting his high collar. "What else could they be?" Plugs were always working class. Even Petra knew that. In case you had to stay behind and fix things for a noble who'd mangled the past, you didn't want to run the risk of a rival noble faction calling for your head, which they tended strongly to do. Petra tallied the cost of the wardrobe for a Roman household. $1 million in material and labor. Another $500,000 in jewelry. With salaries for the entourage and the fees for machine management and operation, his vacation would cost him $10 million. $10 million. To go back in time in lovely clothes and not be allowed to change a thing. Petra took dutiful notes and marked in the margin, "A waste." She looked up from the paper when Simone said, "No." The client had frowned, not used to the word. "But I'm absolutely sure it was possible." "It may be possible depending on your source," Simone said with a look at the historian. "But it is not right." "Well, no difference, Miss Carew. but I'm paying you to dress me, not to give me your opinion on what's right." "Apologies, sir," said Simone, smiling. "You won't be paying me at all. Petra, please show the gentleman out." They made the papers. Mr. Bay couldn't keep from talking about his experience in the Crusades. "I was going to plan another trip right away," he was quoted as saying. "But I don't know how to top this. I think I'll be staying here. The Institute has already asked me to come and speak about the importance of knowing your escape plan in an emergency. And believe me, I know it." Under his photo was the tiny caption, "Close by Chronomode." "Mr. Bay doesn't mention his plugs," Petra said, feeling a little sick. "Guess he wasn't the only one that got riddled with arrows. It's what the job requires. If you have the aptitude, it's excellent work." "It can't be worth it." "Nothing is worth what we give it," said Simone. She dropped her copy of the paper on Petra's desk. "You need to practice your running stitch at home. The curve on that back seam looks like a 6-year-old made it." TB cornered Petra at the Threaders Guild meeting. TB worked at Mansion, which outfitted vagabonders with a lot more pomp and circumstance than Simone's 2-man shop. TB had a dead butterfly pinned to her dress, and when she hugged Petra, it left a dusting of pale green on Petra's shoulder. "Petra! Lord, I was just thinking about you. I passed Chronomode the other day and thought, poor Petra. It's such a prison in there. Holding up?" TB turned to a tall young tailor beside her. "Michael, darling, Petra works for Carew over at Chronomode." The tailor raised his eyebrows. "That's a nightmare. How long have you hung in there? A week?" 5 years and counting." "Sure," Petra said. "No, for ages," TB corrected. "I don't know how she makes it. I really don't. It's just so horrible." TB wrapped one arm around the tailor and cast a pitying glance at Petra. "I was there for a week. I made the guild send me somewhere else a week later. It was just inhumane. What is it like, working there for so long without anyone getting you out of there?" "Oh, who knows," said Petra. "What's it like getting investigated for sending people back to medieval France with machine-sewn clothes?" TB frowned. "The company settled that." Petra smiled at TB, then at the tailor. "On Petra." "Michael," he said, and frowned at her hand when they shook. "Those are just calluses from the needles," Petra said. "Don't mind them." "Ms. O'Rourke's kimono is ready for you to look at," Petra said, bringing the mannequin to Simone's desk. "No need," said Simone, her eyes on her computer screen. "You don't have enough imagination to invent mistakes." Petra hoped that was praise, suspected otherwise. A moment later, Simone slammed a hand on her desk. "Damn it all, look at this. The hair ornament I need is a reproduction, because naturally a 20th century reproduction is indistinguishable from an 18th century enamel original. The people of 1743 Kyoto will never notice. Are they hiring antiques dealers out of primary school these days?" Simone asked the computer, and left through the door to the shop, heels clicking. Petra smoothed the front of the kimono. It was heavy gray silk, painted with cherry blossoms and chrysanthemums. Petra had added butterflies, purple and blue and gold. The light in the shop was still on. Petra saw it just as she was leaving. Careless, she thought as she crossed the workshop. Simone would have killed me. She had one hand on the door when the sound of a footstep stopped her. Were they being robbed? She thought about the Danish Bronze Age brooches hidden behind the counter in their velvet wrappers. Petra grabbed a fabric weight in her fist and opened the door a crack. Simone stood before the fitting mirror, holding a length of bright yellow silk against her shoulders. It washed her out. She'd never let her client touch the stuff. But her reflection was smiling. She hung it from her collarbones like a Roman, draped it across her shoulder like a palav of a sari, bustled it around her waist. The bright gold slid through her fingers as if she was dancing with it. Simone gathered the fabric against her in two hands, closed her eyes at the feel of it against her face. Petra closed the door and went out the back way, eyes fixed on the wings at her feet. When she came around the front of the shop, the light was still on in the window, and Simone stood like a doll wrapped in a wide yellow ribbon, imagining a past she'd never see. Petra turned for home. Disease control hadn't made the rounds yet. In the darkness was a swarm of wings, purple and blue and gold.
Against the Current by Robert Silverberg. Read by Adam Epstein. About 4:30 in the afternoon, Rackman felt a sudden red blaze of pain in both his temples at once, the sort of stabbing jab that you would expect to feel if a narrow metal spike had been driven through your head. It was gone as quickly as it had come, but it left him feeling queasy and puzzled and a little frightened. And since things were slow at the dealership just then anyway, he decided it might be best to call it a day and head for home. He stepped out into perfect summer weather, a sunny, cloudless day, and headed across the lot to look for Jean, his manager, who had been over by the SUVs making a tally of the leftovers. But Jean was nowhere in sight. The only person Rackman saw out there was a pudgy salesman named Fritas, who so far as he recalled had given notice a couple of weeks ago. Evidently, he wasn't gone yet, though. "I'm not feeling so good, and I'm going home early," Rackman announced. "If Jean's around here somewhere, will you tell him that?" "Sure thing, Mr. Rackman." Rackman circled around the edge of the lot toward the staff parking area. He still felt queasy, and somewhat muddled too, with a slight headache lingering after that sudden weird stab of pain. Everything seemed just a bit askew. The SUVs, for instance. There were more of the things than there should be, considering that he had just run a big clearance on them. They were lined up like a whopping great phalanx of tanks. How come so many? He filed away a mental note to ask Jean about that tomorrow. He turned the ignition key and the sleek silver Prius glided smoothly, silently out of the lot, off to the nearby freeway entrance. By the time he reached the Caldecott Tunnel 20 minutes later, the last traces of the pain in his temple were gone, and he moved on easily through Oakland toward the bridge and San Francisco across the bay. At the Bay Bridge toll plaza, they had taken down all the overhead signs that denoted the fast-track lanes. That was odd, he thought. Probably one of their mysterious maintenance routines. Rackman headed into his usual lane anyway, but there was a toll-taker in the booth. Why? And as he started to roll past the man toward the fast-track scanner just beyond, he got such an incandescent glare from him that he braked to a halt. The fast-track toll scanner wasn't where it should be, right back of the toll booth on the left. It wasn't there at all. Feeling a little bewildered now, Rackman pulled a $5 bill from his wallet, handed it to the man, got what seemed to be too many singles and change, and drove out onto the bridge. There was very little traffic. As he approached the Treasure Island Tunnel, though, it struck him that he couldn't remember having seen any of the towering construction cranes that ran alongside the torso of the not-quite-finished new bridge just north of the old one. Nor was there any sign of them, or any trace of the new bridge itself, for that matter, when he glanced into his rearview mirror. This is peculiar, Rackman thought. Really, really peculiar. On the far side of the tunnel, the sky was darker, as though the dusk were already descending, at 5:10 on a summer day, and by the time he was approaching the San Francisco end of the bridge, the light was all but gone. Even stranger, a little rain was starting to come down. Rain falls in the Bay Area in August about once every 20 years. The morning forecast hadn't said anything about rain. Rackman's hand trembled a little as he turned his wipers on. I am having what could be called a waking dream, Rackman thought. Some very vivid hallucination. and when I'm off the bridge, I better pull over and take a few deep breaths. The skyline of the city just ahead of him looked somehow diminished, as though a number of the bigger buildings were missing. And the exit ramps presented more puzzles. A lot of stuff that had been torn down for the retrofitting of the old bridge seemed to have been put back in place. He couldn't find his Folsom Street off-ramp, but the long-gone Main Street one, which they had closed after the 1989 earthquake, lay right in front of him. He took it and pulled the Prius to curbside as soon as he was down at street level. The rain had stopped. The streets were dry, as if the rain had never been, but the air seemed clinging and clammy, not like dry summer air at all. It enfolded him, contained him in a strange tight grip. His cheeks were flushed and he was perspiring heavily. Deep breaths, yes. Calm, calm. You're only 5 blocks from your condo. Only he wasn't. Most of the high-rise office buildings were missing all right, and none of the residential towers south of the off-ramp complex were there, just block after block of parking lots and some ramshackle warehouses. It was night now, and the empty neighborhood was almost completely dark. Everything was the way it had looked around here 15, 20 years before. His bewilderment was beginning to turn into terror. The street sign said that he was at his own corner. So where was the 30-story building where he lived? Better call Jenny, he thought. He would tell her delicately that he was going through something very baffling, a feeling of, disorientation, that in fact he was pretty seriously mixed up, that she had better come get him and take him home. But his cell phone didn't seem to be working. All he got was a dull buzzing sound. He looked at it, stunned. He felt as though some part of him had been amputated. Rackman was angry now as well as frightened. Things like this weren't supposed to happen to him. He was 57 years old, healthy, solvent, a solid citizen, owner of a thriving Toyota dealership across the bay, married to a lovely and loving woman. Everyone said he looked 10 years younger than he really was. He worked out 3 times a week and ran in the Beta Breakers race every year, and once in a while he even did a marathon. But the drive across the bridge had been all wrong, and he didn't know where his condo building had gone, and his cell phone was on the fritz, and here he was lost in this dark, forlorn neighborhood of empty lots and abandoned warehouses with a wintry wind blowing. Hey, hadn't it been sticky and humid a few minutes ago? On what had started out as a summer day? And he had had the feeling that things were going to get worse before they got better. If indeed they got better at all. He swung around and drove toward Union Square. Traffic was surprisingly light for downtown San Francisco. He spotted a phone booth, parked nearby, fumbled a coin into the slot, and dialed his number. The phone made ugly noises, and a robot voice told him that the number he had dialed was not a working number. Cursing, Rackman tried again, tapping the numbers in with utmost care. "We're sorry," the voice said again. "The number you have reached is not—" A telephone book dangled before him. He riffled through it. Jenny had her own listing, under Burke. But though 6 J. Burkes were in the book, 5 of them lived in the wrong part of town. And when he dialed the 6th number, which had no address listed, an answering machine responded in a bird-like chirping voice that certainly wasn't Jenny's. Something led him to look for his own listing. Nope, that wasn't there either. A curious calmness came over him at that discovery. There were no fast-track lanes at the toll plaza, and the dismantled freeway ramps were still here, and the neighborhood where he lived hadn't been developed yet, and neither he nor Jenny was listed in the San Francisco phone book, and therefore either he had gone seriously crazy, or else somehow this had to be 15 or even 20 years ago, which was pretty much just another way of saying the same thing. If this really is 15 or 20 years ago, Rackman thought, then Jenny would be living in Sacramento, and I'd be across the bay in El Cerrito and still married to Helene. But what the hell kind of thing was that to be thinking, if this really is 15 or 20 years ago? He considered taking himself to the nearest emergency room and telling them that he was having a breakdown, but he knew that once he put himself in the hands of the medics, there'd be no extricating himself. They'd subject him to a million tests. Reports would be filed with this agency and that. His driver's license might be yanked. Bad things would happen to his credit rating. It would be much smarter, he thought, to check himself into a hotel room, take a shower, rest, try to figure all this out, wait for things to get back to normal. Rackman headed for the Hilton, a couple of blocks away. Though night had fallen just a little while ago, the sun was high overhead now, and the weather had changed again, too. It was sharp and cool, autumn just shading into winter. He was getting a different season and a different time of day every 15 minutes or so, it seemed. The Hilton desk clerk, tall and balding and starchy looking, had such a self-important manner that as Rackman requested a room, he felt a little abashed at not having any luggage with him, but the clerk didn't appear to give a damn about that, simply handed him the registration form and asked him for his credit card. Rackman put his visa down on the counter and began to fill out the form.
Sir,
the desk clerk said, after a moment. Rackman looked up. The clerk was staring at his credit card. It was the translucent kind, and he tipped it this way and that, puzzledly holding it against the light. "Problem?" Rackman asked, and the clerk muttered something about how unusual the card looked. Then his expression darkened.
"Wait just a second," he said,
very coldly now, and tapped the imprinted expiration date on the card.
"What is this supposed to be? Expires July 2010? 2010, sir? 2010? Are we having a little joke, sir?"
He flipped the card across the counter at Rackman, the way he might have done if it had been covered with some noxious substance. Another surge of terror hit him. He backed away, moving quickly through the lobby and into the street. Of course he might have tried to pay cash, he supposed, but the room would surely be something like $225 a night, and he had only about $350 on him. If his credit card was useless, he'd need to hang on to his cash at least until he understood what was happening to him. Instead of the Hilton, he would go to some cheaper place, perhaps one of the motels up on Lombard Street. On his way back to his car, Rackman glanced at a newspaper in a sidewalk rack. President Reagan was on the front page, under a headline about the invasion of Grenada. The date on the paper was Wednesday, October 26th, 1983. Sure, he thought, 1983. This hallucination isn't missing a trick. I am in 1983, and Reagan is president again, with 1979 just up the road, 1965, 1957, 1950. In 1950, Rackman hadn't even been born yet. He wondered what was going to happen to him when he got back to a time earlier than his own birth. He stopped at the first motel on Lombard that had a vacancy sign and registered for a room. The price was only $75, but when he put $250s down on the counter, the clerk, a pleasant smiling Latino woman, gave him a pleasant smile and tapped her finger against the swirls of pink coloration next to President Grant's portrait. "Somebody has stuck you with some very funny bills, sir, but you know that I can't take them. If you can pay by credit card, though, Visa, American Express." Of course she couldn't take them. Rackman remembered now that all the paper money had changed 5 or 10 years back. New designs, bigger portraits, distinctive patches of pink or blue ink on their front sides that had once been boringly monochromatic. And these bills of his had the tiny date 2004 in the corner. So far as the world of 1983 was concerned, the money he was carrying was nothing but play money. 1983. Jenny, who was up in Sacramento in 1983, has no idea yet that he even exists, had been 25 that year. Already he was more than twice her age, and she would get younger and younger as he went ever onward, if that was what was going to continue to happen. Maybe it wouldn't. Soon, perhaps, the pendulum would begin to swing the other way, carrying him back to his own time, to his own life. What if it didn't, though? What if it just kept on going? In that case, Rackman thought, Jenny was lost to him, with everything that had bound them together now unhappened. Rackman reached out suddenly, grasping the air as though reaching for Jenny, but all he grasped was air. There was no Jenny for him any longer. He had lost her, yes, and he would lose everything else of what he had thought of as his life as well, his whole past peeling away strip by strip. He had no reason to think that the pendulum would swing back. Already the exact details of Jenny's features were blurring in his mind. He struggled to recall them. The quizzical blue eyes, the slender nose, the wide, generous mouth, the slim, supple body. She seemed to be drifting past him in the fog, caught in an inexorable current carrying her ever farther away. He slept in his car that night, up by the marina where he had hoped no one would bother him. No one did. Morning light awakened him after a few hours. His wristwatch said it was 9:45 p.m. on the same August day when all this had started. But he knew better now than to regard what his watch told him as having any meaning, and when he stepped outside, the day was dry and clear, with a blue summer sky overhead, and the sort of harsh wind blowing that only San Francisco can manage on a summer day. He was getting used to the ever-changing weather by now, though, the swift parade of seasons tumbling upon him one after another. Each new one would hold him for a little while in that odd enclosed way, but then it would release its grasp and nudge him onward into the next one. He checked the newspaper box on the corner. San Francisco Chronicle, Tuesday, May 1st, 1973. Big front-page story. Nixon dismisses White House counsel John Dean and accepts the resignations of aides John Ehrlichman and H.R. Haldeman. Right, he thought. Dean, Ehrlichman, Haldeman, Watergate. So a whole decade had vanished while he slept. He had slipped all the way back to 1973. He wasn't even surprised. He had entered some realm beyond all possibility of surprise. Taking out his wallet, Rackman checked his driver's license. Still the same. Expires March 11th, 2011. Photo of his familiar 50-something face. His car was still a silver 2009 Prius. Certain things hadn't changed, but the Prius stood out like a shriek among the other parked cars, every last one of them some clunky-looking old model of the kind that he dimly remembered from his youth. What we have here is 1973, he thought. Probably not for long, though. He hadn't anything to eat since lunchtime, 10 hours and 35 years ago. He drove over to Chestnut Street, marveling at the quiet old-fashioned look of all the shop fronts, and parked right outside Joe's, which he knew had been out of business since maybe the Clinton years. There were no parking meters on the street. Rackman ordered a salad, a Joe's special, and a glass of red wine, and paid for it with a $10 bill of the old black and white kind that he happened to have. Meal plus wine, $8.50, he thought. That sounded about right for this long ago. It was a very consistent kind of hallucination. He left a $1 tip. Rackman remembered pretty well what he had been doing in the spring of 1973. He was 22 that year, out of college almost a year, working in Cody's books on Telegraph Avenue in Berkeley while waiting to get into law school, for which he had been turned down the first time around, but which he had high hopes of entering that autumn. He and Al Mortensen, another young Cody's clerk, nice steady guy, easy to get along with, were rooming together in a little upstairs apartment on Dana, 2 or 3 blocks from the bookshop. Whatever had happened to old Al? Rackman had lost touch with him many years back. A powerful urge seized him now to drive across to Berkeley and look for him. He hadn't spoken with anyone except those 2 hotel clerks since he had left the car lot. What felt like 1,000,000 years ago, and a terrible, icy loneliness was beginning to settle over him as he went spinning onward through his constantly unraveling world. He needed to reach out to someone, anyone, for whatever help he could find. Al might be a good man to consult. Al was level-headed. Al was unflusterable. Al was steady. What about driving over to Berkeley now and looking for Al at the Dana Street place? I know you don't recognize me, Al, but I'm actually Phil Rackman, only I'm from 2008, and I'm having some sort of bad trip, and I need to sit down in a quiet place with a good friend like you and figure out what's going on. Rackman wondered what that would accomplish. Probably nothing, but at least it might provide him with half an hour of companionship, sympathy, even understanding. At worst, Al would think he was a lunatic and he would wind up under sedation at Alta Bates Hospital while they tried to find his next of kin. If he really was sliding constantly backward in time, he would slip away from Alta Bates too, Rackman thought. And if not, if he was simply unhinged, maybe a hospital was where he belonged. He went to Berkeley. The season drifted back from spring to late winter while he was crossing the bridge. In Berkeley, the acacias were in bloom, great clusters of golden yellow flowers, and that was a January thing. The sight of Berkeley in early 1973, a year that had in fact been the last gasp of the 60s, gave him a shiver. The Dayglow rock concert posters on all the walls, the flower child costumes, the huge, bizarre helmets of shaggy hair that everyone was wearing. The streets were strangely clean, hardly any litter, no graffiti. It all was like a movie set, a careful, loving reconstruction of the era. He had no business being here. He was entirely out of place, and yet he had lived here once. This street belonged to his own past. He had lost Jenny. He had lost his nice condominium. He had lost his car dealership. But other things that he had thought were lost, like this day-glow, tie-dyed world of his youth, were coming back to him. Only they weren't coming back for long, he knew. One by one they would present themselves, tantalizing flashes of a returning past. And then they'd go streaming onward, lost to him like everything else, lost for a second, and terribly final time. He guessed from the position of the pale winter sun, just coming up over the hills to the east, that the time was 8 or 9 in the morning. If so, Al would probably still be at home. The Dana Street place looked just as Rackman remembered it. A tiny little frame building, the landlady's tiny but immaculate garden of pretty succulents out front, the redwood deck, the staircase on the side that led to the upstairs apartment. As he started upward, an unsettling burst of panic swept through him at the possibility that he might be going to come face to face with his own younger self. But in a moment, his trepidation passed. It wouldn't happen, he told himself. It was just too impossible. There had to be a limit to this thing somewhere. A kid answered his knock, sleepy-looking and impossibly young, a tall, lanky guy in jeans and a T-shirt, with a long oval face almost completely engulfed in an immense spherical mass of jet-black hair that covered his forehead and his cheeks and his chin, a wild woolly tangle that left only eyes and nose and lips visible. A golden peace symbol amulet dangled on a silver chain around his neck. My God, Rackman thought, this really is the Al I knew in 1973? Like a ghost out of time. But I am the ghost. I am the ghost. Yes, the kid at the door said vaguely. Al Mortensen, right? Yes. He said it in an uneasy way, chilly, distant, grudging. What the hell, some unknown elderly guy at the door, an utter stranger wanting God only knew what, 8 or 9 in the morning, even the unflappable Al might be a little suspicious. Rackman saw no option but to launch straight into his story. I realize this is gonna sound very strange to you, but I ask you to bear with me. Do I look in any way familiar to you, Al? He wouldn't naturally. He was much stockier than the Phil Rackman of 1973. His full-face beard was ancient history, and his once luxurious russet hair was close-cropped and gray, and he was wearing a check suit of the kind that nobody, not even a middle-aged man, would have worn in 1973. But he began to speak, quietly, earnestly, intensely, persuasively. His best one-foot-in-the-door salesman approach, the approach he might have used if he had been trying to sell his biggest model SUV to a frail old lady from the Rossmore retirement home. Starting off by casually mentioning Al's roommate, Phil Rackman. He isn't here by any chance, is he? No, he wasn't, thank God. And then asking Al once again to prepare himself for a very peculiar tale indeed, giving him no chance to reply, and swiftly and smoothly working around to the notion that he himself was Phil Rackman, not Phil's father, but the actual Phil Rackman, who'd been his roommate back in 1973, only in fact he was the Phil Rackman of the year 2008, who had without warning become caught up in what could only be described as an inexplicable toboggan slide backward across time. Even through that forest of facial hair, Al's reactions were readily discernible. Puzzlement at first, then annoyance verging on anger, then a show of curiosity, a flicker of interest at the possibility of such a wild thing. Hey man, far out, cool. And then gradually, bringing himself to the tipping point, completing the transition from skepticism, verging on hostility, to mild curiosity, to fascination, to stunned acceptance, as Rackman began to conjure up remembered episodes of their shared life that only he could have known. That time in the summer of '72 when he and Al and their current girlfriends had gone camping in the Sierra and had been happily screwing away on a flat, smooth granite outcropping next to a mountain stream in what they thought was total seclusion, 8,000 feet above sea level, when a wide-eyed party of Boy Scouts came marching past them down the trail, and that long-legged girl from Oregon Rackman had picked up one weekend who turned out to be double-jointed or whatever, and showed them both the most amazing sexual tricks. And the great moment when they and some friends had scored a half a pound of hash and gave a party that lasted 3 days running without time out for sleep. And the time when he and Al had hitchhiked down to Big Sur, he with big cuddly Ginny Beardsley, and Al with hot little Nicky Rosenzweig during Easter break. And the four of them had dropped a little acid and gone absolutely gonzo berserk together in a secluded redwood grove. "No," Al said. "That hasn't happened yet. Easter's still 3 months away, and I don't know any Nicky Rosenzweig." Rackman rolled his eyes lasciviously. "You will, kiddo. Believe me, you will. Ginny will introduce you, and... So you even know my own future." "For me, it isn't the future," Rackman said. "It's the long-ago past. When you and I were rooming together right here on Dana Street having the time of our lives." "But how's this possible?" "You think I know, old pal? All I know is that it's happening. It's me, really, me, sliding backward in time. It's the truth. Look at my face, Al. Run a computer simulation in your mind, if you can. Hell, people don't have their own computers yet, do they? Well, just try to age me up in your imagination. Gray hair, more weight, but the same nose, Al, the same mouth." He shook his head. "Wait a second, look at this." He drew out his driver's license and thrust it at the other man. "You see the name? The photo? You see the birth date? You see the expiration date? March 2011. Here, look at these $50 bills. The dates on them. This credit card, this Visa. Do you even know what a Visa is? Did we have them back in 1973? "Christ," Al said in a husky, barely audible whisper. "Jesus Christ, Phil. It's okay if I call you Phil, right?" "Phil, yes." "Look, Phil." That same thin, ghostly whisper, the voice of a man in shock. Rackman had never in the old days seen Al this badly shaken up. "The bookstore's about to open. I've got to get to work. You come in, wait here, make yourself at home." Then a little manic laugh. "You are at home, in a matter of speaking. So, wait here, rest, relax, smoke some of my dope if you want. You probably know where I keep it. Meet me at Cody's at 1 and we can go out to lunch and talk about all this, okay? I want to know all about it. What year did you say you came from? 2011? 2008. 2008. Christ, this is so wild. You'll stay here then? And if my younger self walks in on me? Don't worry, you're safe. He's in Los Angeles this week." "Groovy," Rackman said, wondering if anyone still said things like that. "Go on then, go to work. I'll see you later." The two rooms, Al's and his own just across the hall, were like museum exhibits. The posters for Fillmore West concerts, the antique stereo set and the stack of LP records, the tie-dyed shirts and bell-bottom pants scattered in the corner, the bong on the dresser, the macrame wall hangings, the musty aroma of last night's incense. Rackman poked around, lost in dreamy nostalgia, and at times close to tears as he looked at this artifact of that ancient era and that one, the teachings of Don Juan, the White Album, the whole Earth catalog, his own copies. He still had the Castaneda book somewhere. He remembered the beer stain on the cover. He peered into the dresser drawer where Al kept his stash, scooped up a pinch of it in his fingers and sniffed it, smiled, put it back. It was years since he had smoked. Decades. He ran his hand over his cheek. His stubble was starting to bother him. He hadn't shaved since yesterday morning on Rackman body time. He knew there'd be a shaver in the bathroom, though. He was pretty sure he had left it there, even after he began growing his 70s beard. And yes, there was his old Norelco three-headed job. He felt better with clean cheeks. Rackman stuffed the shaver into his inside jacket pocket, knowing he'd want it in the days ahead. Then he found himself wondering whether he had parked in a tow-away zone. They had always been very tough about illegally parked cars in Berkeley. You could try to assassinate the president and get off with a 6-month sentence, but God help you if you parked in a tow-away zone. And if they took his car away, he'd be in an even worse pickle than he already was. The car was his one link to the world he had left behind. His time capsule. His home now, actually. The car was still where he had left it, but he was afraid to leave it for long. It might slip away from him in the next time shift. He got in, thinking to wait in it until it was time to meet Al for lunch. But although it was still just mid-morning, he felt drowsiness overcoming him, and almost instantly he dozed off. When he awakened, he saw that it was dark outside. He must have slept the day away. The dashboard clock told him it was 1:15 p.m., but that was useless. Meaningless. Probably it was early evening, too late for lunch with Al. Maybe they could have dinner instead. On the way over to the bookstore, marveling every step of the way at the utter weirdness of everybody he passed in the streets, the strange beards, the flamboyant globes of hair, the gaudy clothing, Rackman began to see that it would be very embarrassing to tell Al that he had grown up to own a suburban automobile dealership. He had planned to become a legal advocate for important social causes, or perhaps a public defender, or an investigator of corporate malfeasance. Everybody had noble plans like that back then. Going into the car business hadn't been on anyone's screen. Then he saw that he didn't have to tell Al anything about what he had come to do for a living. It was a long story and not one that Al was likely to find interesting. Al wouldn't care that he had become a car dealer. Al was sufficiently blown away by the mere fact that his former roommate Phil Rackman had dropped in on him out of the future that morning. He entered the bookstore and spotted Al over near the cash register. But when he waved, he got only a blank stare in return. "I'm sorry I missed our lunch date, Al. I guess I just nodded off. It's been a pretty tiring day for me, you know." There was no trace of recognition on Al's face. "Sir, there must be some mistake." "Al Mortensen, who lives on Dana Street?" "I'm Al Mortensen, yes. I live in Bowles Hall, though." Bowles Hall was a campus dormitory. Undergraduates lived there. This Al hadn't graduated yet. This Al's hair was different, too, Rackman saw now. A tighter cut, more disciplined, more forehead showing, and his beard was much longer, cascading down over his chest, hiding the peace symbol. He might have had a haircut during the day, but he couldn't have grown 4 inches more of beard. There was a stack of newspapers on the counter next to the register, the New York Times. Rackman flicked a glance at the top one. November 10th, 1971. I haven't just slept away the afternoon, Rackman thought. I've slept away all of 1972. He and Al hadn't rented the Dana Street place until after graduation, in June of 72. Fumbling, trying to recover, always the nice, helpful guy, Al said, "You aren't Mr. Chelsea, are you? Bud Chelsea's father?" Bud Chelsea had been a classmate of theirs, a jock, big, broad-shouldered. The main thing that Rackman remembered about him was that he had been one of about 6 men on campus who were in favor of the war in Vietnam. Rackman seemed to recall that in his senior year, Al had roomed with Chelsea in Bowles, before he and Al had known each other. "No," Rackman said leadenly. "I'm not Mr. Chelsea. I'm really sorry to have bothered you." So it was hopeless then. He had suspected it all along, but now, feeling the past tugging at him as he hurried back to his car, it was certain. The slippage made any sort of human interaction lasting more than half an hour or so impossible to sustain. He struggled with it, trying to tug back, to hold fast against the sliding, hoping that perhaps he could root himself somehow in the present and then begin the climb forward again until he reached the place where he belonged. But he could feel the slippage continuing, not at any consistent rate, but in sudden, unpredictable bursts, and there was nothing he can do about it. There were times when he was completely unaware of it until it had happened, and other times when he could see the seasons rocketing right by in front of his eyes. Without any particular destination in mind, Rackman returned to his car, wandered around Berkeley until he found himself heading down Ashby Avenue to the freeway, and drove back into San Francisco. The toll was only a quarter. Astonishing. The cars around him on the bridge all seemed like collector's items, with yellow and black license plates, 3 digits, 3 letters. He wondered what a highway patrolman would say about his own plates, if he recognized them as California plates at all. Halfway across the bridge, Rackman turned the radio on, hoping the car might be able to pick up a news broadcast out of 2008. But Nope. When he got KCBS, he heard the announcer talking about President Johnson, Secretary of State Rusk, Vietnam, Israel refusing to give back Jerusalem after the recent war with the Arab countries, Dr. Martin Luther King calling for calm following a night of racial strife in Hartford, Connecticut. It was hard to remember some of the history exactly, but Rackman knew that Dr. King had been assassinated in 1968, so he figured that just in the course of crossing the bridge, he probably had slid back into 1967 or even 1966. He had been in high school then. All the sweaty anguish of that whole lunatic era came swimming back into his mind. The Robert Kennedy assassination, too. The body counts on the nightly news, Malcolm X, peace marches, the strident 1968 political convention in Chicago, the race riots, Nixon, Hubert Humphrey, Mao Zedong, spacemen in orbit around the moon, Lady Bird Johnson, Cassius Clay. Hey, LBJ, how many kids did you kill today? The noise, the hard-edged excitement, the daily anxiety. It felt like the Pleistocene to him now, but he had driven right into the thick of it. The slippage continued. The long hair went away, the granny glasses, the Dayglow posters, the tie-dyed clothes. John F. Kennedy came and went in reverse. Night and day seemed to follow one another in random sequence. Rackman ate his meals randomly, too. No idea whether it was breakfast or lunch or dinner that he needed. He had lost all track of personal time. He caught naps in his car, kept a low profile, said very little to anyone. A careless restaurant cashier took one of his gussied-up 50s without demur and gave him a stack of spendable bills and change. He doled those bills out parsimoniously, watching what he spent, even though meals like the bridge toll, like the cost of a newspaper, like everything else back here, were astoundingly cheap. A nickel or dime for this, 50 cents for that. San Francisco was smaller, dingier, a little old 1950s-style town. No trace of the high-rise buildings now. Everything was muted, old-fashioned, the simpler, more innocent textures of his childhood. He half expected it all to be in black and white, as an old newsreel would be, and perhaps to flicker a little. But he took in smells, breezes, sounds that no newsreel could have captured. This wasn't any newsreel, and it wasn't any hallucination either. This was the world itself. Dense, deep, real. All too real, unthinkably real, and there was no place for him in it. Men wore hats, women's coats had padded shoulders, shop windows sparkled. There was a Christmas bustle in the streets. A little while later, though, the sky brightened, and the dry, cold winds of San Francisco's summer came whistling eastward at him, again out of the Pacific, and then, presto jingo, the previous winter's rainy season was upon him. He wondered which year's winter it was. It was 1953, the newspaper told him. The corner newspaper rack was his only friend. It provided him with guidance, information about his present position and time. That was Eisenhower on the front page. The Korean War was still going on here in 1953. And Stalin. Stalin had just died. Rackman remembered Eisenhower, the president of his childhood. Kindly old Ike. Truman's bespectacled face would be next. Rackman had been born during Truman's second term. He had no recollection of the Truman presidency, but he could recall the salty old Harry of later years, who went walking every day, gabbing with reporters about anything that came into his head. What is going to happen to me, Rackman wondered, when I get back past my own birth date? Maybe he would come to some glittering gateway, a giant sizzling special effect throwing off fireworks across the whole horizon, with a blue-white sheen of nothingness stretching into infinity beyond it. And when he passed through it, he would disappear into oblivion, and that would be that. He'd find out soon enough. He couldn't be much more than a year or two away from the day of his birth. Without knowing or caring where he was going, Rackman began to drive south out of San Francisco, the poky little San Francisco of this far-off day, heading out of town on what once had been Highway 101, the freeway that led to the airport in San Jose, and eventually Los Angeles. There wasn't a freeway now, just an oddly charming little four-lane road. The billboards that lined it on both sides looked like ads from old National Geographics. The curving rows of small ticky-tack houses on the hillsides hadn't been built yet. There was almost nothing except open fields everywhere, down here south of the city. The ballpark wasn't there. The Giants still played in New York in this era, he recalled, and when he went past the airport, he almost failed to notice it. It was such a piffling little small-town place. Only when a DC-3 passed overhead like a huge droning mosquito did he realize that collection of tin sheds over to the left was what would one day be SFO. Rackman knew that he was still slipping, and slipping as he went, that the pace of slippage seemed to be picking up, that if that glittering gateway existed, he had already gone beyond it. He was somewhere near 1945 now, or maybe even earlier. They were honking at his car on the road in amazement, as though it was a spaceship that had dropped down from Mars. And now a clear, cold understanding of what was in store for him was growing in his mind. He wouldn't disappear throughout any gateway. It didn't matter that he hadn't been born yet in the year he was currently traveling through, because he wasn't growing any younger as he drifted backward. And the deep past waited for him. He saw that he would just go endlessly onward, cut loose from the restraints that time imposed, drifting on and on back into antiquity. While he was driving southward, heading for San Jose or Los Angeles or wherever it was that he might be going next, the years would roll along backward. The 20th century would be gobbled up in the 19th. California's great cities would melt away. He had already seen that happening in San Francisco. And the whole state would revert to the days of Mexican rule, a bunch of little villages clustered around the Catholic missions. And then the villages and the missions would disappear too. A day or two later for him, California would be in emptiness, nobody here but simple Indian tribes. Farther to the east, in the center of the continent, great herds of bison would roam. Still farther east would be the territory of the 13 colonies, gradually shriveling back into tiny pioneering settlements and then vanishing also. Well, he thought, if he could get himself across the country quickly enough, he might be able to reach New York City. New Amsterdam it would probably be by then, while it still existed. There he might be able to arrange a voyage across to Europe before the continent reverted entirely to its pre-Columbian status. But what then? All that he could envisage was a perpetual journey backward. Backward, ever backward. The Renaissance, the Dark Ages, Rome, Greece, Babylon, Egypt, the Ice Age. A couple of summers ago, he and Jenny had taken a holiday in France, down in the Dordogne, where they had looked at the painted caves of the Cro-Magnon men, the colorful images of bulls and bison and spotted horses and mammoths. No one knew what those pictures meant, why they had been painted. Now he would go back and find out at first hand the answer to the enigmas of the prehistoric caves. How very cool that sounded, How interesting. A nice fantasy, except that if you gave it half a second's thought, it was appalling. To whom would he impart that knowledge? What good would it do him? Or anyone? The deep past was waiting for him, yes. But would he get there? Even a Prius wasn't going to make it all the way across North America on a single tank of gas, and soon there weren't going to be any gas stations. And even if there were, he would have no valid money to pay for gas, or food, or anything else. Pretty soon, there would be no roads either. He couldn't walk to New York. In that wilderness, he wouldn't last 3 days. He had kept himself in motion up until this moment, staying just ahead of the vast gray grimness that was threatening to invade his soul. But it was catching up with him now. Rackman went through 10 or 15 minutes that might have been the darkest, bleakest moments of his life. Then, was it something about the sweet simplicity of this little road? No longer the roaring Highway 101, but now just a dusty, narrow two-laner with hardly any traffic? There came an unexpected change in his mood. He grew indifferent to his fate. In an odd way, he found himself actually welcoming whatever might come. The prospect before him looked pretty terrifying, yes, but it might just be exciting, too. He had liked his life. He had liked it very much, but it had been torn away from him. He knew not how or why. This was his life now. He had no choice about that. The best thing to do, Rackman thought, was to take it 1 century at a time and try to enjoy the ride. What he needed right now was a little breather, come to a halt, if only for a short while, pause and regroup, stop and pass the time, so to speak, as he got himself ready for the next phase of his new existence. He pulled over by the side of the road and turned off the ignition and sat there quietly, thinking about nothing at all. After a while, a youngish man on a motorcycle pulled up alongside him. The motorcycle was hardly more than a souped-up bike. The man was wearing a khaki blouse and khaki trousers, all pleats and flounces, a very old-fashioned outfit, something like a scoutmaster's uniform. He himself had an old-fashioned look, too. Dark hair, parted in the middle like an actor in a silent movie. Then Rackman noticed the California Highway Patrol badge on the man's shoulder. He opened the car window. The patrolman leaned toward him and gave him an earnest smile, a Boy Scout smile. Even the smile was old-fashioned. You couldn't help believing the sincerity of it.
"Is there any difficulty, sir? May I be of any assistance?"
So polite, so formal. Sir? Everyone had been calling him sir since this trip had started. The desk clerks, the people in the restaurants, Al Mortensen, and now this CHP man. So respectful, everybody was, back here in prehistory. "No," Rackman said. "No problem. Everything's fine." The patrolman didn't seem to hear him. He had turned his complete attention to Rackman's car itself, the glossy silver Prius, the car out of the future. The look of it was apparently sinking in for the first time. He was staring at the car in disbelief, in befuddlement, in unconcealed jaw-sagging awe, gawking at its fluid, streamlined shape, at its gleaming futuristic dashboard. Then he turned back to Rackman himself, taking in the look of his clothing, his haircut, his checked jacket, his patterned shirt. The man's eyes seemed to glaze. Rackman knew that there had to be something about his whole appearance that seemed as wrong to the patrolman as the patrolman's did to him. He could see the man working to get himself under control. The car must have him completely flummoxed, Rackman thought. The patrolman began to say something, but it was a moment before he could put his voice in gear. Then he said hoarsely, like a rusty automaton determined to go through its routine no matter what,
"I want you to know, sir, that if you are having any problem with your car, we are here to assist you in whatever way we can."
To assist you. That was a good one. Rackman managed a faint smile. "Thanks, but the car's okay," he said. "And I'm okay, too. I just stopped off here to rest a bit, that's all. I've got a long trip ahead of me." He reached for the ignition key. Silently, smoothly, the Prius floated forward into the morning light, and the night that would quickly follow it, and into the random succession of springs and winters and autumns and summers beyond, forward into the mysteries, dark and dreadful and splendid, that lay before him.
Home Time by Ian R. MacLeod, read by Vanessa Hart. Mornings here are just as bad as mornings anywhere else. I sit up in my bunk and scowl at the mirror. The ceiling feels close as a coffin overhead, and if I reach out either way, I can touch the walls. We travelers need a tight space to call our own, a burrow to crawl into. Here at Epsilon Base, we call them torpedo tubes. It's my turn to fix breakfast. The three of us chomp shriveled waffles and pseudo-bacon hunched around the little table in the kitchen area. We've all put on weight during our stay. Stress and boredom do that to you. Janie's in jeans that were tight 3 months ago when we started out, and now look simply painful. The same t-shirt as yesterday, and the day before. Figgis rereads one of his old technical mags, a glob of butter hanging on the strands of the beard he's grown over a face still neat with youth. No one says a word. Janie tosses her greasy blonde hair. She sighs. As I didn't hear any sleep period ramblings between their torpedo tubes, I guess I'm sitting in the chilly slipstream of a lover's argument. My turn to clean up. Funny how often the rota works that way. But still I can't be bothered to argue. Gives me something to do before we get ready for the final jump. In a nice domestic touch, Epsilon's Korean designers placed a tiny basin beside a porthole, so you can see out as you stand there. I plunge my hands into the warm, recycled water. Outside, the storm has died. My hands pause, aimless fish swimming. Ice furs the rim of the porthole, like the white spray that was used in shop windows at Christmas back in England when I was a kid. It's October, which means that the sun here dances a fire around the horizon. The high winds of a few hours ago have left streaks in the ice, like the claw marks of some giant animal. The storm may have died, but faintly through the filtered triple glass, I can still hear the wind. In the Antarctic, it never stops. By the same cosmic coincidence that made it my turn to cook and clean, it also falls to me to check the outside of Epsilon before our next jump. There's no room for me to kit up in my outsuit and my torpedo tube, so I have to do it in the one corner of the cramped living pod that isn't strung with washing. Figgis and Janie just sit around and watch as I strip down to bra and knickers. I'm conscious of my wobbling marbled flesh and the stray bits of body hair. But of course, I'm just good old Dr. Woolley. She's past modesty and all that kind of thing. It feels good to squeeze into the privacy of the inner hatch, to bang it shut and watch the warm air cloud to crystal as the frozen atmosphere gushes in. There's no question that, barring the ocean floor, I'm facing the most hostile atmosphere on Earth. Nothing compared to Io or Venus, of course, but astronauts don't have to breathe the atmosphere or fiddle barehanded with bits of frozen machinery that can peel the skin off your hands like a rubber glove. And astronauts have up-to-date equipment, and they're all Taiwanese. The outer hatch booms open. The shiny outsuit hisses and squeals as it adjusts to the 60-degree drop in temperature. I climb out and down. The white hits my eyes. My lungs go solid tight inside my chest. I glance back. Janie's face is at the porthole. She gives me a smile and a wave, like someone moving off on a train. I stomp a few yards across the ice. Epsilon is shaped like a dumpy starfish. The central mound contains the main life support systems and the comms bay, with the kitchen, the torpedo tubes, the living bay, the medical bay, and snout of the can hopper fanning off. I can't say that Epsilon actually looks like a starfish, because in the one part of the deal that our college really held out for, the whole of the outer body was recoated in military-grade camouflage paint before we left our home time. Even now, from what must be no more than 20 shuffling paces away, I have to squint hard to make it out as more than another frost ghost, given momentary reality by the wind. Janie's gone, figures too. I could almost be alone. I picked my way around the drifts and hollows, checking for accidental debris, anomalies that would almost certainly destroy us. The bitter wind pushes and pulls at me like an argument. It roars in my ears. I do a slow circuit of Epsilon, then another for luck. The wind has already raked away my first footsteps. I brush ice away from the canhopper's cockpit. "Willie?" Janie's voice suddenly crackles over the wind in my ears. "What are you doing out there?" "Won't be long," I say, then pluck off a glove to reach inside my hood and dislodge the comms wire. "I don't need you, Janie. Not out here. Willie doesn't need anyone." I breathe the air. The wind snatches the frozen vapor from my lips and throws it back in my face as grit. Overhead, the sky is lace over blue oblivion. When I was a child and my mother first told me stories about this place, I used to imagine that there really was a pole up here, striped like a candy stick, around which the planet revolved. I squint, darkening the lenses of my goggles by a couple of notches with the press pad inside my mittens as I re-inspect the ground. But it makes little difference. Pure Antarctic roars over my inadequate senses. I'm leaning 20 degrees into the wind just to stand up. Looking at my feet, I see the drift ice racing. Nothing feels still. Snow here is as rare as rain in a desert. All that ever happens is that the wind drives the ice, scooping it into high drifts, bearing the underlying strata, destroying, thank God, every trace of life. White on white on white. I still have to keep reminding myself that we are in the year of our Lord 1890. Gladstone is Prime Minister in England. Zeta Turi is still a distant star, etc., etc. Look at it this way. If I turned my back and walked out across the ice away from Epsilon, if I crossed the Queen Maud Mountains and got as far as McMurdo Sound, and came across a whaler lost amid penguins and icebergs, far from its normal hunting ground, if those rough and stinking men would take me aboard, I would visit India and the Raj, Imperial St. Petersburg, Venice before the flood, chat with Marx or Freud, ride through London in a hansom cab. The whole world, if my very presence didn't cause it to heave into oblivion, would be mine. My toes are dying off. I turn back. When I reach the porthole, I remember that I've torn out my comms wire. A tiny worm of panic bores at my spine. But there's no need to worry. Janie's seen Wooly through the porthole, and she lets Wooly in. She and Figgis once again watch the snow as this ugly butterfly strips from her chrysalis outsuit. But by now, I can't be bothered to feel any irritation. We've all got other things on our minds. It's time for our final jump up the line. We clamber through the internal hatch to the communications bay. Figgis is in charge of this aspect of the mission, so he gets the comfy chair in front of the console while Janie leans her rump against a mainframe that's so old it bears an IBM logo. I have to stoop awkwardly under a plastic strut. Figgis drums his fingers. Janie chews her lips vigorously, pushing strands of graying, mousy hair back from my face. I wonder what exactly it is that I do that gets on their nerves. The numbers on the 2D screen tick by in seconds. The console is a mess of the scribbled stickers that Figgis used to relabel the original Korean Hangul script. Taped beside it is a postcard of Interlaken where he took a pre-Epsilon break, blowing what little advance money the college had been prepared to loan him. The plastic ski runs on the arid mountain slopes looked like spilled rolls of toilet paper. Jumps are something I can never get used to. This is the 15th, if you count the big power surge that first threw us back to 1565 and the vicinity of the South Pole. From there we've moved up through the years, collecting data and growing increasingly weary of each other, by a series of smaller jumps powered by our own internal batteries. Now at least we're that much closer to home. Figgis gives up drumming his fingers and begins to stroke his beard, tugging it as though he's trying to pluck a chicken. The minutes plod by on the screen, and each one is just like any other. But this time of waiting is special with worry. Jumps involve the orbit of the Earth around the Sun, the rotation, and the ever-outward drift of the galaxy. And then you must add to that the flow of time itself. What actually happens is that for a dimensionless moment, we exist in several times and places at once, hovering like a mayfly over the waters of reality, as Epsilon calculates exactly where we should land. So far, the system has worked perfectly. That's what's happening now. We jump, and the porthole on our right fills with the soundless buzz of the jump, which is almost the way the old-fashioned TV screens used to go between channels, but pushed back to 3 or possibly 4 dimensions. Blizzard, without color or sound. A glimpse into the swirling plug hole of the non-universe. A place where there is no light at all, where the absence of everything means even an absence of nothing. We all know that our eyes are simply tricking us when we try to look. We know by now that it's better not to. The screen registers contact. Stalking ladders of data flutter and clear. Figgis sits back and rests his hands behind his neck. The chair creaks. I can smell his sweat. I guess he can smell mine. We brace ourselves for something more, but that's it. This is March 14th, 1912. Epsilon is well within tolerance, even if we're not. Figgis pulls harder at his beard. Janie draws another flake of skin back across her lips. So what we have here, Figgis says, is 1912. Tell us what's happening, Wooly. This is our ritual. I half close my eyes and recite that Asquith is Prime Minister in Britain, that the Titanic will soon be starting her maiden voyage from Southampton. I describe how Nijinsky is wowing Paris, and explain that China has just become a republic. I don't mention that Roald Amundsen has reached the pole a month and a half ago, and that Captain Scott's men are still struggling to get back to Cape Evans. That goes without saying. You see, Figgis says to Janie, tipping her a smile, the beginnings of a reconciliation. Willie knows his stuff. That's me, I say. I grin and slap the strut I'm leaning on with one of my big hammy hands. Good old Dr. Woolley. Epsilon booms faintly. Let's get going. You're the boss. Janie smiles up at me. For a weird moment, I can almost see why men find her attractive. And I wonder if I'd become a lesbian if she turned it on strongly enough, using all that stuff with the pressing tits and the fluttering eyelashes, the way she does with Figgis. Perhaps that would be the answer to all Woolley's problems. Janie's smile widens. Woolley finds herself blushing as she heads for the ladder between the dangling knickers and Y-fronts. Janie pilots the can-hopper. Figgis and I squat on the rumbling seats over the engines with the stretcher rag crammed behind. Watching Janie now, brushing the controls as though they were bruised, the sleeves of her outsuit rolled back from those narrow wrists, can't help but admire her ease and absorption. The canhopper rocks slightly as the eddy from an ice dune tucks under the fuselage, and her hand slides out to brush the boost control. The tone of the right engine alters a fraction through my pelvis, then resumes. Figgis has got the big Canon holocam balanced on his lap. He nods towards it and says to me, "Did I tell you that Janie and I gave this a trial run a few weeks ago in her torpedo tube?" He's grinning. Back in 1650, Janie and Figgis were at maximum rut for each other. It didn't exactly keep them quiet, but it did keep them more or less out of my way. I force a nod, and the skin of my outsuit crackles as if it shares my discomfort. Janie's eyes are still on the window. She doesn't even blink. She's so wrapped up in piloting the canhopper that Figgis and I can talk about her as though she isn't here. Over her head on the console is the date and time, March 14th, 1912, and the day is young yet. Epsilon's computers have thoughtfully avoided any kind of jump lag. It's still only 10:30 in the morning. Trackless, unseen, undetected, we sail 5 meters above the ice desert on an electromagnetic tide. I was expecting a storm, but everything looks clear and sharp as a wedding cake. The sun gold and midway down the sky now, well into the polar autumn. As always, I look for changes when we first crawled out onto the shattered ice of this new era, but there was nothing. If it was safe for us to jump as far as 1950, it might be possible to pick out that faint, grayish haze that the jet pilots had started to report in the sky. But the real differences in this polar environment are being sniffed out by Epsilon's many sensors. More methane, more nitrogen, more carbon dioxide. More of most things apart from oxygen. Even if the dictates of relative safety hadn't determined our choice, the very sterility of the Antarctic would still have made it an ideal place for monitoring the planet. But that's down to the data and the spectrometers that our college will eventually download and sell to the highest bidder. All our poor human senses can report is whiteness. Janie clicks her lips open. "This is it, folks," she says. I lean forward to see out of the windscreen. She's right. There are black specks on the horizon. The canhopper sails quickly towards them. Flags, up-tilted skis. "For God's sake, don't knock anything over," Figgis murmurs. But Janie's in control. The engines sigh to a halt. The canhopper settles its smooth underside a safe distance away across the ice. We bang elbows as we seal up the outsuits and the specially wide and flat-soled shoes. Figgis says he thinks Wooly should go first. Janie nods from underneath her hood and mask. I feel a flood of gratitude. But as I unseal the hatch, I wonder if they're doing it this way just so that Wooly will get the blame if anything goes wrong. Not that any of us really need to worry about that. And out, and down the steps. This really does feel like a historic moment. Even if Scott is a month gone from the pole, and Amundsen by longer, we're lonely travelers here too. Amid these fragile signs of human presence, it feels as if we've arrived somewhere at last. The wind pours over me. It flutters the Norwegian and British flags. The little tent Amundsen left behind is half buried in drift ice. He's already safely back at Fromheim and preparing to report his triumph to the world. But Scott's team are still out there, with Petty Officer Evans already dead and Captain Oates starting to limp badly. Black shapes of tent and ski poles, the sun low and distant across the sparkling ice. The whole scene belongs in some Edwardian painting, but it makes me feel incredibly nostalgic for pastimes of my own. For the stories my mother used to tell me on late afternoons after school by the lake in the park. Though she had never been to the Arctic, She filled my head with dreams of whiteness. A once-upon-a-time continent that, at least until this last dreadful century, remained almost untouched by man. She told me about Shackleton, Amundsen, Scott. Their names grew sharp for me as pavement frost. I saw them as silhouettes in the wild white dark, hopeless and determined, their ships crushed by the ice, death walking beside them, struggling endlessly back towards base camp. We have a picture show back at Epsilon when we're finished. We're all unusually chatty. I don't know about Janie and Ficus, but for me, the ordinary details we found out there were the biggest shock. These men may be legends from my childhood history, but here, at the pole, they were just weary and afraid. They left an inconsequential litter behind them. God knows why, but one of those narrow bicycle repair tins was lying out on the rough ice. There were frozen dog turds from the Huskies, a Norwegian cigarette packet, a screwed-up wrapper of Cadbury's chocolate. It almost looked like the remains of a picnic. I longed to touch. We kept the holocam running all of the time, and that's what we're watching now. We didn't realize what we were doing at the time, as we grouped self-consciously around the tent and the flag. But our pose mimics with terrible clarity those old shots of Amundsen's and Scott's teams doing the same thing. It's eerie. We look almost as tired and afraid. Janie makes dinner for a change. She ransacks the store for freeze-dried plays and mushrooms, little balls of cardboardy rice. She looks at Figgis all the time he eats. A peace offering, of course. He gets the message and rumbles Mel comments about how good it tastes. And there's some acidic frascati she's reconstituted to loosen us up. We keep the conversation safe, going over ground already worn smooth with repetition. After coffee, I offer to clear up, in the expectation that Janie and Figgis will beat a swift retreat to the torpedo tubes to discuss more urgent matters. But something goes wrong behind my back, and Janie storms off alone, shouting, "You never this, and why don't you that?" leaving Figgis drumming his fingers on the table, and the cramped atmosphere colder than it is out there beyond the porthole. More than happy to stay out of it, I take a shower and give myself a good rub-down, marveling at the swelling blue veins in my legs. Then I flop down inside my Korean-sized torpedo tube, balled up in my dressing gown. Faintly, I can hear Janie still sobbing next door. Close my eyes. Relax, Wooly. Tomorrow's a big day. The biggest. I wish I could imagine. Figgis raps on the hatch. He wants to talk. I let him in. This is also ordinary, he says, crouched between the little shelf and the rim of the bunk. Janie and I are arguing like kids. I wish I had your distance from this kind of thing, Wooly. Didn't the college psychologist tell you what was going to happen when they did the profiles? He shakes his head, then nods. Yeah, but I didn't believe them. He pulls at his beard. What did they tell you? They told me I'd be lonely. They told me I was used to it, and that I would cope. I pause, but why not speak the truth for a change? They told me you two squabbling and screwing would get on my nerves. He reaches out a hand. My veiny leg is sticking out of my dressing gown as far as my thigh. He gives it a pat. I'm sorry, Wooly. That's okay, I say, shifting slightly to cover myself. You read any truthful account of this kind of mission, it's always the same. Think of Bly on the Bounty. Figgis grins, and Captain Oates is cursing Scott for his incompetence at this very moment. That's right, I say. He pauses. Janie's gone quiet next door, probably listening to us, trying to catch the words over Epsilon's plastic hum and the muffled scream of the wind. Can I ask you a question? Fire away. Tell me how you feel about sex, Wooly. I've always wondered. You mean, do ugly people have a sex drive? And if so, what do we do with it? He doesn't answer. He's down to shorts and a cut-off t-shirt that's ridden up over his taut belly, so that I can see the beginnings of his pubic hair. His whole body is clear and sharp. No cause for shame. His eyes are sharp, too, and his breath smells sweet through that ridiculous beard. Maybe he's drunk another bottle of the wine. You get used to seeing bits of people when you're a doctor. But that isn't the same as the whole. Yes, I say, I do have a sex drive, and I'm not a virgin either. I was once 19 like everybody else. You know what it used to be like at those parties when the college was still taking regular admissions? When people paired off? There was always some lad drunk enough to do the ugly bitch in the corner a favor. I went through all of that. That phase. But sex on its own is a disappointment, isn't it? It's everything that surrounds it that counts. Fergus's eyes don't flicker. He's watching me the way Janie watches the instruments when she's piloting the can hopper. Would you have liked to have children? Yes. That's another question entirely. Although I understand from my own bitter inward arguments that it follows on neatly enough. Is that why I'm thinking about my mother so much these days? I take a breath. I don't know, I say. Things would just be different. I probably wouldn't be here for a start. Yeah, he says with a sigh. And I realize that I've been tactless. He leans forward. I like the way his young muscles move. And for a moment, I wonder if I don't detect some sexual charge, or at least a need for sharing, in this close torpedo air. But he's just trying to shift his arse on the uncomfortable rim of the shelf. Fergus, he's at ease with Wooly. He could almost be on his own, he says. Do you think Janie's asleep? I doubt it. Well, maybe I should go see her. Clear the air. I smile. You do that. So Fergus works his way out of Wooly's torpedo tube and bangs the hatch shut, leaving me with his faint mannish odor, my own stale disappointments. I dim the lights and lie back. I play music through my ear set for a while. It's Bill Evans in concert, June 25th, 1961. But even as the bass line joins the piano for My Foolish Heart, I can hear Janie and Fergus next door, making up. He's groaning. She's groaning. It's no good. I turn the music off and wait for silence. And it comes. It comes. With Epsilon humming in the faint gathering storm, my fingers reach down and find the place. And touch. I realize that I'm aroused anyway. Poor old Wooly gets off just on the sound of other people doing it. My fingers circle and dance. The darkness moves with them. For a few moments, the sun breaks through the rain clouds and dances white on a lake where laughing bodies dive and mingle, going deep to a place where there's nothing but music. Nothing but light. My vision spins back. This torpedo tube, the sound of my heart. Eventually, I sleep. And I dream, as so often recently, about my mother. And with her face, with her voice, comes an echo of trolley wheels squealing along a hospital corridor, the bright wash of fluorescent light, the itchy feel of the stool on which I had to sit and wait for her on that day she went to collect her test results. The dream's so familiar that part of me is just watching. As she comes back through those swing doors and stoops towards me, somehow still managing to keep a smile on her face. Looking, in fact, almost relieved. I realized that she must have already known that she had cancer. Mum was also a doctor after all, and you always tend to expect the worst when your own health's at stake. So this would just be confirmation that she was dying. Perhaps she brought me with her to the hospital for moral support. Perhaps it was just because it was in the school holidays and she didn't know what else to do with me. And I sat, waiting for her on that seat in the corridor, whilst the nurse behind the desk gave me sweets that had gone sticky in their wrappers. The face of the woman I see coming out through those double doors, big jaw, small mouth, big forehead, large, deep, close-set eyes, is much like the one that stares back at me nowadays from the mirror, even if I do sometimes wish I could manage her smile. Mum said something to me as she bent down. Always in these dreams, I can see her lips move, but I can't quite understand. Not exactly. It was something about making the most of time. Love. Time, love, home. Not long. Something like that. And as always in my dream, in memory too, I strain to catch her words. But I can never quite hear them. Mum died within a year. She turned gray and her skin faded off her big bones, and the pain that she was reluctant to take medication for often made her irritable. Little Wooly was 11 by then, with most of her mother's ugly features, most of her mother's aptitudes. Like Mum, I was already a loner, the giver and taker of easy playground jokes. And, like Mum, I eventually became a doctor. The only thing about me really that's different, until recently anyway, when even my own biological clock has given off the occasional premenopausal ping, is that I've never entertained thoughts of having children. Not that Mum took the usual step of pairing off with a suitable man. Like me, I suppose that course was less than straightforward for her. She went instead to a sperm bank and had the thing done coldly, methodically, without all the lies and the fumbling, the pretenses of passion. Thus it was that little Wooly, the product of a nameless and unknown father, finally entered the world. Thus it was that Wooly began a life that has ended up here, in the Antarctic of a different century, as the product of genes which had, appropriately enough, been frozen. 2 hours out from Epsilon, on the trail of the British Antarctic expedition under the command of Robert Falcon Scott. Janie pushes the can hopper hard across the ice plateau. She's in control. Vickers drums his fingers. The tight air inside the can hopper resonates as the engines drone. Whatever happened between the two of them last night has left a residue that lies somewhere between love, lust, anger, despair. The Greeks probably had a word for it. It seems to me that they've both finally realized that this relationship is heading in the same direction as every other relationship they've ever been involved in. That the personality profiles were right. The fact is, Janie and Vickers, despite their good looks, their relative youth, their admirable if somewhat over-specific intellects, are both constitutionally incapable of sustaining a long-term relationship, let alone love. At times like this, I feel truly sorry for them, and sense more easily the desperation that has driven them here. Both double divorcees, Janie and Vickers have been ejected from the present at least as thoroughly as poor old Wooly has. Perhaps they'd entertain thoughts of staying together, of using the chat show and media spin-off fees we're hoping to get when our college goes public, to buy a proper house in a Sony enclave and recover custody of the children they've left in their turbulent wake. Amazing, when you think about it, that we've lasted out this whole month together. But we have. Just about. The profiles were right about that, too. Me, I'm simply glad that we're nearly at the end of it, and that the chances seem reasonably high that we'll return to home time. Your turn to drive, Wooly. I blink my way back to the present. Okay, Wooly? You look like... Janie glances back over her shoulder. The can hopper is on hover, and she's human again. She smiles a human smile. I'd better not say. Right, I think. Right. I take the controls. All the dials are pointing towards the top, except for those dials that should be in the middle, which are in the middle, and those which aren't working at all or have been disconnected, which are limp or blank. I ease the can hopper forward. Another couple of hours on the plateau for Janie to rest before the difficult bit. The ice rushes by. Not as fast as before, although Wooly does her woolly best. I search left and right for the tracks left by Scott's men, but there's nothing. Even assuming they kept a course this straight on their return, the wind scours everything away. The sun has dropped west, but I still need to keep the screen fairly dark. I can make out the faint reflection of Figgis and Janie behind me. I watch Figgis rest his hand on the inside of Janie's thigh. I concentrate on the driving. 3 Degree Depot flashes by a couple of 100 meters east. Flags on litter. I circle once at a distance, but we decide not to stop. We're too afraid by now, too hurried, too eager. The sun slides closer to the ice at our backs, throwing huge shadows. Far ahead, something jagged breaks the flat horizon. The can hopper races on. Saw serrations become teeth. Teeth become mountains. The sun sinks lower and reddens, daubing them with blood. Janie yawns behind me. She says, "Move over, Wooly." I slow the can hopper without argument. Janie settles into the pilot's seat. Figgis scratches his beard. The Transantarctic mountains rise and rise, damming the glacier of the polar plateau. The ice starts to buckle into great ridges. We're sailing over the wreckage of a vast conflict. Janie has to climb hard on manual to get over and around the pressure faults. Looking out the side window and down into the blue chasms is almost as bad as staring out of the porthole during a jump. The can hopper's engines hiss with effort, and I lever my arms for balance against the bulkhead. Everything is huge. Blood and shadow. Trying to ignore the part of my mind that insists on trying to give meaning to the shapes, I crane my neck up towards the mountain flanks, where there are slashes of bare stone. Scott's men made special detours, just to take off their mittens and touch. In this desert of ice, I can understand why. We pass into mountain shadow. It can't be possible. But I feel the chill. Then out into a glare of light, too extreme for the screen's somewhat aged dimmers to cope with. Janie slows abruptly as she waits for the whiteout to settle. We're moving through a jagged gouge. It's too rough to be called a valley. The shadow blinks over us again. Bluish ice tumbles into squares that, for a giddy instant, could be the size of sugar cubes, or the blocks God hewed to make the universe. Janie checks the readouts, draws back to a total crawl. Now that the engines are quietened, I can hear the patter of wind-driven ice striking the can hopper's fuselage. Slow ahead. The can hopper crests a ridge. There's a glimpse of a far horizon, then another ridge, and my stomach drops into space beyond. The wind tips us like a kite, but Janie's hands are in 3 places at once, taking us down a magnetic slide. The Beardmore Glacier is below us, an immense fan of ice and moraine soaping out from the mountains. The land ends here, but the ice carries on, the great shelf filling the bay of Ross Sea. My stomach settles. and for a few moments I believe I can see the blue rim where the ocean finally begins. But that's 400 kilometers away, and already the cloud directly below is thickening. It closes over. We drift down the ice falls. Ghost ships lean from the coiling mist. There are cracks and chasms. It's a devil's stairway. I keep telling myself that 5 starving men have recently picked their way up and down this glacier and beyond. I can't believe it. Not even when Janie slows to point out a discarded glove lying close to a crevasse. Figgis muses that maybe this is the place where Petty Officer Evans fell and nearly lost his life. Even if there are grounds for supposing that the accident was dreamed up by Scott to provide an excuse for Evans' drift into insanity. We pass the flags and the wreckage of last glacial depot. I can sense desperation in those remains, as Janie does a slow circuit. Shreds of torn canvas. The ice scuffed as though there was some kind of fight. A dented paraffin can rests a good 20 meters away. It's all too easy to imagine it being kicked or thrown there in anger when they found out that the extreme cold had leached its precious contents away. And Evans will be sulking and muttering to himself, ill and getting iller. And Scott remains aloof, perhaps already sensing what lies ahead, that his diary will be the only thing that matters. We're catching up on them now, both in time and distance. They were here 20 days ago. Unbelievably, it's taken us just half a day in the Canhoffer to gain a whole month on them. Everything is so real now, so close. Everything else we've done, all the research, all the secrecy, all the backroom deals, all the delays, the endless planning, all the reassurances we've given ourselves that, despite the odd tiff and hiccup, things have been going pretty well. They count for nothing. Suddenly, we realize that we're approaching the only moment in this journey that ever mattered. Forget about fame and money and glory and science and history. Forget about the muffled arguments in the torpedo tubes and park bench dreams of whiteness, the endless wastes of half a dozen lost centuries. Forget about the hope of what we might or might not bring back to home time. We're simply very, very afraid. Even allowing for the fact that the universe, at least in mathematical terms, seems to function just as well running backwards as it does forwards, time travel remains a paradox, a mystery. In many ways, we know little more about it than did the researchers who made that first tentative backward nanosecond push a quarter of a century ago. Can you really assassinate Hitler, Napoleon? Give an early warning to the residents of Pompeii, Hiroshima, Liverpool. The truth is that in a sense, we still don't know. Of course, time travel research was instantly a hot property. Imagine a bomb that arrives at its target before it's been fired. A strategic early warning computer that jumps backward to give itself time to issue commands. Better still, you can eliminate the commanders of pesky military rivals before they've been born. For a while, the possibilities seemed endless. But they were not. The timeline we live within is somewhat elastic, and will seemingly accept the disruptions that the very presence of something like Epsilon will cause. But it is also extremely sensitive. Anything that might actually change things simply disappears with nothing more than a clap of returning air. That, at least, is the generally accepted theory. As by the nature of these things, any time-disrupted jumps have simply failed to return, and have left no mark on history. There will always be room for doubt. It may be that the stored-up energy that the outraged meta-universe emits when confronted with an irreconcilable kink in time seeds a new Big Bang. Or it may be, as some optimists still assert, that those lost time travelers and recording devices are still out there in some alternate rerun of our world. But even the optimists have no answer to the question of how they can be deemed to have got there using time travel from a future that will no longer be their own. And the optimists haven't looked out of Epsilon's portholes during mid-jump. For all our hunger for the past, it seems that we can only peer under its very edges. And for reasons that may have something to do with our penchant for recording and studying history, or possibly even the anthropic cosmological principle, it remains especially dangerous to tamper with the works of man. The very universe, it seems, resists. Thus it was that many international treaties and protocols were agreed, to be policed by watchdogs at least as powerful as those that oversaw the rampant proliferation of nuclear weapons in the previous century. The United Koreans, in particular, were more consistent in the breach than the observance. In view of their spectacular military and industrial success, it may be that they succeeded where others failed. But even they seem to have lost interest now. Time travel, at least in the sense that we once imagined it, is itself in danger of becoming history. Figgis takes the controls for a while as the canhopper slides away from the rubble of the glacier. Janie curls up in the seat beside him and snatches reluctantly at sleep. The storm blows up quickly, lying flat white across the screen one moment, then tunneling back and back the next. It looks unnervingly like the empty buzz that comes when you jump. The clock above the screen says 2:30 p.m. March 15th, 1912. We have a big margin. There really is no need to push this hard. But we are caught up in the urgency of the chase, the need to get things done. Unbelievably, the storm gets worse. Janie takes over, and even she has to use the scanners. The green images flicker. I can see lips and faces. The star skulls of Lovecraftian old ones. Gothic shrines to the wind. Faces in the playground shouting, "Stupid, ugly, woolly." I close my eyes. After school, at what was also called home time in those days before the words were purloined, the other kids would stop taunting me when they saw my mother waiting on that bench beside the lake. In the winter, her big hands would be red and blue from the cold, and in the summer there'd be rings of sweat under her arms, and her face would often be so wet that she looked as if she'd been crying. I'd sit down beside her, and she'd tell me about her day, and then those stories of the Antarctic, and all the other things I suppose most parents tell their kids. Like how she'd sat here on the first afternoon after she'd been inseminated at the clinic, and stared across the water, and breathed the scents of fresh-cut municipal grass. Ice cream vanilla, litter bends. Those were some of the last good seasons in England. Summers that brought decent heat. Autumns of mist where leaves fell from the living trees. Winters of snow and frost. The last glimmers, as it turned out, of our country's wealth and glory. Across the lake on the hottest of days, lads in cut-off jeans dived laughingly from the wooden pier. And every year, since Mum could remember, the cold undertow from the deep natural caverns would draw one of them down, and a body would be discovered days or weeks later, bobbing in the lime pits on the far side of town. Mum, being Mum, she sometimes tried to warn them off the risk they were taking, but they always just kept on laughing. They'd never listen. Eventually, we'd make our way up the streets towards home. I'd hold Mum's hand, and she was tall above me, and I'd think of Shackleton climbing that last mountain towards the whaling station, and of Scott, and of Captain Oates. The biodetector at the bottom of the console gives a gentle bleep. I blink awake and lean forward. My spine goes cold. This is much too soon. Scott's men can't be here. I can almost feel the outraged universe preparing to spit us out with one simple cataclysmic heave. Then the rough shape of a cairn looms out of the ice storm, a cross and the ripple of a flag. The canhopper circles, and still the biodetector bleeps, unable, or at least uncalibrated by its Korean makers, to distinguish the frozen dead from the near-frozen living. "Must be Evans," Figgis says. "Isn't anyone else it could be? Pity we can't get a decent picture." So this is the grave of Petty Officer Edgar Evans, who dreamed not of reaching the unattainable, but of retirement and a good pension from a grateful government, maybe enough cash to buy a pub down in some pretty part of Kent. His decline could have had something to do with a fall on the Beardmore Glacier, but what medical evidence there is makes that unlikely. To Edwardians like Scott and his team, the initial signs of mental instability in a man such as Evans would have been a source of puzzled embarrassment. They would try to find a simple physical explanation. Scott had his own complex obsessions. He didn't realize that the simplest hopes are the ones that break most easily. And although Evans was easily the biggest of the team, he had to make do on the same starvation rations as the others, as they man-hauled their sleds across the ice. Janey turns the canhopper back on their trail. In a quiet moment that is probably the closest an old agnostic like me ever gets to prayer, I wonder how I can ever explain about having to put up with her and Figgis when the 4 men ahead of us have had to share Evans' last hours as he screamed and raved in their tent. And then I wonder, I simply can't help it, what death will feel like. That last push when I cross the final barrier. Will I know about it? Has it already happened? At last, we are close. Janey is at the controls. Even she is keeping the speed down now. We're at the buzzing edges of the storm, with snatches of clarity between the flurries. Moving slow left and right over Scott's estimated course, she finds fresh sledge tracks, the scuff of wounded feet. She follows, keeping low. On the map display at her side, our course now wavers the same drunken line followed by the 4 men ahead. It's exactly 1:30 p.m. Friday, March 15th local time, when the biodetector starts to bleep. The range is just over 3 kilometers. The air's jagged crystal now, as Janey pulls up the magnification on the detector's bearing. There are black specks against the white, stooped. They don't seem to be moving. Yet they are. Slowly. Janey matches the canhopper's motion to theirs. She increases the magnification again. The canhopper balances their distance, moving forward an agonized footstep at a time. So that's it. Contact. We dare not move closer for now, even with the canhopper's military camouflage. Janey clicks all the controls to auto. Then her shoulders sag and she draws her hands over her face, rocking back and forth. Figgis is pulling at his beard. I can hear the soft snap as it comes out by the roots. The afternoon is endless. The canhopper moves forward in tiny jerks. It's agony watching the image of Scott's men magnified against the whiteness. But none of us can look away. Amundsen got to the pole with skis and dogs, but the British way has always been man-hauling. Sure, Scott brought along dogs, but no one had been trained to use them. He brought ponies, which all died, much to the distress of Cavalry Captain Oates. He brought skis, which they didn't know how to use. And he brought 3 snazzy mechanical sleds, one of which fell through the ice, whilst the others broke down. At the end of the day, every British explorer knew that the Antarctic was about man-hauling, a harness, and a heavy sledge to pull. Even looking at them, I can't believe it. They've dragged themselves this way across 3,000 kilometers of ice. As Janie and Figgis and I stare out, the thought surely crosses all our minds that we should drift in closer, turn on the canhopper's lights, beckon these men over, feed them, give them warmth. This, I decide, must be how God feels, looking down, knowing that he cannot intervene. With the engines almost at shutdown, I can hear the wind quicken, then decrease. Ghosts rise up from the ice, white on white. I'm too tired to think. And again I can see claws, ravenous eyes and teeth, faces pushed close and shouting. A park bench. One of the 4 men ahead is obviously in greater pain than the others. It's difficult to watch any of them, but with Captain Oates it actually hurts. He doesn't walk. It's an inhuman shuffle, something out of a monster comic book. He falls behind. After a while, Scott, Bowers, and Wilson droop their limbs and loosen their harnesses as they wait for him to catch up. Eventually he does, but soon he falls behind again. Oates is suffering from scurvy, which was still the scourge of polar explorers at the start of the last century. One of the disease's many unpleasant characteristics is that it unknits old wounds. His thigh was shattered by a sniper's bullet during the Boer War. By now, the scar tissue will have dissolved. I watch as he falls behind once more. There can't be any doubt amongst them that their chances of survival are thinning by the hour. Scott has already called Oates a terrible burden in his diary, but not for much longer. For today is March 15th, 1912, when Captain Lawrence Edward Grace Oates finally walks out of history and into legend. Evening of a sort, with Oates still shuffling far behind. The others begin to put up the tent. It takes a long time, and there are fresh ice flurries coming from the east. Clumsy fingers, clumsy minds. None of them seem inclined to take a piss before they go in. They'll be dehydrated as well. Or maybe they've given up caring. They close the tent. Oates finally gets there too. There's an odd sort of pantomime before they let him in. Janie rests the canhopper on the ice for an hour. None of us is hungry, but we eat, guessing that the men inside the tent are doing the same, sharing out the frozen crumbs of their few remaining rations. We have hot soup, crackers, a chocolate bar each. The wind howls. After an hour and no sign of further activity, Janie starts up the canhopper again and drifts in much closer, down from 2 kilometers to 1, then 500 meters, 4, 3, 2, 100, then 50. She uses the screen projection and the biodetector to make sense of the storm. But now that we are this close to the tent, the skis and the sledges are clearly visible through the streaming white. Janie kills the canhopper's engines. In the sudden silence, I can hear the rattle of ice against the fuselage. And canvas fluttering. We all dress awkwardly in our outsuits and move the litter of the journey away from the canhopper's outer door in case anything should get blown out. It's uncomfortable in all this thick padding, but we dare not be anything but fully ready now. We wait. Wilson, the doctor in the party, has given Oates a heavy dose of morphine. They all hoped without saying that it would finish him off. The storm is unnerving, gray-white static. Any time now. We wait. The storm quietens a little. The midnight sun flickers gold. Just as the drift ice begins to sweep over again, the side of the tent flutters oddly. For a moment, I think it's just a twist of the wind, but then I see it jerk again. There's no doubt that the laces of the outer flap are being pulled. A head appears. We watch without a word. Janie's gloved hand circles the canhopper's door release. Oates falls out from the tent on hands and knees, his head down between his shoulders. Behind him, the ties jerk as someone pulls them shut again. He crawls forward, without looking up, makes an effort at standing, fails as his right leg shoots out at an agonizing angle. He's dragging something behind him. I can't exactly make it out through the storm, but I know from the records that he's taken his sleeping bag and boots out there with him. Neither would be any use to him, but at the very least it must have been plain to the others what Oates was doing. Still, we wait. It could take several hours for him to die, and it was decided long ago that we should wait for him to get at least 20 meters from the tent. But he's moving so slowly. He keeps standing up, falling over. He looks drunk. Maybe the morphine has affected him. After about 12 meters, I put up the hood of my outsuit and say, "Let's go," in a shout that comes out as a whisper. Janie pushes the release. The Antarctic storm roars in. I climb down the steps from the canhopper, swaying against the wind. I unclip the syringe gun from my belt. My body is screaming, "Hurry, hurry," but the last thing we dare risk is one of us sustaining an injury. I take my bearings as Figgis and Janie back out with the stretcher. Oates still has his head down. The screaming wind is masking whatever noise we are making. He still hasn't seen us or the canhopper. We push forward towards Oates and the tent. They've stacked their gear on the far side to act as a feeble windbreak, so at least we don't have to worry about tripping over a sledge or damaging something. Figgis has a flashlight on the shoulder of his outsuit. The idiot turns it on, and I signal wildly to him through the blizzard, too excited to think about using the comm set. The tunnel of light, if it caught directly on the tent's filthy weave, would shine straight through. Janie gets the message and reaches to turn the thing off herself. Still, Oates is crawling. The ties of the sleeping bag are looped around his trailing injured foot. His hands wedged up inside the reindeer skin finnesko boots for leverage. And the world is still here. The ties of the universe haven't broken, and Oates hasn't seen us. I push on into the storm. Half my mind is still on that tent, and the 3 men inside it who belong, untouched by us, in history. Now, Oates looks up. His hands still pushed into the boots like clumsy mittens. I'm 3 meters from him. I raise the syringe gun to quieten him, expecting him to yell or struggle. Seeing the 3 of us coming out of this storm must surely feel like one last nightmare on top of every other. His face is blotched red and white inside the porthole of his balaclava, puffed beyond all normal expression. Maybe it's that or snow blindness, but I can sense no surprise. Reluctant to use the gun unless I have to, I bend forward, holding out my hand. I know it's absurd, but I'm smiling under my mask. "Hi, we're from the future. Please keep quiet. For God's sake, don't take us to your leader." I get a whiff of him even through my mask and the storm. Gangrene. I grab the cloth covering his shoulders. It's half rotten and starts to break up in my hands. But Figgis and Janie have got the message and are moving quickly to the left. Oates looks straight up at me. Maybe it's just the pain, but I get a cold feeling of recognition. He moans something. It's far too quiet to be heard over this storm, but to me it sounds like make the most of time, home, hurry. Something like that. Now I give him the syringe gun. His body has no strength. It goes loose instantly. Janie and Figgis lay the stretcher on the hissing ice. The 3 of us roll Oates onto it. We can't take any risks. Figgis untangles the sleeping bag before we lift the stretcher up. He has to use his bare hands. And Janie grabs one of his gloves just before the wind spins it off into the storm. We lift the stretcher, and as we do so, the boot comes away from Oates' right hand. This time, I remember the comm set. Remember, my voice crackles loud in my own head, I found the sleeping bag and the right boot. Ficus gives what could be a thumbs up as we back away towards the open door of the can hopper. The boot and the loose sleeping bag start to tumble east, where they will be discovered next spring by Sergeant Atkinson's party after they have found Scott and the others dead in their tent. Just the few extra kilometers they managed to drag themselves down the trail. It takes 1,000,000 times longer than it should for us to haul the stretcher up inside the can hopper. I have to keep telling myself that what we're doing is already part of history. Oates is safe. Nothing has changed. This is exactly what always happened, right down to that boot and that sleeping bag tumbling off in the terrible wind. The body of Captain Lawrence Oates was never found, never was, and never will be. We were here. We took him. We've always been part of history. The door swings in on silence. The ice swirls, confetti settles on the can hopper's plastic floor. It's still freezing in here, and our breath is pluming clouds, but already the heaters are starting to whir. Already Janie is sliding into the pilot seat, slamming on the engines. Already we are on our way. Ficus helps me settle the stretcher into the supports behind our seats. Janie's pushing the can hopper ridiculously hard. I rip off my mask and yell at her to cool it. Steadying myself with one hand, I tear the wrapper off of steel and cut through the layers of hood and balaclava. I have to remind myself that there really is a human being underneath this mess. I ease the boot away from his left arm. Oates has set the reindeer skin down as far as the toes so that he can get it on and off his swollen foot. But something else looks odd about it. There isn't time to think now, but my mind tells me anyway, just as I drop the soggy weight to the floor. It's his left arm. But this is the right boot. I glance back at Ficus and Janie. They are too busy for anything right at this moment. I say nothing. He needs oxygen. I turn up the supply and hold it above his face without touching the seared flesh. 1 breath. 2. Easy now. Then I take a whiff myself. The smell of oats gets worse as I slice away more layers. I have to keep the overhead heaters on full to bring his body temperature up fast. And the flesh, and the rags. Sometimes it's hard to be quite sure which is which. Are starting to warm. Oates' hands are swollen tight, the skin and nails peeled back like old paint on a fence. I drag my suddenly sweating body from my outsuit and working underwear. Hardly sterile conditions, and God knows what Captain Oates is going to think if he wakes up now. But Oates is barely alive. The shock of us, and the stretcher, and the syringe gun can't have helped. The blood analysis is up on the screen. It tells me that Wilson gave Oates a lot more morphine than anyone back at our college had predicted. I can't imagine what power it was that moved him across the ice. I take another hit of oxygen before I start work on the legs. This is the worst bit. I already know what I'll find from the smell of rotting meat, but that doesn't make it any easier. The right leggings are swollen taut from the thigh to the feet. I tease apart a seam and start to cut down and through. The flesh is white, blue, red, black, green. It spills out like weak jelly. I cut further. Bits of bone jut up. Just as I reach the knee, Captain Oates' eyes snap open. I wonder if the morphine has somehow nullified my own injection, before I notice the screen and realize that this is the characteristic spasm that begins seconds before the heart stops beating. I jam open his mouth and slam the electrodes onto his wasted chest. Bits of flesh flake away, and I snap some bones in my hurry. I'm shouting for help, and even Janie must have sensed the sudden urgency because she's brought the can hopper back to float. Ficus knows enough to hold the oxygen over Oates' mouth and otherwise keep out of my way as the body jerks and shudders with each shock. After the initial panic, I work smoothly. Apart from the mess Oates is in, It's textbook stuff. But the body gets looser and harder, and the moment comes that has nothing to do with clinical judgment or the flat traces on the screen, when I know there isn't anything left to fight. History was right. Captain Oates died in the Antarctic. Climbing through the ruined cities of the ice pack and the Beardmore Glacier, the air inside the can hopper is appalling. The improvised body bag isn't much help, and the lowest temperature I can get Oates down to is 3°C. Planning on bringing a live passenger back to Epsilon, we left all the cryogenic stuff back in the medical bay. He'll keep, of course, but that isn't really the point. So this is it. The end, really, of everything. The whole point of this journey was this one big gamble of doing what no one else had ever done and bringing a live human being back to our home time. The idea was daring, perfect. Not only that, but it would be Captain Oates. Our college would be rich again. The research grants would pour in. We'd get paid regularly. We could even start taking in students. It wouldn't matter then that the loans for the project were secured by dubious means, that were breaking national law and international treaty. The glory, the fame, would eclipse any problems. All of England, all of Britain, Europe even as a whole, would stir from its poverty. Fearful and amazed Oriental eyes would turn towards us once again. Flags of ice and cloud drift over the golden peaks. Janie hogs the canhopper's controls. Biggest breeze through his fingers. No one says a word. No one needs to. Our failure is there in the blackened ruin fermenting behind us. It's there in every sickening breath. I can't sleep, and find it hard to even close my eyes. When I do, I get the feeling that the darkly reproachful ghost of the dead captain is standing beside me. The senses finally detect Epsilon up ahead. Janie makes an uncharacteristic botch of docking the canhopper, giving the outer bay a dent. She curses. Figgis and I exchange hollow glances. There'll be an inquest about that when we get back to home time. Now that we're returning with a corpse, there'll be an inquest about everything. In the medical bay, I finish off doing the things I should have done inside the canhopper. No point in actually tidying Captain Oates up, of course, now that he's just an archaeological relic. The specialists will squeal if I do so much as wipe his diarrheic arse. Looked at from this angle, old Dr. Woolley here has already done a lot of damage trying to save his life. He'll want every ounce of dirt, every drop of fluid that is pattering through the stretcher to the floor. All of it will be worth something, and will help defray our costs. But a few preparations are necessary before I freeze him. I've got a mask on, but the gas Oates is giving off is still enough to sting my eyes. Gray-white slashes of his body peek out through what my steels and the Antarctic have done to his clothing. The flesh over the ribcage looks like it's under suction. The arms belong on a burnt chicken. Only the penis and the bluish scrotum look anything like they should, jutting with jaunty irrelevance from a nest of hair. As I take a couple of blood samples, watery pink from the neck, clotted purple from the shriveled buttocks, to determine the exact stage of decay, Oates' narrow, deep-set eyes stare at me. His teeth are clenched, the wide lips drawn back through the beard like a grin. This sort of thing never used to bother Woolley when she did pathology, but that's many years away, and far away from here. Talking to the eyes of the cameras, I give him the necessary jabs to slow the formation of damaging ice crystals in the cells, one for each portion of each limb, just like pricking a turkey for the oven, as my old pathology professor used to say. Then I stretch out the protective film, locking the pumps and the cables. The film shrivels over him like shrink wrap on cheese, pushing the bloated hands flat, smoothing the face and widening the eyes, catching the penis at a funny angle, leaving it sticking up like a tiny monument. I feel the cold breath on my skin. Goodbye, Captain Oates. The ice got you after all. Janie's torpedo tube is open and empty. Ficus's is closed. As I flop down inside my own, you hear the fall of their voices over the faint scream of the wind. Sounds like woolly this and woolly that, but that's probably my paranoia. I did my best. I've been over it all 1,000 times already. The one question mark hangs over the syringe gun, and the college experts had agreed that there was a margin of safety with Oates' probable level of morphine. But I can't help wondering. I see Oates' face staring out at me, out from the balaclava. His lips moved, shipping words that were like time, home, move, hurry, love. Something like that. Even then, I don't think I panicked. It just felt for a moment as if he understood, as if he had gone out of the tent expecting to be rescued. But that's impossible. So no, I'll tell the inevitable inquiries. I don't think Dr. Woolley panicked, no way. When I awake in my torpedo tube, silence has frozen over Epsilon, settled soft and heavy. I climb out and stumble around the plastic floors and plimsolls in an old football jersey. I stow away the clean washing. I tidy up in the kitchen area. I wipe down the floors with disinfectant that smells like a forest of plastic Christmas trees. Everything is faintly but sickeningly pervaded by the smell of Oates. I get a childish satisfaction from putting things back where they belong, as if I'm making some kind of point about the state of this expedition. Stupid, really. But I'd imagined that people would look at Woolley differently after Epsilon. Yes, Woolley had been kidding herself, just like Janie and Ficus. The only difference was, I didn't even realize I was doing so. Epsilon needs to be clean and tidy. I don't want people to get the impression that we've let things slip when we jump to home time. In the comms bay, I peel off Ficus's postcard of Interlaken. Beyond the portholes, I see that snow is falling. Rare as rain in a desert. I smile as I look out, watching it flutter at the glass, dancing in graceful drifts. Then suddenly, it's gone. Absolutely nothing takes its place. 4 hours later, Janie and Ficus and I are talking in that slow way that finally comes when your panic glands run dry. The air inside Epsilon is growing warmer, and the smell of Oates seems to be getting worse. Or maybe it's just us. They both thought Woolley had finally flipped when I hauled them out of their torpedo tube. I got a grim kind of satisfaction out of showing them the empty buzz beyond the portholes. But that soon passed, as Janie started to hug herself and say, "So what do we do now?" until the question became a meaningless sound. She's calm as any of us now after the jab I gave her, and sits at the kitchen table with her arms folded tight. Emptiness surges at the triple glass behind her back. We're no longer in the Antarctic. We're no longer anywhere. I wish we could put some kind of curtain up over the porthole, but the idea seems comically domestic. There's no power surge, so this has nothing to do with Epsilon's own jump engines, says Ficus, walking his fingers towards us across the table, then walking them back again. It looks as though some natural force had intervened between us and, well, reality. Of course, his fingers reach up to his beard. I could be wildly wrong. Behind us the buzz goes on and on. It seems both dense and fragile. You keep expecting it to roar, but there isn't any sound. I decide to tell them about the mix-up with Oates' left and right boots. For once, they don't bother to argue. Any explanation is better than none at all. That or something else we've overlooked must have been enough for the universe to reject us as foreign matter. It seems as if the non-state out there is slowly eating away at Epsilon. The electronic filters in the porthole glass are weakening, and there are signs that the outer coatings of camouflage are breaking up. There has to be a chance, Janie says as the angry grayish light that isn't light flickers. Otherwise we'd be dead already. So if the computer could work out a pattern, we could probably jump back to home time, maybe not to England, but at least to the Antarctic. Then we just get in the canhopper and aim for the coast. You know what it's like there. We'd soon come across a mine or a rig or a garbage tanker. Are the sensors still working? I ask. Figgis shrugs. They're not broken, but there's nothing out there to record. There isn't even a vacuum. I mean, if there was, Epsilon would simply have burst. But I think Janie's right. We have to jump. What else can we do? Janie nods, the movement notched by the trembling of her head. That has to be it. How can we jump when we don't know where we are? Do you have a better idea? I have a simpler one, I say. We could just step outside. Figgis and Janie stare at me. Now they know I'm mad. Like Captain Oates, I add. Jesus, Figgis whispers. You mean you're expecting to be rescued? The sweat down my back feels cold, even though the air is getting warmer by the minute. Epsilon generates heat that is designed to radiate into an atmosphere. But now there is no atmosphere, so the outer skin is getting warmer and warmer as it corrodes. We can't turn off the life supports, and even if we did, that would still be the heat the three of us are generating. I wonder how long it will take for poor old Oates to thaw. But we'd all be long dead by then. Look, Figgis says. If you want to asphyxiate or fry or implode or whatever else would happen outside, that's fine by me, Wooly. But don't expect us to follow. If we can time things right, we might as well try a jump. His voice trails of uncertainty. I think he genuinely hadn't realized until that moment that we're really not discussing means of escape, but ways of ending our lives. If you want to get back to home time that badly, I say, and assuming you'd recognize what you found. It's a home. Janie grins and shivers. Out of the window, I think for a moment that I glimpse something. But it's just Wooly's mind playing tricks, imposing order on chaos. It's just more static, more nothingness. On and on. It's a creepy sensation. Like gazing into the eyes of God. I have to look away. Will you let me go? I ask. But Janie and Figgis are staring at each other. Figgis has already got the impossible equations of the jump blurring his eyes, and Janie's white and eager. They don't stand a chance. But then neither do I. That's our only hope. I leave them and head for the medical bay, where a faint mist rises from the famous Captain Oates. Death and freezing have smoothed the suffering from his face. Under the grime and the beard, he's even faintly good-looking. The sort of large, deep-set features that look terrible on a woman, good on a man. There's no porthole in here, but part of me can feel the emptiness outside anyway. It's there at the back of my jaw, like the pain of wisdom teeth, and beneath my fingernails. It's in the places where blood and bone corrode. The lights are dimming as the life support struggles to keep up. How funny, after the frozen Antarctic, that the most immediate threat to our lives is this increasing heat. For now, Oates is still solid as a brick, looking up at me with unwavering, pearly eyes. Even my old pathology professor would have to admit I've done a good job on him. Pity no one's ever going to see it. Still, Wooly tells herself, there's always a chance. Everything you do in life is a race against death and time. So why should this be any different? I open a fresh steel. Fortunately, Oates' legs are spread wide enough for me to make a rough incision in the perineum below the scrotum. Through the film, into the frosty flesh. Crude stuff. But I'm not doing any damage to the cells that matter. It takes another steel to work my way up, avoiding the ridge of the pelvis, the sartorius, the vas deferens, the symphysis pubis. I'm sweating rivers, but my hands are cold and clumsy. I slice through the woven scrap of a label. Burberry Mills, Empire Cotton, size 34M. The steel is blunting again, as I peel the scrotal sac away in its entirety. The frozen penis snaps like, a frozen penis. I let the whole lot cling into a bucket. Contrary to popular belief, whilst sperm are manufactured in the testicles, the live ones are stored in the seminal vesicle at the base of the bladder prior to ejaculation. It's that, and the icy pink stone of the prostate below it, that I eventually extract. I have to be careful thawing the fluid, and even then I need to thin it out with plasma. Rather than chance the artificial stuff we have in store, I centrifuge a little out from my own blood, and then centrifuge the mixture again, to concentrate what little there is of Captain Oates' semen. Everything takes an age. Human reproduction is a messy process at the best of times, even when it doesn't involve a frozen and malnourished corpse. Messy and chancy. But Mother Nature is profligate with her resources, even here, in this no place. I risk the couple of extra minutes it takes to get a quick sample under the microscope, and I can't help smiling as I watch the meager few tens of millions of living sperm I've managed to filter jostle on the console screen. It's against all the odds, really, to have got even this far. So at least there's a faint chance. I know I've hurried the thaw, and I've hardly stuck to professional clinical standards. But maybe if you break enough rules, the odds eventually start to tumble back in your favor. I half expect Janie and Figgis to walk in just at the most embarrassing moment, but it doesn't happen. The medical bay hatch stays gloriously shut. My hands are trembling, and the syringe feels a whole lot bigger than it should. And cold. Like most doctors, Woolley doesn't spare much thought for the patient, least of all when it's herself. I draw in a shivering breath, but pushing the syringe, I feel nothing at all, not even lonely or afraid. I'm sure the textbooks would say that I should lie down now with some soothing music. But even if all that were possible, I'm too keyed up. I just drop the junk into the chute and feel the heat of Epsilon break over me in a sudden wave. You had it easy, Mum, wandering through the glass doors at whatever clinic it was that you went to. The odds against conception must be phenomenal. But then they always are, and I want to take something with me when I step out from Epsilon. Figgis and Janie still in the comms bay. They're sitting at the console, but their eyes are on Woolley as she clambers through the hatch. The screen on the right of Figgis glitters with some weird kind of graph. Doubtless something to reassure them when they finally find the courage to jump. But the one on the left displays a fisheye view of the medical bay, where Oates' body lies with a half-thawed hole where the genitals should be. Of course. The cameras. Woolley was too busy worrying and watching the hatch to think straight. Should I need it, the look on their faces is confirmation that they've seen everything. Incredibly, I find myself blushing. My dry throat clicks open and shut as I try to pull out some words. I give up with a kind of shrug. I just don't know what to say. "What are you doing?" Janie finally asks, the buzz from the porthole behind her face seeming to swarm in around us. I'm still dressed in my old football jersey and plimsolls. Worry and lack of sleep won't have done much to improve my looks either. I get the impression that if Woolley takes too many steps towards Janie and Figgis, they'll cringe or run away. Perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad idea to chase them, get an idea of how the alien felt in all those old movies set in places like this. Me and Mum, we always used to root for the monster. Figgis makes a clumsy wave towards his craft. We're working out the probabilities. This can't be entirely nowhere. For a start, there's the erosion of Epsilon's outer surface. That's happening at a measurable rate, which means that it must be governed by some sort of external law. I think we've got a chance. Yeah, Janie nods. We've got to risk it. You're still not thinking of She pauses and studies her ragged fingernails for a moment. Just going through the hatch. Neither of them can look at me, but I can feel their thoughts fluttering against my face like hot breath. They want me to go outside. Even if I didn't feel this odd compulsion, their pressure might almost be enough. All it takes is a few steps. I look longingly at the handle of the inner hatch, but some instinct still holds me back. I have to say something. Maybe words about time, hurry, home. Not much. That kind of thing. I clear my throat. It comes out as a phlegmy bark. I wipe my lips. For a moment, I thought I'd finally got to those words that Mum spoke to me when she came through the swing doors of that hospital corridor. But perhaps that's too much to hope for. I'm going outside for a while, I croak. And maybe sometime. It seems faintly illogical to go out dressed in sleep-stained football jersey, but even more illogical to use an outsuit. My feet carry me. The inner hatch swings back without my realizing I've pushed the handle. Then it closes behind me. No conscious action seems to be involved anymore, which is a good thing, because I'm not sure that I have the courage to go on. Silence buzzes behind the porthole. Out is a gray wraith at my shoulder in this tight space between inside and out. It seems as if it's his hand that turns on the inner seal, even though part of me knows that it's probably Figgis doing it on remote from the comms bay, making sure that stupid ugly Wooly doesn't let the emptiness blast in. Without thinking, I brace myself for a chill. But of course it doesn't happen. As the outer door swings out, it seems to turn some kind of corner, and I lose sight of it entirely. The air stays put, neither drawn out nor compressed by whatever lies beyond. I understand more clearly now that there is no light out there. There's nothing that my senses can truly relate to. It's a bit like standing over a drop, looking down from a high board at the swimming pool. And then it's like nothing at all. There are colors there if I want to see them. Shapes and sneering faces from the playground pushed close just before home time. Stupid ugly Wooly. Everything tilts up and I feel myself sliding. Oats is a black mist that curls around me. Some sort of atmospheric effect. I draw in one last breath. Then I let go. I feel a rush, sparks in my eyes. It really is like a swimming pool, like diving, like falling asleep. I can hardly believe that it takes this long for my brain to dissolve, that I still have time for this particular thought, then that I have time for this next one. The clinical part of me is amazed. There's even still a faint sensation of falling. Who'd have ever thought that death would be this interesting? Wooly should have done it instead of osteoporosis fractures for her thesis. But it's too late for all that now. Then there's a jolt of pain. It's localized. My right leg feels like striking something solid. I wait for the pain to spread. Bang! My other leg. Jesus! It hurts the way it does when you walk into something. A sharp reminder from your body to look where you're going. Then the palms of my hand slide across something sharp. They go hot and wet. Blood. Fingers to my mouth taste salt. My tongue touches gravel. I pull in a breath that fills with the scent of litter bins and water, of fresh-cut municipal grass. For a moment, it feels as though hands other than my own are helping me up. But then they are gone. I open my eyes alone. Hauling myself onto the bench, I look around through the green blotches in my eyes. It's a hot day. People are flirting with a benign sun. There's a little girl down the path staring, Mr. Whippy ice cream dripping down her knuckles. Her mother takes one look at me and pulls her away. Woolie's still in this stained football jersey. But at least it's summer. People will just think I'm one of the local nutters. Across the squinting water, lads in singlets are splashing and diving into the lake from the short wooden pier. It's so hot, I almost want to join them. And there's another part of me wants to go over and shout, wag my finger, tell them about the boys from other summers who drowned, were drawn down by the cold undertow to re-emerge in the lime pits miles outside town. But I just watch them and smile, and I feel this honeyed sunlight. Eventually, it's home time when the younger children break out from school. They glance uneasily at this funny-looking woman as they run and chatter on their way to old TVs and their dinners and their future lives. I smile, frightening them by doing so. Evening starts to grow. Streetlight trickles across the water. The park keeper stares. I realize that I must have been sitting there for a long time, relaxing, doing almost what the fertility manuals would recommend. But conception's a tricky process. It could still be hours ahead, or never. That's a chance I'll have to take. As I walk up the streets towards my home, I start to wonder if I ever really left it that morning. After all, there are still a great many things that I don't understand. Of course, there's hope, now there's time. There's time, now there's hope. At least 12 happy years lie between me and that morning at the hospital, coming through the swing doors with the results of the biopsy buzzing in my head, to find little Wooly swinging her legs on that itchy seat, looking happy, bored, uncertain as she waits for her mother. I'll have to talk to her, express something about hope, love, home, time, make the most. Something like that. I have no idea what it is. But when the time comes, I think I'll know what to say.
Scherzo with Tyrannosaur by Michael Swanwick. Read by Adam Epstein. A keyboardist was playing a selection of Scarlatti's harpsichord sonatas, brief pieces 1 to 3 minutes long, very complex and refined, while the Hadrosaurus herd streamed by the window. There were hundreds of the brutes, kicking up dust and honking that lovely flattened near musical note they make. It was a spectacular sight. But the hors d'oeuvres had just arrived, plesiosaur wrapped in kelp, beluga smeared over sliced myosaur egg, little slivers of roast dodo on toast, a dozen delicacies more. So a stampede of common as dirt herbivores just couldn't compete. Nobody was paying much attention, except for the kid. He was glued to the window, staring with an intensity remarkable even for a boy his age. I figured him to be about 10 years old. Snagging a glass of champagne from a passing tray, I went over to stand next to him. "Enjoying yourself, son?" Without looking up, the kid said, "What do you think spooked them? Was it a—" Then he saw the Wranglers in their jeeps and his face fell. "Oh." We had to cheat a little to give the diners something to see. I gestured with the wine glass past the herd toward the distant woods. "But there are plenty of predators lurking out there. Troodons, dromaeosaurs, even old Satan. He looked up at me in silent question. Satan is our nickname for an injured old bull Rex that's been hanging around the station for about a month, raiding our garbage dump. It was the wrong thing to say. The kid looked devastated. T-Rex a scavenger? Say it ain't so. A tyrannosaur is an advantageous hunter, I said. Like a lion. When it chances upon something convenient, believe you me, it'll attack. And when a tyrannosaur is hurting like old Satan is, well, that's about as savage and dangerous as an animal can be. It'll kill even when it's not hungry. That satisfied him. Good, he said. I'm glad. In companionable silence, we stared into the woods together, looking for moving shadows. Then the chimes sounded for dinner to begin, and I sent the kid back to his table. The last hadrosaurs were gone by then. He went with transparent reluctance. The Cretaceous Ball was our big fundraiser, $100,000 a seat, and in addition to the silent auction before the meal and the dancing afterwards, everybody who bought an entire table for 6 was entitled to their very own paleontologist as a kind of party favor. I used to be a paleontologist myself before I was promoted. Now I patrolled the room in tux and cummerbund, making sure everything was running smoothly. Waiters slipped in and out of existence. You'd see them hurry behind the screen, hiding the entrance to the time funnel, and then pop out immediately on the other side, carrying heavily laden trays. Styracosaurus medallions and mastodon mozzarella, for those who liked red meat. Archaeopteryx almondine for those who preferred white. Radicchio and fennel for the vegetarians. All to the accompaniment of music, pleasant chit-chat, and the best view in the universe. Donald Hawkins had been assigned to the kids' table, the de Cherville family. According to the seating plan, the heavy, phlegmatic man was Gerard, the money-making paterfamilias. The woman beside him was Danielle, once his trophy wife, now aging gracefully. Beside them were 2 guests, the Cadigans, who looked a little overwhelmed by everything and were probably a favored employee and spouse. They didn't say much. A sullen daughter, Melusine, in a little black dress that casually displayed her perfect breasts. She looked bored and restless, trouble incarnate. And there was the kid, given name Philippe. I kept a close eye on them because of Hawkins. He was new, and I wasn't expecting him to last long. But he charmed everyone at the table. Young, handsome, polite. He had it all. I noticed how Melusine slouched back in her chair, studying him through dark eyelashes, saying nothing. Hawkins, responding to something young Philippe had said, flashed a boyish devil-may-care grin. I could feel the heat of the kid's hero worship from across the room. Then my silent beeper went off, and I had to duck out of the late Cretaceous and back into the kitchen, home base, year 2082. There was a time safety officer waiting for me. The main duty of a TSO is to make sure that no time paradoxes occur, so the unchanging wouldn't take our time privileges away from us. Most people think that time travel was invented recently, and by human beings. That's because our sponsors don't want their presence advertised. In the kitchen, everyone was in an uproar. One of the waiters was leaning, spraddle-legged and arms wide against the table, and another was lying on the floor, clutching what looked to be a broken arm. The TSO covered them both with a gun. The good news was that the old man wasn't there. If it had been something big and hairy, a creationist bomb or a message from a million years upline, he would have been. When I showed up, everyone began talking at once. I didn't do nothing, man. This bastard. Guilty of a Class 6 violation. Broke my fucking arm, man. He threw me to the ground. Work to do. Get them out of my kitchen. It turned out to be a simple case of note-passing. One of the waiters had, in his old age, conspired with another, recruited from a later period, to slip a list of hot investments to his younger self, enough to make them both multi-billionaires. We had surveillance devices planted in the kitchen, and a TSO saw the paper change hands. Now the perps were denying everything. It wouldn't have worked anyway. The authorities keep strict tabs on the historical record. Wealth on the order of what they had planned would have stuck out like a sore thumb. I fired both waiters, called the police to take them away, routed a call for 2 replacements several hours into the local past, and had them briefed and on duty without any lapse in service. Then I took the TSO aside and bawled him out good for calling me back real time, instead of sending a memo back to me 3 days ago. Once something has happened, though, that's it. I'd been called, so I had to handle it in person. It was your standard security glitch, no big deal. But it was worrying. So when I went back down to the funnel to Hilltop Station, I set the time for a couple hours after I had left. I arrived just as the tables were being cleared for dessert and coffee. Somebody handed me a microphone, and I tapped it twice for attention. I was standing before the window, a spectacular sunset to my back. "Ladies and gentlemen," I said, "let me again welcome you to the Maastrichtian, the final age of the late Cretaceous. This is the last research station before the age of mammals. Don't worry, though. The meteor that put a final end to the dinosaurs is still several thousand years in the future." I paused for laughter, then continued. "If you'll look outside, you'll see Jean, our dino wrangler, setting up a scent lure. Jean, wave for our diners." Jean was fiddling with a short tripod. She waved cheerily, then bent back to work. With her blonde ponytail and khaki shorts, she looked to be just your basic science babe. But Jean was slated to become one of the top saurian behaviorists in the world, and knew it too. Despite our best efforts, gossip slips through. Now Jean backed up toward the station doors, unreeling fuse wire as she went. The windows were all on the second floor. The doors on the ground floor were all armored. "Jean will be ducking inside for this demonstration," I said. "You wouldn't want to be outside unprotected when the lure goes off." "What's in it?" somebody called out. "Triceratops blood. We're hoping to call in a predator, maybe even the king of predator, Tyrannosaurus Rex himself." There was an appreciative murmur from the diners. Everybody here had heard of T-Rex. He had real star power. I switched easily into lecture mode. "If you dissect a tyrannosaur, you'll see that it has an extremely large olfactory lobe, larger in proportion to the rest of its brain than that of any other animal except the turkey vulture. Rex can sniff his prey, carrion usually, but I didn't say that, from miles away. Watch." The lure went off with a pop and a puff of pink mist. I glanced over at the de Cherville table and saw Melusine slip 1 foot of her pump and run it up Hawkins' trouser leg. He colored. Her father didn't notice. Her mother, her stepmother more likely, did, but didn't care. To her, this was simply what women did. I couldn't help notice what good legs Melusine had. "This will take a few minutes. While we're waiting, I direct your attention to Chef Rupert's excellent pastries." I faded back to polite applause and began the round of table hopping. A joke here, a word of praise there. It's banana oil makes the world go round. When I got to the de Chervilles, Hawkins' face was white. "Sir!" He shot to his feet. "A word with you?" He almost dragged me away from the table. When we were in private, he was so upset he was stuttering. That young woman wants me to... "I know what she wants," I said coolly. "She's of legal age. Make your own decision." "You don't understand. I can't possibly go back to that table." Hawkins was genuinely anguished. I thought at first that he'd been hearing rumors, dark hints about his future career. Somehow, though, that didn't smell right. There was something else going on here. "All right," I said. "Slip out now. But I don't like secrets. Record a full explanation and leave it in my office. No evasions, understand?" "Yes, sir." A look of relief spread itself across his handsome young face. "Thank you, sir." He started to leave. "Oh, and one more thing," I said casually, hating myself. "Don't go anywhere near your tent until the fundraiser's broken up." The de Chervilles weren't exactly thrilled when I told them that Hawkins had fallen ill and I'd be taking his place. But then I took a tyrannosaur tooth from my pocket and gave it to Philippe. It was just a shed. Rexes drop a lot of teeth, but no need to mention that.
It looks sharp,
Mrs. de Cherville said, with a touch of alarm. Serrated, too. You might want to ask your mother if you can use it for a knife next time you have steak, I suggested. Which won him over completely. Kids are fickle. Philippe immediately forgot all about Hawkins. Melusine, however, did not. Eyes flashing with anger, she stood, throwing her napkin to the floor.
I want to know, she began, just what you think you're...
Fortunately, that's when Satan arrived. The Tyrannosaur came running up the hillside at a speed you'd have to be an experienced paleontologist to know was less than optimal. Even a dying T-Rex moves fast. People gasped. I took the microphone out of my pocket and moved quickly to the front of the room. Folks, we just got lucky. I'd like to inform those of you with tables by the window that the glass is rated at 20 tons per square inch. You're in no danger whatsoever, but you are in for quite a show. Those who are in the rear might want to get a little closer. Young Philippe was off like a shot. The creature was almost to us. A tyrannosaur has a hyper-acute sense of smell, I reminded them. When it scents blood, its brain is overwhelmed. It goes into a feeding frenzy. A few droplets of blood had spattered the window. Seeing us through the glass, Satan leaped and tried to smash through it. Whoomp! The glass boomed and shivered with the impact. There were shrieks and screams from the diners, and several people started to their feet. At my signal, the string quartet took up their instruments again and began to play while Satan leaped and tore and snarled. A perfect avatar of rage and fury. They chose the scherzo from Shostakovich's Piano Quintet. Scherzos are supposed to be funny, but most have a whirlwind, uninhibited quality that makes them particularly appropriate to nightmares and the madness of predatory dinosaurs. Whoomp! That mighty head struck the window again, and again, and again. For a long time, Satan kept on frenziedly slashing at the window with his jaws, leaving long scratches in the glass. Philippe pressed his body against the window with all his strength, trying to minimize the distance between himself and savage dino death, shrieking with joyous laughter when that killer mouth tried to snatch him up. I felt for the kid, wanting to get as close to the action as he could. I could identify. I was just like that myself when I was his age. When Satan finally wore himself out and went bad-humoredly away, I returned to the de Chervilles. Philippe had restored himself to the company of his family. The kid looked pale and happy. So did his sister. I noticed that she was breathing shallowly. Satan does that to young women. You dropped your napkin. I handed it to Melusine. Inside was a postcard-sized promotional map showing Hilltop Station and behind it Tent City, where the researchers lived. One of the tents was circled. Under it was written, "While the others are dancing." I had signed it Don.
When I grow up, I'm going to be a paleontologist,
the kid said fervently.
A behavioral paleontologist, not an anatomist or a wrangler.
Somebody had come to take him home. His folks were staying to dance, and Melusine was long gone, off to Hawkins' tent. Good for you, I said. I laid a hand on his shoulder. Come see me when you've got the education. I'll be happy to show you the ropes. The kid left. He'd had a conversion experience. I knew exactly how it felt. I'd had mine standing in front of the Zallinger Age of Reptiles mural at the Peabody Museum in New Haven. That was before time travel, when paintings of dinosaurs were about as real as you could get. Nowadays I could point out 100 inaccuracies in how the dinosaurs were depicted. But on that distant sun-dusty morning in the Atlantis of my youth, I just stood staring at those magnificent brutes, head filled with wonder, until my mother dragged me away. It really was a pity. Philippe was so full of curiosity and enthusiasm. He'd make a great paleontologist. I could see that. He wasn't going to get to realize his dreams, though. His folks had too much money to allow that. I knew because I'd glanced through the personnel records for the next 100 years, and his name wasn't there anywhere. It was possibly the least of the thousands of secrets I held within me, never to be shared. Still, it made me sad. For an instant, I felt the weight of all my years, every petty accommodation, every unworthy expedience. Then I went up the funnel and back down again to an hour previous. Unseen, I slipped out and went to wait for Melusine. Maintaining the funnel is expensive. During normal operations, when we're not holding fundraisers, we spend months at a time in the field. Hence the compound with its army surplus platform tents and electrified perimeter to keep the monsters out. It was dark when Melusine slipped into the tent.
Donald?
Shh. I put a finger to her lips, drew her close to me. One hand slid slowly down her naked back, over a scrap of crushed velvet, and then back up and under her skirt to squeeze that elegant little ass. She raised her mouth to mine, and we kissed deeply, passionately. Then I tumbled her to the cot, and we began undressing each other. She ripped off 3 buttons, tearing my shirt from me. Melusine made a lot of noise, for which I was grateful. She was a demanding, self-centered lay, who let you know when she didn't like what you were doing, and wasn't at all shy about telling you what to do next. She required a lot of attention, for which I was also grateful. I needed the distraction. Because while I was in his tent, screwing the woman he didn't want, Hawkins was somewhere out there getting killed. According to the operational report that I'd write later tonight, and received a day ago, he was eaten alive by an old bull Rex, rendered irritable by a painful brain tumor. It was an ugly way to go. I didn't want to have to hear it. I did my best not to think about it. Credit where credit is due. Melusine practically set the tent ablaze. So I was using her. So what? It was far from the worst of my crimes. It wasn't as if she loved Hawkins or even knew him for that matter. She was just a spoiled little rich bitch adventuress looking for a mental souvenir. One more notch on her diaphragm case. I know her type well. They're one of the perks of the business. There was a freshly prepared triceratops skull by the head of the bed. It gleamed faintly, a pale, indistinct shape in the darkness. When Melusine came, she grabbed one of its horns so tightly the skull rattled against the floorboards. Afterward, she left, happily reeking of bone fixative and me. We'd each had our little thrill. I hadn't spoken a word during any of it, and she hadn't even noticed. T-Rex wasn't much of a predator, but then it didn't take much skill to kill a man. Too slow to run and too big to hide, we make perfect prey for a tyrannosaur. When Hawkins' remains were found, the whole camp turned out in an uproar. I walked through it all on autopilot, perfunctorily giving orders to have Satan shot, to have the remains sent back up time, to have the paperwork sent to my office. Then I gathered everybody together and gave them the paradox lecture. Nobody was to talk about what had just happened. Those who did would be summarily fired. Legal action would follow. Dire consequences, penalties, fines, and so on. It was 2 a.m. when I finally got back to my office to write the day's operational report. Hawkins' memo was there waiting for me. I'd forgotten about that. I debated putting off reading it until tomorrow, but then I figured I was feeling as bad now as I ever was going to. Might as well get it over with. I turned on the glow pad. Hawkins' pale face appeared on the screen. Stiffly, as if he were confessing a crime, he said, "My folks didn't want me to become a scientist. I was supposed to stay home and manage the family money. Stay home and let my mind rot." His face twisted with private memories. "So that's the first thing you have to know. Donald Hawkins isn't my real name. My mother was kind of wild when she was young. I don't think she knew who my father was, so when she had me, it was hushed up. I was raised by my grandparents. They were getting a little old for child rearing, so they shipped me back time to when they were younger and raised me alongside my mother. I was 15 before I learned she wasn't really my sister. My real name is Philippe de Cherville. I swapped table assignments so I could meet my younger self, but then Melusine, my mother, started hitting on me. So I guess you can understand now. He laughed embarrassedly. Why I didn't want to go the Oedipus route. The pad flicked off, and then immediately back on again. He'd had an afterthought. Oh yeah, I wanted to say, the things you said to me today, when I was young, the encouragement, and the tooth, well, they meant a lot to me. So, thanks. It flicked off. I put my head in my hands. Everything was throbbing, as if all the universe were contained within an infected tooth, or maybe the brain tumor of a sick old dinosaur. I'm not stupid. I saw the implications immediately. The kid, Philippe, was my son. Hawkins was my son. I hadn't even known I had a son. And now he was dead. A bleak, blank time later, I set to work drawing timelines in the holographic workspace above my desk. A simple double loop for Hawkins/Philippe. A rather more complex figure for myself. Then I factored in the TSOs, the waiters, the paleontologists, the musicians, the workmen who built the station in the first place and would salvage its fixtures when we were done with it. Maybe 100 representative individuals in all. When I was done, I had a 3-dimensional representation of Hilltop Station as a node of intersecting lives in time. It was one hell of a complex figure. It looked like the Gordian knot. Then I started crafting a memo back to my younger self. A carbon steel, razor-edged Damascene sword of a memo. One that would slice Hilltop Station into 1,000 spasming paradoxal fragments. Hire him, fire her, strand 100 young scientists, all fit and capable of breeding, 1 million years BC. Oh, and don't father any children. It would bring our sponsors down upon us like so many angry hornets. The unchanging would yank time travel out of human hands, retroactively. Everything connected to it would be looped out of reality and into the disintegrative medium of quantum uncertainty. Hilltop Station would dissolve into the realm of might have been. The research and findings of thousands of dedicated scientists would vanish from human knowing. My son would never have been conceived or born, or sent callously to an unnecessary death. Everything I had spent my life working to accomplish would be undone. It sounded good to me. When the memo was done, I marked it priority and my eyes only. Then I prepared to send it 3 months back in time. The door opened behind me with a click. I spun around in my chair. In walked the one man in all existence who could possibly stop me.
The kid got to enjoy 24 years of life before he died,
the old man said.
Don't take that away from him.
I looked up into his eyes. Into my own eyes. Those eyes fascinated and repulsed me. They were deepest brown, and nested in a lifetime's accumulation of wrinkles. I'd been working with my older self since I first signed up with Hilltop Station, and they were still a mystery to me, absolutely opaque. They made me feel like a mouse being stared down by a snake. It's not the kid, I said. It's everything.
I know.
I only met him tonight, Philippe, I mean. Hawkins was just a new recruit. I barely knew him. The old man capped the Glenlivet and put it back in the liquor cabinet. Until he did that, I hadn't even noticed I was drinking.
I keep forgetting how emotional I was when I was young, he said.
I don't feel young.
Wait until you're my age.
I'm not sure how old the old man is. There are longevity treatments available for those who play the game. And the old man has been playing this lousy game so long, he practically runs it. All I know is that he and I are the same person. My thoughts took a sudden swerve. "God damn that stupid kid," I blurted. "What was he doing outside the compound in the first place?" The old man shrugged.
"He was curious. All scientists are. He saw something and went out to examine it. Leave it be, kid. What's done is done."
I glanced at the memo I'd written. "We'll find out." He placed a second memo alongside mine.
"I took the liberty of writing this for you. Thought I'd spare you the pain of having to compose it."
I picked up the memo, glanced at its contents. It was the one I'd received yesterday. "Hawkins was attacked and killed by Satan shortly after local midnight today," I quoted. "Take all necessary measures to control gossip." Overcome with loathing, I said, "This is exactly why I'm going to bust up this whole filthy system. You think I want to become the kind of man who can send his own son off to die? You think I want to become you?" That hit home. For a long moment the old man did not speak.
"Listen,"
he said at last.
"You remember that day in the Peabody?"
"You know I do."
"I stood there in front of that mural wishing with all my heart, all your heart, that I could see a real, living dinosaur. But even then, even as an 8-year-old, I knew it wasn't going to happen, that some things could never be."
I said nothing.
"God hands you a miracle," he said. "You don't throw it back in his face."
Then he left. I remained. It was my call. 2 possible futures lay side by side on my desk, and I could select either one. The universe is inherently unstable in every instant. If paradoxes weren't possible, nobody would waste their energy preventing them. The old man was trusting me to weigh all relevant factors, make the right decision, and live with the consequences. It was the cruelest thing he had ever done to me. Thinking of cruelty reminded me of the old man's eyes so deep you could drown in them, eyes so dark you couldn't tell how many corpses already lay submerged within them. After all these years working with him, I still couldn't tell if those were the eyes of a saint or of the most evil man in the world. There were 2 memos in front of me. I reached for one, hesitated, withdrew my hand. Suddenly the choice didn't seem so easy. The night was preternaturally still. It was as if all the world were holding its breath, waiting for me to make my decision. I reached out for the memos. I chose one.
And Wild for to Hold by Nancy Kress. Read by Vanessa Hart. The demon came to her first in the long gallery at Hever Castle. She had gone there to watch Henry ride away, magnificent on his huge charger, the horse's legs barely visible through the summer dust raised by the king's entourage. But Henry himself was visible. He rose in his stirrups to half turn his gaze back to the manor house, searching its sun-glazed windows to see if she watched. The spurned lover riding off, watching over his shoulder the effect he himself made. She knew just how his eyes would look. Small blue eyes under the curling red-gold hair. Mournful, shrewd, undeterred. Anne Boleyn was not moved. Let him ride. She had not wanted him at Hever in the first place. As she turned from the galley window, a glint of light in the far corner caught her eye. And there, for the first time, was the demon. It was made all of light, which did not surprise her. Was not Satan himself called Lucifer? The light was square, a perfectly square box such as no light had ever been before. Anne crossed herself and stepped forward. The box of light brightened, then winked out. Anne stood perfectly still. She was not afraid. Very little made her afraid, but nonetheless she crossed herself again and uttered a prayer. It would be unfortunate if a demon took up residence at Hever. Demons could be dangerous. Like kings. Lambert half turned from her console toward Culhane, working across the room. "Culhane, they said she was a witch." "Yes, so?" Culhane said. "In the 1500s they said any powerful woman was a witch." "No, it was more. They said it before she became powerful." Culhane didn't answer. After a moment, Lambert said quietly, "The Rivoli equations keep flagging her." Culhane grew very still. Finally, he said, "Let me see." He crossed the bare, small room to Lambert's console. She studied the picture on the central square. At the moment, the console appeared in this location as a series of interlocking squares, mounting from floor to ceiling. Some of the squares were solid, real-time alloys. Some were hollow simulations. Some were not there at all, neither in space nor time, although they appeared to be. The Project Focus Square, which was there, said, "Time Rescue Project, United Federation of Upper Slib, Earth. Focus, Anne Boleyn. Hever Castle, Kent, England, Europe. 1525, 645, 89, 3. Church of the Holy Hostage Temporary Permit, number 4592. In the time jump square was framed a young girl, dark hair just visible below her coif, her hand arrested at her long, slender neck in the art of signing the cross. Lambert said, as if to herself, she considered herself a good Catholic. Culhane stared at the image. His head had been freshly shaved, in honor of his promotion to Project Head. He wore, Lambert thought, his new importance as if it were a fragile implant, liable to be rejected. She found that touching. Lambert said, "The Rivoli probability is .798. She's a definite key." Culhane sucked in his cheeks. The dye on them had barely dried. He said, "So is the other. I think we should talk to Brill." The serving women had finally left. The priests had left, the doctors, the courtiers, the nurses, taking with them the baby. Even Henry had left. Gone. Where? To play cards with Henry Norris? To his latest mistress? Never mind. They had all at last left her alone. A girl. Anne rolled over in her bed and pounded her fists on the pillow. A girl. Not a prince. Not the son that England needed. That she needed. A girl. And Henry growing colder every day. She could feel it. He no longer desired her. No longer loved her. He would bed with her. Oh, that, most certainly. If it would get him his boy. But her power was going. Was gone. The power she had hated, despised, but had used nonetheless, because it was there, and Henry should feel it, as he had made her feel his power over and over again. Her power was going. She was Queen of England, but her power was slipping away like the Thames at ebb tide, and she just as helpless to stop it as to stop the tide itself. The only thing that could have preserved her power was a son, and she had borne a girl. Strong, lusty, with Henry's own red curling hair. But a girl. Anne rolled over on her back, painfully. Elizabeth was already a month old, but everything in Anne hurt. She contracted white leg, so much less dreaded than childbed fever, but still weakening. And for the whole month had not left her bedchamber. Servants and ladies and musicians came and went, while Anne lay feverish, trying to plan. Henry had as yet made no move. He had even seemed to take the baby's sex well. "She seems a lusty wench. I pray God will send her a brother in the same good shape." But Anne knew. She always knew. She had known when Henry's eye first fell upon her, had known to a shade the exact intensity of his longing during the 9 years she had kept him waiting. 9 years of celibacy, of denial. She had known the exact moment when that hard mind behind the small blue eyes had decided, "It is worth it. I will divorce Catherine and make her queen." Anne had known before he did when he decided it had all been a mistake. The price for making her queen had been too high. She was not worth it, unless she gave him a son. And if she did not? In the darkness, Anne squeezed her eyes shut. This was but an attack of childbed vapors. It signified nothing. She was never afraid, not she. This was only a night terror, and when she opened her eyes it would pass. Because it must. She must go on fighting. Must get herself heavy with a son. Must safeguard her crown and her daughter. There was no one else to do it for her. And there was no way out. When she opened her eyes, a demon, shaped like a square of light, glowed in the corner of the curtained bedchamber. Lambert dipped her head respectfully as the high priest passed. She was tall and wore no external augments. Eyes, arms, ears, shaved head, legs under the gray-green ceremonial robe, all were her own, as required by the charter of the Church of the Holy Hostage. Lambert had heard a rumor that before her election to high priest, she had had brilliant, violet-augmented eyes and gamma-strength arms, but on her election had had both removed and the originals restored. The free representative of all the hostages in the solar system could not walk around enjoying high-maintenance augments. Hostages could, of course, but the person in charge of their spiritual and material welfare must appear human to any hostage she chose to visit. A four-handed spacer held in a free-fall chamber on Mars must find the high priest as human as did a genetically altered flyer of Ipsu being held hostage by the new Tren Republic. The only way to do that was to forego external augments. Internals, of course, were a different thing. Beside the high priest walked the director of the Time Research Institute, Toshio Brill. No ban on externals for him. Brill wore gold-plated sensors in his shaved black head, a display Lambert found slightly ostentatious. Also puzzling. Brill was not ordinarily a flamboyant man. Perhaps he was differentiating himself from Her Holiness. Behind Brill, his project heads, including Culhane, stood silent, not speaking unless spoken to. Culhane looked nervous. He was ambitious, Lambert knew. She sometimes wondered why she was not. "So far I am impressed," the high priest said. "Impeccable hostage conditions on the material side." Brill murmured. "Of course, the spiritual is difficult. The three hostages are so different from each other, and even for culture specialists and historians, the hostages arrive here very upset. As would you or I," the high priest said, not smiling, "in similar circumstances." "Yes, Your Holiness. And now you wish to add a fourth hostage, from a fourth time stream." "Yes." The high priest looked slowly around at the main console. Lambert noticed that she looked right past the time jump square itself. Not trained in peripheral vision techniques, but she looked a long time at the stasis square. They all did. Outsiders were unduly fascinated by the idea that the whole building existed between time streams. Or maybe Her Holiness merely objected to the fact that the Time Research Institute, like some larger but hardly richer institutions, was exempt from the all-world taxation that supported the Church. Real estate outside time was also outside taxation. The high priest said, "I cannot give permission for such a political disruption without understanding fully every possible detail. Tell me again." Lambert hid a grin. The high priest did not need to hear it again. She knew the whole argument, had pored over it for days, most likely with her advisors. And she would agree. Why wouldn't she? It could only add to her power. Brill knew that. He was being asked to explain only to show that the high priest could force him to do it, again and again, until she, not he, decided the explanation was sufficient, and the Church of the Holy Hostage issued a permanent hostage permit to hold one Anne Boleyn of England, time delta, for the altruistic purpose of preventing a demonstrable Class I war. Brill showed no outward recognition that he was being humbled. "Your Holiness, this woman is a fulcrum. The Rivoli equations developed in the last century by—" "I know the Rivoli equations," the high priest said, and smiled sweetly. "Then your Holiness knows that any person identified by the equations as a fulcrum is directly responsible for the course of history, even if he or she seems powerless in local time. Mistress Boleyn was the second wife of Henry VIII of England. In order to marry her, he divorced his first wife, Catherine of Aragon, and in order to do that, he took all of England out of the Catholic Church. Protestantism was—" "And what again was that?" Her Holiness said, and even Culhane glanced sideways at Lambert, appalled. The high priest was playing with a research director. Lambert hid her smile. Did Culhane know that high seriousness opened one to the charge of pomposity? Probably not. Protestantism was another branch of Christianity, the director said patiently. So far, by refusing to be provoked, he was winning. It was warlike, as was Catholicism. In 1642, various branches of Protestantism were contending for political power within England, as was a Catholic faction. King Charles was Catholic, in fact. Contention led to civil war. Thousands of people died fighting, starved to death, were hung as traitors, were tortured as betrayers. Lambert saw Her Holiness wince. She must hear this all the time, Lambert thought. What else was her office for? Yet the wince looked genuine. Brill pressed his point. Children were reduced to eating rats to survive. In Cornwall, rebels' hands and feet were cut off. Gibbets were erected in market squares, and men hung on them alive. And— "Enough," the high priest said. "This is why the Church exists, to promote the holy hostages that prevent war." "And that is what we wish to do," Brill said swiftly. "In other time streams, now that our own has been brought to peace. In Stream Delta, which has only reached the 16th century, your Holiness knows that each stream progresses at a different relative rate." The high priest made a gesture of impatience. "The woman Anne Boleyn is the fulcrum, and if she can be taken hostage after the birth of her daughter Elizabeth, who will act throughout a very long reign to preserve peace, and before Henry declares the act of supremacy that opens the door to religious divisiveness in England, we can prevent great loss of life. The Rivoli equations show a 79.8% probability that history will be changed in the direction of greater peace, right up through the following 2 centuries. Religious war is often— There are other, bloodier religious wars to prevent than the English Civil War." "True, Your Holiness," the director said humbly. At least it looked like humility to Lambert. "But ours is a young science, identifying other time streams, focusing on one, identifying historical fulcra. It is such a new science. We do what we can, in the name of peace." Everyone in the room looked pious. Lambert hid a smile. In the name of peace, and of prestigious scientific research attended by rich financial support and richer academic reputations. "And it is peace we seek," Brill pressed. "As much as the church itself does. With a permanent permit to take Anne Boleyn hostage, we can save countless lives in this other time stream, just as the church preserves peace in our own." The high priest played with the sleeve of her robe. Lambert could not see her face, but when she looked up, she was smiling. "I'll recommend to the All-World Forum that your hostage permit be granted, Director. I will return in 2 months to make an official check on the holy hostage." Brill, Lambert saw, didn't quite stop himself in time from frowning. 2 months, but with the entire solar system of hostages to supervise. 2 months, Director, Her Holiness said. The week before the All-World Forum convenes to vote on revenue and taxation. Now, I would like to inspect the 3 holy hostages you already hold for the altruistic prevention of war. Later, Culhane said to Lambert. He did not explain it very well. It could have been made so much more urgent. It is urgent. Those bodies rotting in Cornwall. He shuddered. Lambert looked at him. You care. You genuinely do. He looked back at her in amazement. And you don't? You must to work on this project. I care, Lambert said. But not like that. Like what? She tried to clarify it for him, for herself. The bodies rotting. I see them. But it's not our own history. What does that matter? They're still human. He was so earnest. Intensity burned on him like skin tinglers. Did Culhane even use skin tinglers? Lambert wondered. Fellow researchers spoke of him as an ascetic, giving all his energy, all his time to the project. A woman in his domicile had told Lambert he even lived chaste, doing a voluntary celibacy mission for the entire length of his research grant. Lambert had never met anyone who actually did that. It was intriguing. She said, Are you thinking of the priesthood once the project is over, Culhane? He flushed. Color mounted from the dyed cheeks. Light blue since he had been promoted to project head, to pink on the fine skin of his shaved temples. I'm thinking of it. And doing a celibacy mission now. Yes. Why? His tone was belligerent. A celibacy mission was slightly old-fashioned. Lambert studied his body. Tall, well-made, strong. Augments? Muscular, maybe. He had beautiful muscles. No reason, she said, bending back to her console until she heard him walk away. The demon advanced. Anne, lying feeble on her curtained bed, tried to call out, but her voice would not come, and who would hear her anyway? The bedclothes were thick, muffling sound. Her ladies would all have retired for the night, alone or otherwise. The gods would be drinking the ale Henry had provided all of London to celebrate Elizabeth's christening, and Henry, he was not beside her. She had felled him of his son. Begone, she said weakly to the demon. It moved closer. They had called her a witch because of her little sixth finger, because of the dog named Urian, because she had kept Henry under her spell so long without betting him. But if I were really a witch, she thought, I could send this demon away. More, I could hold Henry, could keep him from watching that whey-faced Jane Seymour, could keep him in my bed. She was not a witch. Therefore it followed that there was nothing she could do about this demon. If it was come for her, it was come. If Satan, master of lies, was decided to have her, to punish her for taking the husband of another woman, and for... How much could demons know? This was all none of my wishing, she said aloud to the demon. I wanted to marry someone else. The demon continued to advance. Very well, then. Let it take her. She would not scream. She never had. She prided herself on it. Not when they had told her she could not marry Harry Percy, not when she had been sent home from the court, peremptorily and without explanation, not when she had discovered the explanation. Henry wished to have her out of London so he could bed his latest mistress away from Catherine's eyes. She had not screamed when a crowd of whores had burst into the palace where she was supping, demanding Nan Bullen, who they said was one of them. She had escaped across the Thames in a barge, and not a cry had escaped her lips. They had admired her for her courage. Wyatt, Norris, Weston, Henry himself. She would not scream now. The box of light grew larger as it approached. She had just time to say to it, "I have been God's faithful and true servant, and my husband the King's," before it was upon her. "The place where a war starts," Lambert said to the faces assembled below her in the Hall of Time, "is long before the first missile, or the first bullet, or the first spear." She looked down at the faces. It was part of her responsibility as an intern researcher to teach a class of young, some of whom would become historians. The class was always taught in the Hall of Time. The expense was enormous, keeping the hall in stasis for nearly an hour, bringing the students in through the force field, activating all the squares at once. Her lecture would be replayed for them later, when they could pay attention to it. Lambert did not blame them for barely glancing at her now. Why should they? The walls of the circular room, which were only there in a virtual sense, were lined with squares that were not really there at all. The squares showed actual local time scenes from wars that had been there, were there now, somewhere, in someone's reality. Men died writhing in the mud, arrows through intestines and neck and groin at Agincourt. Women lay flung across the bloody bodies of their children at Cawnpore. In the hot sun, the flies crawled thick upon the split faces of the heroes of Marathon. Figures staggered, their faces burned off, away from Hiroshima. Breathing bodies, their perfect faces untouched and their brains turned to mush by speculine, set in orderly rows under the ripped dome on EO1. Only one face turned toward Lambert, jerked as if on a string. A boy with wide violet eyes brimming with anguish. Lambert obligingly started again. "The place where a war starts is long before the first missile, or the first bullet, or the first spear. There are always many forces causing a war: economic, political, religious, cultural. Nonetheless, it is the great historical discovery of our time that if you trace each of these back, through the records, through the eyewitness accounts, through the entire burden of data only Rivoli equations can handle, you come to a fulcrum. A single event, or act, or person. It is like a decision tree with 1,000 generations of decisions. Somewhere, there was one first yes/no. The place where the war started, and where it could have been prevented. The great surprise of time rescue work has been how often that place was female. Men fought wars when there were wars. Men controlled the gold and the weapons and the tariffs and sea rights and religions that have caused wars. And the men controlled the bodies of other men who did the actual fighting. But men are men. They acted at the fulcrum of history, but often what tipped their actions one way or another was what they loved. A woman, a child. She became the passive, powerless weight he chose to lift, and the balance tipped. She, not he, is the branching place, where the decision tree splits and the war begins. The boy with the violet eyes was still watching her. Lambert stayed silent until he turned to watch the squares, which was the reason he had been brought here. Then she watched him, anguished, passionate, able to feel what war meant. He might be a good candidate for the time rescue team when his preliminary studies were done. He reminded her a little of Culhane, who right now, as project head, was interviewing the new hostage, not lecturing to children. Lambert stifled her jealousy. It was unworthy and short-sighted. She remembered what this glimpse of human misery had meant to her 3 years ago, when she was an historian candidate. She had had nightmares for weeks. She had thought the event was pivotal to her life, a dividing point past which she would never be the same person again. How could she? She had been shown the depths to which humanity, without the Church of the Holy Hostage and the All-World Concordance, could descend. Burning eye sockets, mutilated genitals, a general who stood on a hill and said, "How I'd love to see the arms and legs fly." It had been shattering. She had been shattered, as the orientation intended she should be. The boy with the violet eyes was crying. Lambert wanted to step down from the platform and go to him. She wanted to put her arms around him and hold his head against her shoulder. But was that because of compassion, or was that because of his violet eyes? She said silently to him, without leaving the podium, "You will be all right. Human beings are not as mutable as you think. When this is over, nothing permanent about you will have changed at all." Anne opened her eyes. Satan leaned over her. His head was shaved, and he wore a strange garb of an ugly blue-green. His cheeks were stained with dye. In one ear, metal glittered and swung. Anne crossed herself. "Hello," Satan said, and the voice was not human. She struggled to sit up. If this be damnation, she would not lie prone for it. Her heart hammered in her throat. But the act of sitting brought the Prince of Darkness into focus, and her eyes widened. He looked like a man, painted, made ugly, hung around with metal boxes that could be tools of evil. But a man. "My name is Culhane." A man. And she had faced men, bishops, nobles, Chancellor Wolsey. She had outfaced Henry, Prince of England and France, defender of the faith. "Don't be frightened, Mistress Boleyn. I will explain to you where you are and how you came to be here." She saw now that the voice came not from his mouth, although his mouth moved, but from the box hung around his neck. How could that be? Was there then a demon in the box? But then she realized something else, something real to hold on to. "Do not call me Mistress Boleyn. Address me as your grace. I am the Queen." The something that moved behind his eyes convinced her, finally, that he was a mortal man. She was used to reading men's eyes, but why should this one look at her like that? Pity? Admiration? She struggled to stand, rising off the low pallet. It was carved of good English oak. The room was paneled in dark wood, and hung with tapestries of embroidered wool. Small paned windows shed brilliant light over carved chairs, table, chest. On the table rested a writing desk and a lute. Reassured, Anne pushed down the heavy cloth of her night shift and rose. The man, seated on a low stool, rose too. He was taller than Henry. She had never seen a man taller than Henry, and superbly muscled. A soldier. Fright fluttered again, and she put her hand to her throat. This man watching her throat. Was he then an executioner? Was she under arrest, drugged and brought by some secret method into the Tower of London? Had someone brought evidence against her? Or was Henry that disappointed that she had not borne a son, that he was eager to supplant her already? As steadily as she could, Anne walked to the window. The tower bridge did not lie beyond in the sunshine, nor the river, nor the gabled roofs of Greenwich Palace. Instead, there was a sort of yard, with huge beasts of metal growling softly. On the grass, naked young men and women jumped up and down, waving their arms, running in place and smiling and sweating, as if they did not know either that they were uncovered or crazed. Anne took firm hold of the windowsill. It was slippery in her hands, and she saw that it was not wood at all, but some material made to resemble wood. She closed her eyes, then opened them. She was a queen. She had fought hard to become a queen, defending a virtue nobody believed she still had, against a man who claimed that to destroy that virtue was love. She had won, making the crown the price of her virtue. She had conquered a king, brought down a Chancellor of England, outfaced a pope. She would not show fear to this executioner in this place of the damned, whatever it was. She turned from the window, her head high. "Please begin your explanation, Master Culhane. Master Culhane, we are eager to hear what you have to say, and we do not like waiting." She swept aside her long nightdress, as if it were court dress, and seated herself in the not wooden chair, carved like a throne. "I am a hostage," Anne repeated, "in a time that has not yet happened." From beside the window, Lambert watched. She was fascinated. Anne Boleyn had, according to Culhane's report, listened in silence to the entire explanation of the time rescue. That explanation so carefully crafted and revised a dozen times to fit what the 16th century mind could understand of the 22nd. Queen Anne had not become hysterical. She had not cried, nor fainted, nor professed disbelief. She had asked no questions. When Culhane had finished, she had requested, calmly and with staggering dignity, to see the ruler of this place with his ministers. Toshio Brill, watching on monitor, because the wisdom was that at first new hostages would find it easier to deal with one consistent researcher, had hastily summoned Lambert and 2 others. They had all dressed in the floor-length robes used for grand academic ceremonies, and never else, and they had marched solemnly into the ersatz 16th century room, bowing their heads. Only their heads, no curtsies. Anne Boleyn was going to learn that no one curtsied anymore. Covertly Lambert studied her, their 4th time hostage, so different from the other 3. She had not risen from her chair, but even seated, she was astonishingly tiny. Thin, delicate bones, great dark eyes, masses of silky black hair loose on her white nightdress. She was not pretty by the standards of this century. She had not even been counted pretty by the standards of her own. But she was compelling. Lambert had to give her that. "And I am prisoner here," Anne Boleyn said. Lambert turned up her translator. The words were just familiar, but the accents so strange, she could not catch them without electronic help. "Not prisoner," the director said. "Hostage. Lord Brill, if I cannot leave, then I am a prisoner. Let us not mince words. I cannot leave this castle." "You cannot. Please address me as Your Grace. Is that to be a ransom?" "No, Your Grace. But because of your presence here, thousands of men will live who would have otherwise died." With a shock, Lambert saw Anne shrug. The deaths of thousands of men evidently did not interest her. It was true, then. They really were moral barbarians, even the women. The students should see this. That small shrug said more than all the battles viewed in squares. Lambert felt her sympathy for the abducted woman lessen. A physical sensation like the emptying of a bladder, and was relieved to feel it. It meant she, Lambert, still had her own moral sense. "How long must I stay here?" "For life, Your Grace," Brill said bluntly. Anne made no reaction. Her control was awing. And how long will that be, Lord Brill? No person knows the length of his or her life, Your Grace. But if you can read the future, as you claim, you must know what the length of mine would have been. Lambert thought, we must not underestimate her. This hostage is not like the last one. Brill said, with the same bluntness that honored Anne's comprehension. Did she realize that? If we had not brought you here, you would have died May 19th, 1536. How? It does not matter. You are no longer part of that future, and so now events there will... How? Brill didn't answer. Anne Boleyn rose and walked to the window. Absurdly small, Lambert thought, in the trailing nightdress. Over her shoulder, she said, Is this castle in England? No, Brill said. Lambert saw him exchange glances with Culhane. In France? It is not in any place on earth, Brill said, although it can be entered from 3 places on earth. It is outside of time. She could not possibly have understood, but she said nothing, only went on staring out the window. Over her shoulder, Lambert saw the exercise court, empty now, and the antimatter power generators. 2 technicians crawled over them with a robot monitor. What did Anne Boleyn make of them? God alone knows if I had merited death, Anne said. Lambert saw Culhane start. Brill stepped forward. Your Grace, leave me now, she said without turning. They did. Of course she would be monitored constantly, everything from brain scans to the output of her bowels, although she would never know this. But if suicide was in that life-defying mind, it would not be possible. If Her Holiness ever learned of the suicide of a time hostage... Lambert's last glimpse before the door closed was of Anne Boleyn's back, still by the window, straight as a spear as she gazed out at antimatter power generators in a building in permanent stasis. Culhane, meeting in 10 minutes, Brill said. Lambert guessed the time lapse was to let the director change into working clothes. Toshio Brill had come away from the interview with Anne Boleyn somehow diminished. He even looked shorter. Although shouldn't her small stature have instead augmented his? Culhane stood still in the corridor outside Anne's locked room. Would she try the door? His face was turned away from Lambert's. She said, Culhane, you jumped a moment in there, when she said God alone knew if she had merited death. It was what she said at her trial, Culhane said, when the verdict was announced. Almost the exact words. He still had not moved so much as a muscle of that magnificent body. Lambert said, probing, You found her impressive, then, despite her scrawniness, and beyond the undeniable pathos of her situation. He looked at her then, his eyes blazing. Culhane, the research engine. I found her magnificent. She never smiled. That was one of the things she knew they remarked upon among themselves. She had overheard them in the walled garden. Anne Boleyn never smiles. Alone they did not call her Queen Anne, or Her Grace, or even the Marquess of Rochford, the title Henry had conferred upon her, the only female peeress in her own right in all of England. No, they called her Anne Boleyn, as if the marriage to Henry had never happened, as if she had never borne Elizabeth, and they said she never smiled. What cause was there to smile in this place that was neither life nor death? Anne stitched deftly at a piece of amber velvet. She was not badly treated. They had given her a servant, cloth to make dresses. She had always been clever with a needle, and the skill had not deserted her when she could afford to order any dresses she chose. They had given her books, the writing Latin, but the pictures curiously flat, with no raised ink or painting. They let her go into any unlocked room in the castle, out to the gardens, into the yards. She was a holy hostage. When the amber velvet gown was finished, she put it on. They let her have a mirror, a lute, writing paper and quills, whatever she asked for. As generous as Henry had been in the early days of his passion, when he had divided her from her love, Henry Percy, and had kept her loving hostage to his own fancy. Cages came in many sizes, many shapes. And if what Master Culhane and the Lady Mary Lambert said was true, in many times. "I am not a lady," Lady Lambert had protested. She needn't have bothered. Of course she was not a lady. She was a commoner, like the others. And so perverted was this place that the woman sounded insulted to be called a lady. Lambert did not like her, Anne knew, although she had not yet found out why. The woman was unsexed, like all of them, working on her books and machines all day, exercising naked with men who thus no more looked at their bodies than they would those of fellow soldiers in the roughest camp. So it pleased Anne to call Lambert a lady when she did not want to be one, as Anne was now so many things she had never wanted to be. Anne Boleyn, who never smiled. "I will create you a lady," she said to Lambert. "I confer on you the rank of Baroness. Who will gainsay me? I am the Queen, and in this place there is no king." And Mary Lambert had stared at her with the unsexed bad manners of a common drab. Anne knotted her thread and cut it with silver scissors. The gown was finished. She slipped it over her head and struggled with the buttons in the back, rather than call the stupid girl who was her servant. The girl could not even dress hair. Anne smoothed her hair herself, then looked critically at her reflection in the fine mirror they had brought her. For a woman a month and a half from childbed, she looked strong. They had put medications in her food, they said. Her complexion, that creamy dark skin that seldom varied in color, was well set off by the amber velvet. She had often worn amber, or tawny. Her hair, loose since she had no headdress and did not know how to make one, streamed over her shoulders. Her hands, long and slim, despite the tiny extra finger, carried a rose brought to her by Master Culhane. She toyed with the rose to show off the beautiful hands, and lifted her head high. She was going to have an audience with Her Holiness, a female pope, and she had a request to make. "She will ask Your Holiness to be told the future, her future, the one Anne Boleyn experienced in her own time stream, after the point we took her hostage to ours, and the future of England." Brill's face had darkened. Lambert could see that he hated this. To forewarn his political rival that a hostage would complain about her treatment. A hostage. That person turned sacred object through the sacrifice of personal freedom to global peace. When Tullio Amadin Koyushi had been hostage from Mars 3 to the Republic of China, he had told the church official in charge of his case that he was not being allowed sufficient exercise. The resulting intersystem furor had lost the Republic of China 2 trade contracts, both important. There was no other way to maintain the necessary reverence for the hostage political system. The Church of the Holy Hostage was powerful, because it must be, if the solar system was to stay at peace. Brill knew that. So did Her Holiness. She wore full state robes today, gorgeous with hundreds of tiny mirrors sent to her by the grateful across all worlds. Her head was newly shaved. Perfect synthetic jewels glittered in her ears. Listening to Brill's apology in advance, Her Holiness smiled. Lambert saw the smile, and even across the room she felt Brill's polite, concealed frustration. "Then if this is so," Her Holiness said, "why cannot Lady Anne Boleyn be told her future? Hers and England's?" Lambert knew that the High Priest already knew the answer. She wanted to make Brill say it. Brill said. It is not thought wise, Your Holiness. If you remember, we did that once before. Ah, yes, your last hostage. I will see her too, of course, on this visit. Has Queen Helen's condition improved? No, Brill said shortly. And no therapeutic brain drugs or electronic treatments have helped? She still is insane from the shock of finding herself with us. Nothing has helped. You understand how reluctant I was to let you proceed with another time rescue at all, Her Holiness said, and even Lambert stifled a gasp. The High Priest did not make those determinations. Only the All-World Forum could authorize or disallow a hostage-taking across space or time. The Church of the Holy Hostage was responsible only for the inspection and continuation of permits granted by the Forum. For the High Priest to claim political power she did not possess. The Director's eyes gleamed angrily. But before he could reply, the door opened, and Culhane escorted in Anne Boleyn. Lambert pressed her lips together tightly. The woman had sewn herself a gown, a sweeping, ridiculous confection of amber velvet, so tight at the breasts and waist she must hardly be able to breathe. How had women conducted their lives in such trappings? The dress narrowed her waist to nearly nothing. Above the square neckline, her collarbones were delicate as a bird's. Culhane hovered beside her, huge and protective. Anne walked straight to the High Priest, knelt and raised her face. She was looking for a ring to kiss. Lambert didn't bother to hide her smile. The High Priest wore no jewelry except earrings, ever. The pompous little hostage had made a social error, no doubt significant in her own time. Anne smiled up at Her Holiness. The first time anyone had seen her smile at all. It changed her face, lighting it with mischief, lending luster to the great dark eyes. A phrase came to Lambert, penned by the poet Thomas Wyatt to describe his cousin Anne. And wild for to hold, though I seem tame. Anne said, in that sprightly yet aloof manner that Lambert was coming to associate with her, It seems, Your Holiness, that we have reached for what is not there, but the lack is ours, not yours, and we hope it will not be repeated in the request we come to make of you. Direct, graceful, even through the translator, and despite the ludicrous imperial plural. Lambert glanced at Culhane, who was gazing down at Anne as at a rare and fragile flower. How could he? That skinny body, without muscle tone, let alone augments, that plain face, the mole on her neck. This was not the 16th century. Culhane was a fool, as Thomas Wyatt had been, and Sir Harry Percy, and Henry, King of England, all caught not by beauty, but by that strange, elusive charm. Her Holiness laughed. Stand up, Your Grace. We don't kneel to officials here. Your Grace. The High Priest always addressed hostages by the honorifics of their own state, but in this case, it could only impede Anne's adjustment. And what do I care about her adjustment? Lambert jeered at herself. Nothing. What I care about is Culhane's infatuation, and only because he rejected me first. Rejection, it seemed, was a great whetter of appetite in any century. Anne rose. Her Holiness said, I'm going to ask you some questions, Your Grace. You are free to answer any way you wish. My function is to ensure that you are well treated, and that the noble science of the prevention of war, which has made you a holy hostage, is also well served. Do you understand? We do. Have you received everything you need for your material comfort? Yes, Anne said. Have you received everything you requested for your mental comfort? Books, objects of any description, Company. No, Anne said. Lambert saw Brill stiffen. Her Holiness said, No. It is necessary for the comfort of our mind, and for our material comfort as well, to understand our situation as fully as possible. Any rational creature requires such understanding to reach ease of mind. Brill said, You've been told everything related to your situation. What you ask is to know about situations that now, because you are here, will never happen. Situations that have happened, Lord Brill. Else no one could know of them. You could not. In your time stream they will not happen, Brill said. Lambert could hear the suppressed anger in his voice, and wondered if the High Priest could. Anne Boleyn couldn't know how serious it was to be charged by Her Holiness with a breach of hostage treatment. If Brill was ambitious, and why wouldn't he be, such charges could hurt his future. Anne said swiftly, Our time is now your time. You have made it so. The situation was none of our choosing, and if your time is now ours, then surely we are entitled to the knowledge that accompanies our time. She looked at the High Priest. For the comfort of our mind. Brill said, Your Holiness, no. Queen Anne is correct. Her argument is valid. You will designate a qualified researcher to answer any questions she has, any at all, about the life she might have had, or the course of events England took when the Queen did not become a sacred hostage. Brill nodded stiffly. Goodbye, Your Grace, Her Holiness said. I shall return in 2 weeks to inspect your situation again. 2 weeks? The High Priest was not due for another inspection for 6 months. Lambert glanced at Culhane to see his reaction to this blatant political fault-hunting, but he was gazing at the floor, to which Anne Boleyn had sunk in another of her embarrassing curtsies. The amber velvet of her skirts spread around her like gold. They sent a commoner to explain her life to her, and the life she had lost. A commoner. And he had as well the nerve to be besotted with her. Anne always knew. She tolerated such fellows. Like that upstart musician Smeaton, when they were useful to her. If this Master Culhane dared to make any sort of declaration, he would receive the same sort of snub Smeaton once had. Inferior persons should not look to be spoken to as noblemen. He sat on a straight-backed chair in her tower room, looking humble enough, while Anne sat in the great carved chair with her hands tightly folded to keep them from shaking. Tell me how I came to die in 1536. God's blood, had ever before there been such a sentence uttered? Culhane said, You were beheaded, found guilty of treason. He stopped and flushed. She knew then. In a queen, there was one cause for a charge of treason. He charged me with adultery, to remove me, so he could marry again. Yes. To Jane Seymour? Yes. Had I first given him a son? No, Culhane said. Did Jane Seymour give him a son? Yes, Edward VI, but he died at 16, a few years after Henry. There was vindication in that, but not enough to stem the sick feeling in her gut. Treason. And no son. It must have been more than desire for the Seymour bitch. Henry must have hated her. Adultery. With whom? Again the oaf flushed. With 5 men, Your Grace. Everyone knew the charges were false, created merely to excuse his own cuckoldry. Even your enemies admitted such. Who were they? Sir Henry Norris, Sir Francis Weston, William Brereton, Mark Smeaton, and your brother George. For a moment she thought she would be sick. Each name fell like a blow, the last like the axe itself. George. a beloved brother, so talented at music, so high-spirited and witty. Henry Norris, the king's friend. Weston and Brereton, young and light-hearted, but always to her respectful and careful. And Mark Smeaton, the oaf-made courtier because he could play the virginals. The long, beautiful hands clutched the sides of the chair. But the moment passed, and she could say with dignity, "They denied the charges." Smeaton confessed, but he was tortured into it. The others denied the charges completely. Henry Norris offered to defend your honor in single combat. Yes, that was like Henry. So old-fashioned, so principled. She said, "They all died." It was not a question. If she had died for treason, they would have too. And not alone. No one died alone. "Who else?" Culhane said. "Maybe we should wait for the rest of this. Who else?" "My father?" "No. Sir Thomas More. John Fisher." "More? For my—" She could not say adultery. Because he would not swear to the oath of supremacy, which made the king and not the Pope head of the church in England. That act opened the door to religious dissension in England. It did not. The heretics were already strong in England. History cannot fault that to me. Not as strong as they would become, Culhane said almost apologetically. Queen Mary was known as Bloody Mary for burning heretics who used the act of supremacy to break from born... "Your Grace, are you all right? Anne, do not touch me," she said. Queen Mary. Then her own daughter Elizabeth had been disinherited or killed. Had Henry become so warped that he would kill a child, his own child? Unless he had come to believe, she whispered, "Elizabeth?" Comprehension flooded his eye. "Oh, no, Anne, no. Mary ruled first, as the elder, but when she died heirless, Elizabeth was only 25. Elizabeth became the greatest ruler England had ever known. She ruled for 44 years, and under her England became a great power." The greatest ruler. Her baby Elizabeth. Anne could feel her hands unknotting on the ugly artificial chair. Henry had not repudiated Elizabeth, nor had her killed. She had become the greatest ruler England had ever known. Culhane said, "This is why we thought it best not to tell you all this." She said coldly, "I will be the judge of that." "I'm sorry," he said stiffly, hands dangling awkwardly between his knees. He looked like a plowman, like that oaf Smeaton. She remembered what Henry had done, and rage returned. "I stood accused with 5 men, with George, and the charges were false." Something in his face changed. Anne faced him steadily. "Unless... were they false, Master Culhane? You who know so much of history. Does history say—" She could not finish. To beg for history's judgment from a man like this. No humiliation had ever been greater. Not even the Spanish ambassador, referring to her as the concubine, had ever humiliated her so. Culhane said carefully, "History is silent on the subject, Your Grace. What your conduct was, would have been, is known only to you. As it should be, it was, would have been, mine," she said viciously, mocking his tones perfectly. He looked at her like a wounded puppy, like that lout Smeaton when she had snubbed him. "Tell me this, Master Culhane. You have changed history as it would have been, you tell me. Will my daughter Elizabeth still become the greatest ruler England has ever seen, in my time stream? Or will that be altered too, by your quest for peace at any cost?" "We don't know," I explained to you. We can only watch your time stream now as it unfolds. It had only reached October 1533, which is why after analyzing our own history you have explained all that. It will be 60 years from now before you know if my daughter will still be great. Or have you changed that as well by abducting me and ruining my life? Abducting? You are going to be killed, accused, beheaded, and you have prevented that. She rose, in a greater fury than ever she had been with Henry, with Wolsey, with anyone. You have also robbed me of my remaining 3 years, as surely as Henry would have robbed me of my old age. And you have mayhap robbed my daughter as well, as Henry sought to do with his Seymour Get prince. So what is the difference between you, Master Culhane, that you are a saint and Henry a villain? He held me in the tower until my soul could be commended to God. You hold me here, in this castle you say I can never leave, where time does not exist, and mayhap God neither. Who has done me the worst injury? Henry gave me the crown. You, all you and my Lord Brill have given me is a living death, and then given my daughter's crown a danger and uncertainty that without you she would not have known. Who has done to Elizabeth and me the worst turn? And in the name of preventing war, you have made war upon me. Get out! Get out! Get out! I never want to see you again. If I am in hell, let there be one less demon. Lambert slipped from her monitor to run down the corridor. Culhane flew from the room. Behind him the sound of something heavy struck the door. Culhane slumped against it, his face pasty around his cheek tie. Lambert could almost find it in herself to pity him. Almost. She said softly, I told you so. She's like a wild thing. You knew she could be. It's documented enough, Culhane. I put a suicide watch on her. Yes, good. She was like a wild thing. Lambert peered at him. You still want her? After that? That sobered him. He straightened and looked at her coldly. She is a holy hostage, Lambert. I remember that. Do you? Don't insult me, intern. He moved angrily away. She caught his sleeve. Culhane, don't be angry. I only meant that the 16th century was so different from our own, but do you think I don't know that? I was doing historical research while you were learning to read, Lambert. Don't instruct me. He stalked off. Lambert bit down hard on her own fury and stared at Anne Boleyn's closed door. No sound came from behind it. To the soundless door she finished her sentence. But some traps don't change. The door didn't answer. Lambert shrugged. It had nothing to do with her. She didn't care what happened to Anne Boleyn in this century or that other one, or to Culhane either. Why should she? There were other men. She was no Henry VIII to bring down her world for passion. What was the good of being a time researcher if you could not even learn from times past? She leaned thoughtfully against the door, trying to remember the name of the beautiful boy in her orientation lecture, the one with the violet eyes. She was still there, thinking, when Toshio Brill called the staff meeting to announce, his voice stiff with anger, that Her Holiness of the Church of the Holy Hostage had filed a motion with the All-World Forum that the Time Research Institute, because of the essentially reverent nature of the Time Rescue Program, be removed from administration by the Forum and placed instead under the direct control of the Church. She had to think. It was important to think, as she had thought through her denial of Henry's ardor and her actions when that ardor waned. Thought was all. She could not return to her London, to Elizabeth. They had told her that. But did she know beyond doubt that it was true? Anne left her apartments. At the top of the stairs she usually took to the garden. She instead turned and opened another door. It opened easily. She walked along a different corridor. Apparently even now no one was going to stop her. And if they did, what could they do to her? They could not use the scaffold or the rack. She had determined this from talking to that oaf Culhane, and that huge, ungainly woman, Lady Mary Lambert. They did not believe in violence, in punishment, in death. How could you not believe in death? Even they must one day die. The most they could do to her was shut her up in her rooms. And there the female pope would come to see she was well treated. Essentially, they were powerless. The corridor was lined with doors, most set with small windows. She peered in. Rooms with desks and machines, rooms without desks and machines, rooms with people seated around a table talking, kitchens, still rooms. No one stopped her. At the end of the corridor, she came to a room without a window and tried the door. It was locked. But as she stood there, her hand still on the knob, the door opened from within. Lady Anne, oh! Could no one in this accursed place get her name right? The woman who stood there was clearly a servant, although she wore the same ugly gray-green tunic as everyone else. Perhaps, like Lady Mary, she was really an apprentice. She was of no interest. But behind her was the last thing Anne expected to see in this place. A child. She pushed past the servant and entered the room. It was a little boy, his dress strange, but clearly a uniform of some sort. He had dark eyes, curling dark hair, a bright smile. How old? Perhaps 4. There was an air about him that was unmistakable. She would have wagered her life this child was royal. "Who are you, little one?" He answered her with an outpouring of a language she did not know. The servant scrambled to some device on the wall. In a moment, Culhane stood before her. "You said you didn't want to see me, Your Grace, but I was the closest to answer Kiki's summons." Anne looked at him. It seemed to her that she looked clear through him, to all that he was. Desire, and pride of his pitiful strange learning, and smugness of his holy mission that had brought her life to wreck. Hers, and perhaps Elizabeth's as well. She saw Culhane's conviction, shared by Lord Director Brill and even by such as Lady Mary, that what they did was right because they did it. She knew that look well. It had been Cardinal Wolsey's, Henry's right-hand man and Chancellor of England, the man who had advised Henry to separate Anne from Harry Percy, and advised Henry against marrying her, until she, Anne Boleyn, upstart Tom Boleyn's powerless daughter, had turned Henry against Wolsey and had the cardinal brought to trial. She. In that minute, she made her decision. "I was wrong, Master Culhane. I spoke in anger. Forgive me?" She smiled and held out her hand, and she had the satisfaction of watching Culhane turn color. How old was he? Not in his first youth, but neither had Henry. He said, "Of course, Your Grace. Kitty said you talked to the Tsarevich." She made a face, still smiling at him. She had often mocked Henry thus. Even Harry Percy, so long ago, a lifetime ago. No, 2 lifetimes ago. The what? The Tsarevich. He indicated the child. Was the dye on his face permanent, or would it wash off? She said, not asking. "He is another time hostage. He, too, in his small person, prevents a war." Culhane nodded, clearly unsure of her mood. Anne looked wonderingly at the child, then winningly at Culhane. "I would have you tell me about him. What language does he speak? Who is he?" "Russian. He was, the future emperor. He suffers from a terrible disease. You called it the bleeding sickness. Because his mother, the empress, was so driven with worry over him, she fell under the influence of a holy man who led her to make some disastrous decisions while she was acting for her husband, the emperor, who was away at war. Anne said, and the bad decisions brought about another war. They made more bloody than necessary a major rebellion. You prevent rebellions as well as wars. Rebellions against a monarchy. Yes, history did not go in the direction of monarchies. That made little sense. How could history go other than in the direction of those who were divinely anointed, those who held the power? Royalty won. In the end, they always won. But there could be many casualties before the end. She said, with that combination of liquid dark gaze and aloof body that had so intrigued Henry, and Norris, and Wyatt, and even presumptuous Smeaton, God damn his soul. I find I wish to know more about this child and his country's history. Will you tell me? Yes, Colleen said. She caught the nature of his smile, relieved, still uncertain how far he had been forgiven, eager to find out. Familiar, all so familiar. She was careful not to let her body touch his as they passed through the doorway. But she went first, so he could catch the smell of her hair. Master Culhane, you are listed on the demon machine as M. Culhane. The computer. I didn't know you ever looked at one. I did, through a window. It's not a demon, Your Grace. She let the words pass. What did she care what it was? But his tone told her something. He liked reassuring her. In this world, where women did the same work as men, and where female bodies were to be seen uncovered in the exercise yard so often that even turning your head to look must become a bore, this oaf, nonetheless, liked reassuring her. She said, What does the M mean? He smiled. Michael. Why? As the door closed, the captive royal child began to wail. Anne smiled too. An idle fancy. I wondered if it stood for Mark. What argument has the Church filed with the All-World Forum? A senior researcher asked. Brill said irritably, as if it were an answer. Where is Majub? Lambert spoke up promptly. He is with Helen of Troy, Director, and the doctor. The Queen had another seizure last night. Enzio Majub was the unfortunate project head for their last time rescue. Brill ran his hand over the back of his neck. His skull needed shaving, and his cheek dye was sloppily applied, he said. Then we will begin without Majub. The argument of Her Holiness is that the primary function of this institute is no longer pure time research, but practical application, and that the primary practical application is time rescue. As such, we exist to take hostages, and thus should come under the direct control of the Church of the Holy Hostage. Her secondary argument is that the time hostages are not receiving treatment up to intersystem standards as specified by the All-World Accord of 2154. Lambert's eyes darted around the room. Cassio Kahambu, project head for the Institute's greatest success, sat up straight, looking outraged. Our hostages are... On what are these charges allegedly based? Brill said. No formal charges as yet. Instead, she has requested an investigation. She claims we have hundreds of potential hostages pinpointed by the Rivoli equations, and the ones we have chosen do not meet standards for either internal psychic stability or benefit accrued to the hostages themselves, as specified in the All-World Accord. We have chosen to please ourselves, with flagrant disregard for the welfare of the hostages. Flagrant disregard? It was Culhane, already on his feet. Beneath the face dye, his cheeks flamed. Lambert eyed him carefully, How can Her Holiness charge flagrant disregard when without us, the Tsarevich Alexis would have been in constant pain from hemophiliac episodes? Queen Helen would have been abducted and raped, Herr Hitler blown up in an underground bunker, and Queen Anne Boleyn beheaded. Brill said bluntly, because the Tsarevich cries constantly for his mother, the Lady Helen is mad, and Mistress Boleyn tells the church she has been made war upon. Well, Lambert thought, that still left Herr Hitler. She was just as appalled as anyone at Her Holiness's charges, but Culhane had clearly violated both good manners and good sense. Brill never appreciated being upstaged. Brill continued. An investigative committee from the All-World Forum will arrive here next month. It will be small. Delegates Shoshiru, Vlokov, and Tulio. In 3 days, the Institute staff will meet again at 0700. And by that time, I want each project group to have prepared an argument in favor of the hostage you hold. Use the pre-permit justifications, including all the mathematical models, but go far beyond that in documenting benefits to the hostages themselves since they arrived here. Are there any questions? Only one, Lambert thought. She stood. Director, were the 3 delegates who will investigate us chosen by the All-World Forum or requested by Her Holiness? To whom do they already owe their allegiance? Brill looked annoyed. He said austerely, I think we can rely upon the All-World delegates to file a fair report, Intern Lambert. And Lambert lowered her eyes. Evidently, she still had much to learn. The question should not have been asked aloud. Would Mistress Boleyn have known that? Anne took the hand of the little boy. Come, Alexis, she said. We walk now. The prince looked up at her. How handsome he was, with his thick curling hair and beautiful eyes, almost as dark as her own. If she had given Henry such a child. She pushed the thought away. She spoke to Alexis in her rudimentary Russian, without using the translator box, hung like a peculiarly ugly pendant around her neck. He answered with a stream of words she couldn't follow, and she waited for the box to translate. Why should we walk? I like it here in the garden. The garden is very beautiful, Anne agreed, but I have something interesting to show you. Alexis trotted beside her obediently then. It had not been hard to win his trust. Had no one here ever passed time with children? Wash off the scary cheek paint. Play for him songs on the lute, an instrument he could understand. Not like the terrifying sounds coming without musicians from yet another box. Learn a few phrases of his language. She had always been good at languages. Anne led the child through the far gate of the walled garden into the yard. Machinery hummed. Naked men and women exercised together on the grass. Alexis watched them curiously, but Anne ignored them. Servants. Her long, full skirts, tawny silk, trailed on the ground. At the far end of the yard, she started down the short path to that other gate, the one that ended at nothing. Queen Isabella of Spain, Henry had told Anne once, had sent an expedition of sailors to circumnavigate the globe. They were supposed to find a faster way to India. They had not done so, but neither had they fallen off the edge of the world, which many had prophesied for them. Anne had not shown much interest in the story, because Isabella had, after all, been Catherine's mother. The edge of the world. The gate ended with a wall of nothing, nothing to see or smell or taste. Anne had tried. To the touch, the wall was solid enough and faintly tingly. A force field, Culhane said, out of time as we experience it, out of space. The gate, one of 3, led to a place called Upper Slib, in what had once been Egypt. Anne lifted Alexis. He was heavier than even a month ago. Since she had been attending him every day, he had begun to eat better, play more, cease crying for his mother, except at night. Look, Alexis, A gate. Touch it. The little boy did, then drew back his hand at the tingling. Anne laughed, and after a moment, Alexis laughed too. The alarms sounded. "Why, Your Grace?" Colleen said. "Why again?" "I wish to see if the gate was unlocked," Anne said coolly. We both wished to see. This was a lie. She knew it. Did he? Not yet, perhaps. "I told you, Your Grace, it is not a gate that can be left locked or unlocked as you understand the terms. It must be activated by the stasis square." "Then do so. The prince and I wish for an outing." Colleen's eyes darkened. Each time he was in more anguish, and each time he came running. However much he might wish to avoid her, commanding his henchmen to talk to her most of the time, he must come when there was an emergency, because he was her jailer, appointed by Lord Brill. So much had Anne discovered in a month of careful trials. He said now, "I told you, Your Grace, you can't move past the force field, no more than I could move into your palace at Greenwich. In the time stream beyond that gate, my time stream, you don't exist. The second you cross the force field, you disintegrate into nothingness." Nothingness again. To Alexis, she said sadly in Russian, "He will never let us out. Never, never." The child began to cry. Anne held him closer, looking reproachfully at Colleen, who was shifting toward anger. She caught him just before the shift was complete, befuddling him with unlooked-for wistfulness. "It is just that there is so little we can do here. In this time we do not belong. You can understand that, can you not, Master Colleen? Would it not be the same for you, in my court of England?" Emotions warred on his face. Anne put her free hand gently on his arm. He looked down, the long slim fingers with their delicate tendons, the tawny silk against his drab uniform. He choked out, "Anything in my power, anything within the rules, Your Grace." She had not yet gotten him to blurt out Anne, as he had the day she'd thrown a candlestick after him at the door. She removed her hand, shifted the sobbing child against her neck, spoke so softly he could not hear her. He leaned forward toward her. "What did you say, Your Grace?" "Would you come again tonight, to accompany my lute on your guitar, for Alexis and me?" Colleen stepped back. His eyes looked trapped. "Please, Master Colleen." Colleen nodded. Lambert stared at the monitor. It showed the hospital suite, barred windows, and low white pallets, where Helen of Troy was housed. The Queen sat quiescent on the floor, as she usually did, except for the brief and terrifying periods when she erupted, shrieking and tearing at her incredible hair. There had never been a single coherent word in the eruptions, not since the first moment they had told Helen where she was and why. Or maybe that fragile mind, already quivering under the strain of her affair with Paris, had snapped too completely even to hear them. Helen, Lambert thought, was no Anne Boleyn. Anne sat close to the mad Greek queen, her silk skirts overlapping Helen's white tunic, her slender body leaning so far forward that her hair, too, mingled with Helen's, straight black waterfall with masses of springing black curls. Before she could stop herself, Lambert had run her hand over her own shaved head. What was Mistress Anne trying to say to Helen? The words were too low for the microphones to pick up, and the double curtain of hair hid Anne's lips. Yet Lambert was as certain as death that Anne was talking, and Helen, quiescent. Was she nonetheless hearing? What could it matter if she were? Words in a tongue that from her point of view would not exist for another 2 millennia. Yet the Boleyn woman visited her every day, right after she left the Tsarevich. How good was Anne? From a time almost as barbaric as Helen's own, at non-verbal coercion of the crazed. Culhane entered, glanced at the monitor, and winced. Lambert said levelly, "You're a fool, Culhane." He didn't answer. "You go wherever she summons. He suddenly strode across the room, 2 strides at a time, grabbing Lambert. He pulled her from her chair and yanked her to her feet. For an astonished moment, she thought he was actually going to hit her. Researchers hitting each other. She tensed to slug him back, but abruptly he dropped her, giving a little shove so that she tumbled gracelessly back into her chair. "You feel like a fat stone." Lambert stared at him. Indifferently, he activated his own console and began work. Something rose in her. So cold, the vertebrae of her back felt fused in ice. Stiffly, she rose from the chair, left the room, and walked along the corridor. A fat stone. Heavy, stolid yet doughy, the flesh yielding like a slug or a maggot. Bulky, without grace, without beauty, almost without individuality, as stones were all alike. A fat stone. Anne Boleyn was just leaving Helen's chamber. In the corridor, back to the monitor, Lambert faced her. Her voice was low like a subterranean growl. "Leave him alone." Anne looked at her coolly. She did not ask whom Lambert meant. "Don't you know you are watched every minute? That you can't so much as use your chamber pot without being taped? How do you ever expect to get him to your bed? Or to do anything with poor Helen?" Anne's eyes widened. She said loudly, "Even when I use the chamber pot, watched. How not even the privacy of the beasts in the field?" Lambert clenched her fists. Anne was acting. Someone had already told her, or she had guessed, about the surveillance. Lambert could see that she was acting, but not why. A part of her mind noted coolly that she had never wanted to kill anyone before, so this, finally, was what it felt like. All those emotions she had researched throughout time, fury and jealousy, and the desire to destroy. The emotions that started wars. Anne cried, even more loudly, "I have been better had you never told me," and rushed toward her own apartments. Lambert walked slowly back to her work area. A fat stone. Anne lay on the grass between 2 massive power generators. It was a poor excuse for grass. Although green enough, it had no smell. No dew formed on it, not even at night. Culhane had explained that it was bred to withstand disease, and that no dew formed because the air had little moisture. He explained, too, that the night was as man-bred as the grass. There was no natural night here. Henry would have been highly interested in such things. She was not. But she had listened carefully, as she listened to everything Michael said. She lay completely still, waiting. Eventually the head of a researcher thrust around the corner of the towering machinery, a purposeful thrust. "Your Grace, what are you doing?" Anne did not answer. Getting to her feet, she walked back toward the castle. The place between the generators was no good. The woman had already known where Anne was. The 3 delegates from the All-World Forum arrived at the Time Research Institute looking apprehensive. Lambert could understand this. For those who had never left their own time, space continuum, it probably seemed significant to step through a force field to a place that did not exist in any accepted sense of the word. The delegates looked at the ground and inspected the facilities, and asked the same kinds of questions visitors always asked, before they settled down actually to investigate anything. They were given an hour's overview of the Time Rescue Program, presented by the director himself. Lambert, who had not helped write this, Listen to the careful sentiments about the prevention of war, the nobility of hostages, the deep understanding the Time Research Institute held of the All-World Accord of 2154, the altruistic extension of the holy mission of peace into other time streams. Brill then moved on to discuss the 4 time hostages, dwelling heavily on the first. In the 4 years since Herr Hitler had become a hostage, the National Socialist Party had all but collapsed in Germany. President Paul von Hindenburg had died on schedule, and the new moderate chancellors were slowly bringing order to Germany. The economy was still very bad, and unrest was widespread. But no one was arresting Jews or gypsies or homosexuals or Jehovah's Witnesses or... Lambert stopped listening. The delegates knew all this. The entire solar system knew all this. Hitler had been a tremendously popular success as a hostage, the reason the Institute had obtained permits for the next 3. Herr Hitler was kept in his locked suite, where he spent his time reading power fantasy novels, whose authors had not been born when the bunker under Berlin was detonated. Very impressive, Director, Goro Shashiru said. He was small, thin, elongated, a typical free-fall spacer, with a sharp mind and a reputation for incorruptibility. May we now talk to the hostages, one at a time? Without any monitors. That is our instruction, said Anna Vlokov. She was the senior member of the investigative team, a sleek, gray-haired Chinese who refused all augments. Her left hand, Lambert noticed, trembled constantly. She belonged to the All-World Forum's inner council, and had once been a hostage herself for 3 years. Please, Soren Tullio said with a smile. He was young, handsome, very wealthy, disposable, added by the Forum to fill out the committee, with few recorded views of his own. Insomuch as they existed, however, they were not tinged with any bias toward the Church. Her Holiness had not succeeded in naming the members of the investigative committee, if indeed she had tried. Certainly, Brill said. We've set aside the private conference room for your use. As specified by the Church, it is a sanctuary. There are no monitors of any kind. I would recommend, however, that you allow the bodyguard to remain with Herr Hitler, although, of course, you will make up your own minds. Delegate Vlokov said. The bodyguard must stay. Herr Hitler is not our concern here. Surprise, Lambert thought. Guess who is? The delegates kept Hitler only 10 minutes. The catatonic Helen only 3. They said the Queen did not speak. They talked to the little Tsarevich a half hour. They kept Anne Boleyn in the sanctuary conference room 4 hours and 23 minutes. She came out calm, blank-faced, and proceeded to her own apartments. Behind her, the 3 delegates were tight-lipped and silent. Anna Vlokov, the former hostage, said to Toshio Brill, We have no comment at this time. You will be informed. Brill's eyes narrowed. He said nothing. The next day, Director Toshio Brill was subpoenaed to appear before the All-World Forum on the gravest of all charges, mistreating holy hostages detained to keep peace. The tribunal would consist of the full inner circle of the All-World Forum. Since Director Brill had the right to confront those who accused him, the investigation would be held at the Time Research Institute. How? Lambert wondered. They would not take her unsupported word. How had the woman done it? She said to Culhane, The delegates evidently make no distinction between political hostages on our own world and time hostages snatched from shadowy parallel ones. Why should they? Coldly said Culhane, the idealist. And where had it brought him? Lambert was assigned that night to monitor the Tsarevich, who was asleep in his crib. She sat in her office, her screen turned to Anne Boleyn's chamber, watching her play on the lute and sing softly to herself the songs written for her by Henry VIII when his passion was new and fresh, 600 years before. Anne sat embroidering a sleeve cover of cinnamon velvet. In strands of black silk she worked intertwined H and A. Henry and Anne. Let those spying machines make of that what they would. The door opened, and without permission, Culhane entered. He stood by her chair and looked down into her face. "Why, Anne? Why?" She laughed. He had finally called her by her Christian name. Now, when it could not possibly matter. When he saw that she would not answer, his manner grew formal. "A lawyer has been assigned to you. He arrives tomorrow." A lawyer? Thomas Cromwell had been a lawyer. And Sir Thomas More. Dead, both of them, at Henry's hand. So had Master Culhane told her. And yet, he still believed that protection was afforded by the law. "The lawyer will review all the monitor records, what you did, what you said, every minute." She smiled at him mockingly. "Why tell me this now?" "It is your right to know." "And you are concerned with rights, almost as much as with death." She knotted the end of her thread and cut it. "How is it that you command so many machines, and yet do not command the knowledge that every man must die?" "We know that," Culhane said evenly. His desire for her had at last been killed. She could feel its absence, like an empty well. The use of her name had been but the last drop of living water. But we try to prevent death when we can. "Ah, but you can't." "Prevent death, as if it were a fever. You can only postpone it, Master Culhane. And you never even ask if that is worth doing." "I only came to tell you about the lawyer," Culhane said stiffly. "Good night, Mistress Boleyn." "Good night, Michael," she said, and started to laugh. She was still laughing when the door closed behind him. The Hall of Time, designed to hold 300, was packed. Lambert remembered the day she had given the orientation lecture to the history candidates, among them, What's His Name of the Violet Eyes. 20 young people huddled together against horror in the middle of squares, virtual and simulated, but not really present. Today the squares were absent, and the middle of the floor was empty, while all 4 sides were lined 10 deep with all-world inner council members on high polished benches, archbishops and lamas and shamans of the Church of the Holy Hostage, and reporters from every major news grid in the solar system. Her Holiness the High Priest sat among her followers, pretending she wanted to be inconspicuous. Toshio Brill sat in a chair alone, facing the current premier of the All-World Council, Dagar Krenya of Mars. Anne Boleyn was led to a seat. She walked with her head high, her long black skirts sweeping the floor. Lambert remembered that she had worn black to her trial for treason in 1536. "This investigation will begin," Premier Krenya said. He wore his hair to his shoulders. Fashions must have changed again on Mars. Lambert looked at the shaved heads of her colleagues, at the long, loose black hair of Anne Boleyn. To Culhane, seated beside her, she whispered, "We'll be growing our hair again soon." He looked at her as if she were crazy. It was a kind of crazy, to live everything twice, once in research, once in the flesh. Did it seem so to Anne Boleyn? Lambert knew her frivolity was misplaced, and she thought of the frivolity of Anne in the Tower, awaiting execution. "They will have no trouble finding a name for me. I shall be Queen Anne Lackhead." At the memory, Lambert's hatred burst out fresh. She had the memory, and now Anne never would. But in bequeathing it forward in time to Lambert, the memory had become second-hand. That was Anne Boleyn's real crime, for which she would never be tried. She had made this whole proceeding, so important to Lambert and Brill and Culhane, a mere reenactment. Prescripted, second-hand. She had robbed them of their own unused time. Krinya said. The charges are as follows. That the Time Research Institute has mistreated the holy hostage Anne Boleyn, held hostage against war. 3 counts of mistreatment are under consideration this day. First, that researchers willfully increased the hostage's mental anguish by dwelling on the pain of those left behind by the hostage's confinement, and on those aspects of confinement that cause mental unease. Second, that researchers failed to choose a hostage who would truly prevent war. Third, that researchers willfully used a hostage for sexual gratification. Lambert felt herself go very still. Beside her, Culhane rose to his feet, then sat down again slowly, his face rigid. Was it possible he had... No. He had been infatuated, but not to the extent of throwing away his career. He was not Henry, any more than Lambert had been over him. The spectators buzzed, an uneven sound like malfunctioning equipment. Krinya rapped for order. Director Brill, how do you answer these charges? False, Premier, every one. Then let us hear the evidence against the Institute. Anne Boleyn was called. She took the chair in which Brill had been sitting. She made an entry as though she were going to a great triumph and sat down with elegance. But that was the other time, the first time. Lambert groped for Culhane's hand. It felt limp. Mistress Boleyn, Krinya said. He had evidently not been told that she insisted on being addressed as a queen, and the omission gave Lambert a mean pleasure. In what ways was your anguish willfully increased by researchers at this institute? Anne held out her hand. To Lambert's astonishment, her lawyer put into it a lute. At an official all-world forum investigation, a lute. Anne began to play. The tune high and plaintive. Her unbound black hair fell forward. Her slight body made a poignant contrast to the torment in the words. Defiled is my name, full sore, through cruel spite and false report, that I may say for evermore, farewell to joy, adieu comfort. O death, rock me asleep, bring on my quiet rest, let pass my very guiltless ghost out of my careful breast. Ring out the doleful knell, let its sound my death tell. For I must die, there is no remedy, for now I die. The last notes faded. Anne looked directly at Krinya. I wrote that, my lords, in my other life. Master Culhane of this place played it for me, along with death songs written by my brother. Mistress Boleyn, no, I would recover myself. George's death tune was hard for me to hear, my lords. Accused and condemned because of me, who always loved him well. Krinya said to the lawyer whose staff had spent a month reviewing every moment of monitor records. Culhane made her listen to these. Yes, the lawyer said. Beside Lambert, Culhane sat unmoving. Go on, Krinya said to Anne. He told me that I was made to suffer watching the men accused with me die. How I was led to a window overlooking the block. How my brother George kneeled, putting his head on the block. How the axe was raised. She stopped, shuddering. A murmur ran over the room. It sounded like cruelty, Lambert thought. But whose? Worst of all, my lords, Anne said, was that I was told I had bastardized my own child. I chose to sign a paper declaring no valid marriage had ever existed because I had been pre-contracted to Sir Henry Percy, so my daughter Elizabeth was illegitimate, and thus barred from her throne. I was taunted with the fact that I had done this, ruining the prospects of my own child. He said it over and over. Master Culhane did, Krinya said to the lawyer. Is this in the visuals? Yes. Krinya turned back to Anne. But Mistress Boleyn, These are things that because of your time rescue did not happen, will not happen in your time stream. How can they thus increase your anguish for relatives left behind? Anne stood. She took one step forward, then stopped. Her voice was low and passionate. My good Lord, do you not understand? It is because you took me here that these things did not happen. Left to my own time, I would have been responsible for them all. For my brother's death, for the other 4 brave men, for my daughter's bastardization, for the torment in my own music. I have escaped them only because of you. To tell me them in such detail, not the mere provision of facts that I myself requested, but agonizing detail of mind and heart, is to tell me that I alone, in my own character, am evil, giving pain to those I love most, and that in this time stream you have brought me to, I did these things, felt them, feel them still. You have made me guilty of them. My Lord Premier, have you ever been a hostage yourself? Do you know, or can you imagine, the torment that comes from imagining the grief of those who love you? And to know you have caused this grief, not merely loss, but death, blood, the pain of disinheritance, that you have caused it, and are now being told of the anguish you cause, told over and over, in words, in song even. Can you imagine what that feels like to one such as I, who cannot return at will and comfort those hurt by my actions? The room was silent. Who, Lambert wondered, had told Anne Boleyn that Premier Crinia had once served as a holy hostage? Forgive me, my lords, Anne said dully. I forget myself. Your testimony may take whatever form you choose, Crinia said, and it seemed to Lambert that there were shades and depths in his voice. The questioning continued. A researcher, said Anne, had taunted her with being spied on even at her chamber pot. Lambert leaned slowly forward, which had made Anne cry out, It had been better had you never told me. Since then, modesty had made her reluctant even to answer nature. So that there is every hour a most wretched twisting and churning in my bowels. Asked why she thought the Institute had chosen the wrong hostage, Anne said she had been told so by my Lord Brill. The room exploded into sound, and Crinia rapped for quiet. That visual now, please. On a square created in the center of the room, the visuals replayed on 3 sides. My Lord Brill, was there no other person you could take but I to prevent this war you say is 100 years off? This civil war in England? The mathematics identified you as the best hostage, Your Grace. The best? Best for what, my lord? If you had taken Henry himself, then he could not have issued the Act of Supremacy. His supposed death would have served the purpose as well as mine. Yes, but for Henry VIII to disappear from history while his heir is but a month old, we did not know if that might not have started a civil war in itself, between the factions supporting Elizabeth and those for Queen Catherine, who was still alive. What did your mathematical learning tell you? That it probably would not, Brill said. And yet choosing me instead of Henry left him free to behead yet another wife, as you yourself have told me, my cousin Catherine Howard. Brill shifted on his chair. That is true, Your Grace. Then why not Henry instead of me? I'm afraid Your Grace does not have sufficient grasp of the science of probabilities for me to explain, Your Grace. Anne was silent. Finally she said, I think that the probability is that you would find it easier to deal with a deposed woman than with Henry of England, whom no man can withstand in either a passion or a temper. Brill did not answer. The visual rolled. 10 seconds. 15. And he did not answer. Mr. Premier, Brill said in a choked voice, Mr. Premier, you will have time to address these issues soon, Mr. Director, Krinya said. Mistress Boleyn, this third charge, sexual abuse. The term had not existed in the 16th century, thought Lambert. Yet Anne understood it. She said, I was frightened, my lord, by the strangeness of this place. I was afraid for my life. I didn't know then that a woman may refuse those in power, That is why sexual contact with hostages is universally forbidden, Krinya said. Tell us what you think happened. Not what did happen, what you think happened. Lambert took heart. Anne said, Master Culhane bade me meet him at a place. It is a small alcove beside a short flight of stairs near the kitchen. He bade me meet him there at night. Frightened, I went. Visuals, Krinya said in a tight voice. The virtual square reappeared. Anne, in the same white nightdress in which she had been taken hostage, crept from her chamber, along the corridor, her body heat registering in infrared. Down the stairs, around to the kitchens, into the cubbyhole formed by the flight of steps, themselves oddly angled, as if they had been added or altered after the main structure was built, after the monitoring system installed. Anne dropped to her knees and crept forward beside the isolated stairs, and disappeared. Lambert gasped. A time hostage was under constant surveillance. That was a basic condition of their permit. There was no way the Boleyn bitch could escape constant monitoring, but she had. Master Culhane was already there, Anne said in a dull voice. He used me ill there. The room was awash with sound. Krinya said over it, Mistress Boleyn, there is no visual evidence that Master Culhane was there. He has sworn he was not. Can you offer any proof that he met you there? Anything at all? Yes, 2 arguments, my lord. First, how would I know there were not spying devices in but this one hidden alcove? I did not design this castle. It is not mine. Krinya's face showed nothing. And the other argument. I am pregnant with Master Culhane's child. Pandemonium. Krinya rapped for order. When it was finally restored, he said to Brill, Did you know of this? No, It was a hostage's right by the Accord to refuse intrusive medical treatment. She has been healthy. Mistress Boleyn, you will be examined by a doctor immediately. She nodded assent. Watching her, Lambert knew it was true. Anne Boleyn was pregnant, and had defeated herself thereby, but she did not know it yet. Lambert fingered the knowledge, seeing it as a tangible thing, cold as steel. How do we know, Krinya said, that you were not pregnant before you were taken hostage? It was but a month after my daughter Elizabeth's birth, and I had the white leg. Ask one of your experts if a woman would bet a man then. Ask a woman expert in the women of my time. Ask Lady Mary Lambert. Heads in the room turned. Ask whom? Krinya said. Ask whom? An aide leaned toward him and whispered something. He said, We will have her put on the witness list. Anne said, I carry Michael Culhane's child. I, who could not carry a prince for the king. Krinya said, almost powerlessly, That last has nothing to do with this investigation, Mistress Boleyn. She only looked at him. They called Brill to testify, and he threw up clouds of probability equations that did nothing to clarify the choice of Anne over Henry as holy hostage. Was the woman right? Had there been a staff meeting to choose between the candidates identified by the Rivoli applications, and had someone said of 2 very close candidates, We should think about the effect on the Institute as well as on history? Had someone been developing a master theory based on a percentage of women influencing history? Had someone had an infatuation with the period, and chosen by that what should be altered? Lambert would never know. She was an intern. Had been an intern. Culhane was called. He denied seducing Anne Boleyn. The songs on the lute, the descriptions of her brother's death, the bastardization of Elizabeth, all done to convince her that what she had been saved from was worse than where she had been saved to. Culhane felt so much that he made a poor witness, stumbling over his words, protesting too much. Lambert was called. As neutrally as possible, she said, "Yes, Mr. Premier. Historical accounts show that Queen Anne was taken with whiteleg after Elizabeth's birth. It is a childbed illness. The legs swell up and ache painfully. It can last from a few weeks to months. We don't know how long it would have lasted, for Mistress Boleyn. And would a woman with this disease be inclined to sexual activity?" Inclined? No. "Thank you, Researcher Lambert." Lambert returned to her seat. The committee next looked at visuals, hours of visuals. Culhane, flushed and tender, making a fool of himself with Anne with the little Tsarevich, an exile trying to comfort a child torn from his mother. Helen of Troy, mad and pathetic. Brill, telling news grids around the solar system that the time rescue program, savior of countless lives, was run strictly in conformance with the All-World Accord of 2154. And all the time, through all the visuals, Lambert waited for what was known to everyone in that room except Anne Boleyn. She could not pull off in this century what she might have in Henry's. The paternity of a child could be genotyped in the womb. Who? Mark Smeaton, after all? Another miscarriage from Henry. Precipitately gotten and unrecorded by history? Thomas Wyatt, her most faithful cousin and cavalier? After the committee had satisfied itself that it had heard enough, everyone but forum delegates was dismissed. Anne, Lambert saw, was led away by a doctor. Lambert smiled to herself. It was already over. The Boleyn bitch was defeated. The All-World Forum Investigative Committee deliberated for less than a day. Then it issued a statement. The child carried by holy hostage Anne Boleyn had not been sired by researcher Michael Culhane. Its genotypes matched no one's at the Institute for Time Research. The Institute, however, was guilty of 2 counts of hostage mistreatment. The Institute's charter as an independent, tax-exempt organization was revoked. Toshio Brill was released from his position, as were project head Michael Culhane and intern Mary Lambert. The Institute's stewardship was reassigned to the Church of the Holy Hostage under the direct care of Her Holiness, the High Priest. Lambert slipped through the outside door to the walled garden. It was dusk. On a seat at the far end a figure sat, skirts spread wide, a darker shape against the dark wall. As Lambert approached, Anne looked up without surprise. "Culhane's gone. I leave tomorrow. Neither of us will ever work in time research again." Anne went on gazing upward. Those great dark eyes, that slim neck, so vulnerable. Lambert clasped her hands together hard. "Why?" Lambert said. "Why do it all again? Last time, use a king to bring down the power of the church. This time, use a church to... Before at least you gained a crown. Why do it here, when you gain nothing? You could have taken Henry. He deserved it. I did not." "But we didn't take Henry," Lambert shouted. "So why?" Anne did not answer. She put out one hand to point behind her. Her sleeve fell away, and Lambert saw clearly the small 6th finger that had marked her as a witch. A tech came running across the half-lit garden. "Researcher Lambert." "What is it?" "They want you inside, everybody. The Queen, the other one, Helen, she's killed herself." The garden blurred, straightened. "How?" "Stabbed, with the silver sewing scissors hidden in her tunic. It was so quick. The researchers saw it on the monitor but couldn't get there in time. Tell them I'm coming. Lambert looked at Anne Boleyn. You did this. Anne laughed. This lady, wrote the tower constable, hath much joy in death. Anne said, Lady Mary, every birth is a sentence of death. Your age has forgotten that. Helen didn't need to die yet, and the Time Research Institute didn't need to be dismantled. It will be dismantled, completely. But somewhere, sometime, you will be punished for this. I'll see to that. Punished, Lady Mary? And mayhap beheaded? Lambert looked at Anne. The magnificent black eyes, the sixth finger, the slim neck. Lambert said slowly, You want your own death, as you had it before. What else did you leave me? Anne Boleyn said. Except the power to live the life that is mine. You will never get it. We don't kill here. Anne smiled. Then how will you punish me? Sometime, somehow. Lambert didn't answer. She walked back across the walled garden, toward the looming walls, gray in the dusk. Toward the chamber where lay the other dead queen.
Things Undone by John Barnes, read by Tom Deere. With 2 contracts last spring, both successful, Year of Grace 2014 had already been lucrative by early December. Better still, with just over 3 months left in the year, we had yet another contract. We are looking for someone who will probably sound as if he has a Dutch accent, Horace said. As always, she was speaking from an index card, pulled from the envelope that had only just dropped out of the slot on the FBI-only blue phone about 10 minutes ago. Date of arrival, March 16th, YOG 2013, so right before the new year. He can't possibly have survived in Denver for 9 months without having had extensive contact with other people, so there's no hope of a true isolation. She was getting that off the card where they set the rate, skipping all the numbers. They never meant much to her. I said, Slow down slightly. What are the top and bottom rates they're offering? 70% of the standard for a fully discrete termination, 143% if it turns out we can do a true isolation, but we won't be able to. 143% is the exact inverse of 70%, I commented, rounded to the nearest percent. Horace looked at me, multiple apertures in her Riemann eyes opening and polyfocusing so that she could catch every nuance of the pulse in my neck and the infrared flush of my skin. There will be a reason why that thing about exact inverses is useful, and that reason is eluding me. Numbers elude Horace like faces and names elude me, but time travelers never elude us for very long, I thought. I enjoyed thinking it. I said, The penalty for having to resort to killing him is exactly the same as the reward for getting him all the way into the WPP. Normally the reward is much lower than the penalty. When they pay 70 for a complete screw-up where we have to shoot him and grind him, they only pay maybe 110 for true isolation. So for some reason, they are incenting us very, very hard to achieve true isolation, even though it's obvious that true isolation is impossible. That is interesting. You're right, she said. Furthermore, I said, Horace is a good partner, the best actually, the only one I'll ever want, but she always stops talking about numbers just before it gets really good. This means that they are incenting us to improve, if only by the slightest margin, across the whole spectrum from barely acceptable failure to triumphant success. Horace nodded. I think I get it, Rastigavat. The pay scale is telling you that the case is much more important than the usual ballast tracking job. They want all the results we can squeeze out no matter what it takes, and there's no such thing as good enough we can coast. Has there ever been a case with a pay scale like this before? 39 cases since I started working with you, after 6 cases with Gomez, and in every case the bonus was less than 80% of the inverse of the penalty. So no, never. Not only is this the most urgent case ever, it's the most urgent by a wide margin. Horace nodded. We're not supposed to notice that. If we didn't, we wouldn't be smart enough to catch time jumpers. Right. She gave me her weird grimace that meant smile. She didn't get Riemann eyes until she was in her 20s. She was born blind and common, so she hadn't had the right feedback to develop proper facial expressions when she was young. I grinned back. It was nice to work with someone who got jokes. I estimated that I knew at least 2,000% more than I was supposed to know about Horace. For example, her first name was Ruth, but since I could never call her that, I called her Horace, same as she called me Rostigavat, even though she knew my first name was Simon. I estimated that we covertly shared between 820 and 860 simple declarative statements about each other that we were not supposed to know. We also were the only two people in the world who knew each other at all. I looked a little more normal, but I didn't get to know people much. Except for Horace, they were boring. And if anyone found out that Horace didn't bore me, she'd be gone, literally, before I ever knew her. When a common becomes important to Eliot, there's a waiver on the temporal rules. Her grimace grin got more intense, and she focused her vision apertures directly at my face. The Lord of Grace alone knows why. Knowing Horace better than anyone else in the world is like knowing just one fact about a star no astronomer has seen. It was good that I knew how to be fascinated without showing it. At last she said, "All right, shall I resume reading cards?" "Please." I took a sip of coffee, careful to set the cup down without making a bump or disturbance that might draw either of our attention from what she was doing. Because if we missed anything, it was gone for good. Regulations required that as she finished each card, she dropped it into the combustor. She had to pull them from their package one at a time, then put them down the combustor. Basics. Ballast tracking job. Date of ballast's origin, 28 May 1388. Location, Southwark, London, England. She dropped the card into the slot. The combustor made a soft brack as the swirling white-hot oxygen turned the card into gas and a wisp of glassy ash. Mass, 20 gallon weights, almost exactly. Cylinder of enclosure, 70 by 11 decifeet. So he was about average height and girth. Into the slot, brack, more gas and ash. Our mystery man was the ballast load for the backward journey of Alvarez Perón, which was the alias for a man named Confidential, who had worked for the federal government as a available on a need-to-know basis, while leading a double life. It noted that in his real life he was Liat and had family, and therefore we should avoid any inquiries in that direction unless specifically authorized. Perón had departed from an apartment near 30th and Downing, apartment destroyed in fire of suspicious origin. That was unsurprising. It takes time to build an illegal time machine and prepare to use it. So he'd taken a place in the bad side of town under another name, and then probably firebombed it just after the ballast came through. That was a pretty common trick, not least because it forced the ballast to run instead of doing the natural thing and holing up in the place where the time machine had been. Horace and me had caught 8 ballasts who had barely had a second to realize they were naked or in rags, bleeding and hurt, in a strange place, before the room had gone up in flames and they'd fled for their lives into the street. 30th and Downing was a logical place, in the scummy boho end of town, where many Liat had apartments for mistresses or for drug parties, and near a levrail station where gravitic power was easy to steal with just an Edison tube of mercury for an antenna. We could have had the case the day after he left. The Royal Temporal Division had measured the power draw, mass, and sill-ink, but hadn't seen fit to tell us till we asked, and of course we hadn't asked till we detected it by our methods, which meant not until after anomalies began to accumulate and casopropagate forward around the disappearance of Perón's ballast. That was typical. RTD cops gave no cooperation to anyone, least of all us Phoebes. "So," I said, "just rechecking your memory with mine. We have it that Perón had no prior record of experimenting with time machines. But given that you can make one out of 3 old radios and any pre-1985 ultrasonic clothes cleaner," she nodded. "And he could have gotten the physics from the tween web, plenty of articles there. Or with his confidential background, and being from a Liat family, good odds he's a high-level physicist or mathematician." She turned another card. "This is the longest kinograph of him they can find, and it's only about 40 seconds. He liked tango, so he made it to most of the Argentu clubs here in town." I watched. Faces are all alike, but I remember Gates. Perón sent his partner through a quick, neat boleo and let her out in a nice cruzada. He took good care of her access without fussing about it, and I could tell his lead was firm and clear, letting her look good, but not very imaginative. He didn't particularly make her look good. He's good, I said, but not great. You dance? She sounded equally astonished on each word, add one more declarative statement to things she knew. Yeah, I met Perone. We danced in some of the same places. He was around for a while, till a few months ago, in fact. I looked at the kinograph more closely. You sure can tell he's been gone for 9 months, can't you? His face is blurring badly. I don't really remember it well either, but I don't think that's an effect of the time travel. I think I just never paid much attention to him. You'd know him if you saw him again? Yeah, no question. If they drop me back for an exchange, I can do it. Mention it in your daily to the FBI, but they aren't going to want to try. My fuzzy memory is bound to be better than the kinograph, so combust it. Brack. Horace pulled out the next card. Perone had a lot of friends. How many? 41 identified. That's a lot for you or me, not so much for a regular social dancer. Sounded like a lot. Always give me the number. Sorry, Rostigavant. You're right. She was checking me, opening apertures to see if I was upset with her, so I smiled and nodded to let her know it was okay. That was Horace, always worrying whether I liked her. Better to get her off that worry. I asked, so 41 friends, in what kind of relationships? Very casual, all of them. Hanging out, bars and movies together, that kind of thing. 9 from dancing, 32 from SpecThink, which is a philosophy e-kiosk on TweenWeb. Now his old cronies on SpecThink are arguing about who he was, where he went, and so on. May I look at the card? She handed it over. I could listen to Horace try to explain a table of numbers all month and not learn anything. She just didn't see numbers. If she let me look and then explain to her, we both knew a lot more. Frequency of contact, frequency of mention, and trust in mention all showed the usual pattern after someone jumps back. His friends were talking about him less and less, being troubled by not quite remembering old what's-his-name. In the last 3 months, 4 of them had decided he was a hoax invented by the rest of the group, and 5 more were sympathetic to that view. He had been the most frequently quoted member of his personal web. 85% of quotes originating with him had already been reattributed. Popular guy, I said. But one of the things I like about the dance communities, you don't have to talk more than you want to. And most people prefer it if you don't get too involved with each other. And it's nice, precise exercise. I love all that. So since I didn't dance with him and wasn't much of a talker, I just didn't interact with him much. The only thing I remember is that there were always people around him. I think I'd recognize him from his gait, though, if he came back. You don't think we'll retrieve him? No way. He has almost already gotten away with it. It's a miracle the random searches found him when they did. Whatever Perone has done, it's already melding with reality. There's going to be uproar, I'm afraid. Her apertures opaqued, and she rubbed the back of her head. Shit. Horace hates uproar. Me? I barely notice it. 600 years ago, in the one great lecture of 1403, Francis Tyrwhitt articulated the theory of indexical derivability, and after his death, his 11 students carried the work on. In 1421, a 6-page calculation overthrew all of Aristotelian mechanics and Ptolemaic astronomy, and told them how to build the telescopes and chronometers with which to confirm it. In 1429, Marlowe discovered the periodic table of the elements, valence, and carbon chains in his calculations in a single, thick codex. Tyrwhitt's last living student, Christopher Berkeley Maxwell, laid out the basic equations of electromagnetism in the notes found in his room after his death. Indexical derivability made all things inevitable. Once you had its 14 definitions, 7 axioms, and 41 basic theorems, from then on, if you could describe what you wanted to do, it was just a matter of doing the steps, deriving the equations, or proving that no equations could be derived, which was equivalent to absolute impossibility, and then solving them. Solving them was a bastard, of course. Newton worked all his life, without success, to unify relativity and quantum. Then, just under 200 years ago, Babbage saw how to use deoxyribonucleic acid to solve equations. After that, any Liat 16-year-old, if his allowance would cover a few tubes of chemicals from the school supplies at Office Mats, plus an ordinary amino acid sequencer from the pet store, could unify quantum physics and relativity in about 3 days. You still needed the occasional genius to explain what the right question was. It wasn't until Einstein that people really understood what time travel would mean or require. But once you could ask a question intelligently, it was only a matter of a few hours to learn whatever you wanted. As for building whatever you dreamed up, with such a variety of tech stuff out there, if you had a Liat ID, you could probably get the parts from any junkyard or hobby store. The universe still is what it is. Turns out questions like, how can I love my neighbor, are impossible to write in a soluble form, but how can I make a really big bomb, and how can I go back and change the past, are easy. Just slap it together following the directions that come out of the tube, and off you go. Luckily, by far the most common jumpers are the ones who are trying to cheat in temporia. The ones who jump back to give their earlier selves a bit of good advice or to take a different turn in the road. Too close to their departure point, there's so little room for casopropagation that the most likely consequences are fatal accidents or little appointment in Samara lessons, often both simultaneously. It doesn't matter how often people hear that the universe is imperfectly reality conservative, favoring whatever results in the least displacement, in Einstein's famous formulation. All they hear is imperfectly and favoring, like the serpent whispering, "Thou shalt not surely die." The short-term jumpers, the ones who go back 5 or 30 years, all think the stochastic exceptions the universe makes will be made in their direction, and that they'll be really happy if they just try to kiss Esther, or pop Bart in the nose when he shoves them in the hall, or buy Plum Computer when it's cheap. And each short-term jumper is always the only person surprised when it turns out that actually nothing much changes even if they live and we don't catch them. The exception to that was that federal authorities could do a quick, simple edit when someone crossed a boundary that must never be crossed. In such cases, it worked because, honestly, if you changed people, you changed a lot of things, but if you just deleted them, generally, you didn't. Most of us don't like to know how disposable we are, but there you have it. If the feds didn't like what people were doing now, we'd eliminate them at some time back in the past, and history would close around the little space they had taken up, not as if they had never been, but just plain, they had never been. Only freak memory social isolates like me and Horace would recall it. That was part of how the FBI found us. Say a common boy developed a crush on his personal slave. You couldn't punish him for that, he was higher. To punish and forbid meant admitting it was possible to cross the boundary. So you made it that it never had been crossed. A federal agent took a short hop back, and the slave girl had some quick, painless accident as a small girl, and the boy's family was warned to find more appropriate slaves. But if 3 weeks after she ceased to exist, the boy was asking about her, you knew you had someone who had that kind of memory. You could fix him by having him talk to a lot of people, but if he wouldn't do that, he would be either an FBI agent or someone who needed sequestering. There were rumors that for some cases there were many, many people who needed elimination. I had met one older agent who had once told me of having to eliminate 4 generations into the past to get rid of a Diana Spencer, but he didn't say for what. I gathered it involved a royal person, and noting that the old man telling the tale was drunk, stopped him before he said more. Shortly after that conversation, the man vanished, but perhaps he just died and I didn't hear about it. I never asked around to see if anyone remembered him. As for me, there was a sad, soft spot in my heart for Lanella, who I think was a free nurse I must have preferred to my mother. So many Liat boys do. We're too young to understand the consequences, and after all we see the nurse for hours every day, and Mama for perhaps 2 hours on Sunday. If it wasn't all a dream, then Lanella ceased to be while I was away at school for my first year, and when I came home at Christmas and asked for her, they took me to meet a nice man who promised I could be an FBI agent when I grew up. So altering recent history was really nothing. The government did it all the time, whenever it was convenient. Private individuals tried it all the time, and either failed, because they didn't have the government's resources or simplicity of intention, or succeeded without changing much. It was illegal for private citizens, and they eliminated free and common people to prevent the violations ever happening, and the fine for Liats doing it was outrageous. But though the penalties were harsh for short-term jumps back in time, in truth, there was little harm or difference made, whether we caught them or not. There was also little harm from anyone jumping into deep history. If you leaped back and assassinated Alexander, there might be a wild divergence for as much as 200 years, but the immense, massive intemporia of the whole time stream would find its way back to its old bed. And if you went back to, say, the Younger Dryas, whatever you did would be utterly undone. Paleobiological expeditions were common school projects. But every now and then, someone decided to change something in mesohistory, which meant the causal delta hits its maximum near the present. Whenever that happened, the first time the Federal Bureau of Isotemporality knew anything, a couple of battles had reversed their outcomes. The linguistic lines between English, Francia, Ruski, and Hispano in the Amoricas have moved hundreds of miles. The untitled states of Amorica had gained or lost 10 states, and there was a Yorkist on the Confederate throne again. The physics could have turned out worse. If the rate of casopropagation were uniform, continuous, instantaneous, or forward causality conservative, any one of them would have done it. Then after each past-changing trip, we'd instantly be in that other world. Millions or billions of us would cease to exist and be replaced by someone else. Everyone's new memory would conform to everyone else's, and the world would go on without even a fart in time. Fortunately for those of us who like to go on existing, Einstein showed that casopropagation is stochastic, discrete, metatemporal, and biased toward zero change, but not strictly conservative. Mesohistorical time travelers nearly always wanted to come back to somewhere around the time they left, and the changes they made were reversible until they did. So they found a living human to be their ballast body. If you used an inert ballast body, say a load of mud from a riverbank or a fallen log from a forest, the trackers would find it right there at the place where your time machine took off, and disconnect its causal relation to you, dispersing and destructuring it, blow it up, burn it, grind it up, and scatter it. You just have pointlessly ceased to exist. But if your temporal field reached into the past to grab a live person, then with luck, the ballast, arriving suddenly in the future, would wander off and become hard to locate, thus ensuring that the time traveler had somewhere to return to. Every so often someone would grab a deer. This worked as long as you could count on the deer not to get caught, and didn't mind arriving and returning somewhere unplanned in the woods. So Horace and I were supposed to find the ballast body during the interval between departure and return. Once we did, other agents would change the ballast in enough ways so that the time traveler's forward isotemporal soundings couldn't get a fix. They never came back. And the casopropagation was undone. Horace liked to call it the no deposit, no return system, because that always made me have to cover my mouth and not let any hidden camera see me smile. I sometimes thought she must have some kind of death wish. Of course it was fine for her to like me, but she must know how often she put herself in danger of being seen to be liked. Anyway, finding ballasts was what we did. Once we did, regular agents moved in and did the simple grade school science of altering the ballasts to break the connection. There are 50 or 100 things you can do to ballasts once you find them. Some of them are even fairly humane. Want to try to ling him out? I asked. Dutch accent, odd behaviors, arrived naked with strange injuries. Is that enough for a dictionary expansion into a Dodgsonian? I think so, she said. System up for voice. Up, Wingtoes said. Horace stared at the ceiling, took a deep breath, and set her Riemann eyes on opaque. I envied her that ability, though she said it couldn't be all that different from just having eyelids. Maybe she didn't really understand that total darkness is different from very dim red blur. She held that deep breath, focused her tension, let the breath out, counted down slowly from 10 to 0, and fell into a light, lucid trance with a soft sigh. Dutch boy paints, Dutch harbor, Dutch treat, Dutch chocolate, Amsterdam, damn, Rotterdam, hope they'll Rotterdam teeth out. Dykes, boy with finger and dyke, middle school boy jokes, Richard II, Bolingbroke, gutter, alley, Prince Hal and his pal, Hal Canal, windmills, Chaucer, wife of Bath, need a bath, bride of Frankenstein needs a bath, mad scientist, Frank the mad scientist, Frank Francis Tyrwhitt to who a merry note. Her light, flat, fast-talking monotone went on, interrupted periodically by deep, slow breaths. I watched the projected image on the wall. Each word or expression popped onto the screen in pale green, and a swarm of blue points, closely related words, would accrete around it like instant fungus, putting off orange shoots of exact antonyms, red coils of strangely attracted words, and gray filaments of etymological links. Structures accreted, stabilized, or cycled, and eventually homologies emerged in the data. The structures whirled, bounced, adhered, and merged, dragging their parent objects with them, until at last I put my hand up and said, very softly, Wingtoes, that's enough. The phrase, Wingtoes, that's enough, flickered in pale green for a moment, then disappeared, replaced by the single word, complete. I felt Horace move, adjusting her Riemann eyes. She sat beside me. As always, too close to be polite, but not close enough to clearly signal she was offering herself for sex. I had thought about what I would do if she ever moved that close, And I was afraid that someone would notice that it was not merely a Liet making use of a common coworker. What if I really liked her and someone saw? 4 possible synecdoches, I said, and 1 almost catachresis. I'll take the catachresis around and see who gloms. Want company? She asked. That end of town is ganged up bad. I don't think I want to be a person with a partner looking for info. Smells like cop, and cops have accidents up there. Horace nodded. I was glad she didn't insist on coming with me. Having her along for a physical brawl would only improve my odds by about 9%, but having the bug-eye lady, as my informants tended to call her, standing beside me would cut the chances of people telling me what they knew by about 22%. She hugged me. I hoped it looked subservient enough to any cameras there might be, but I suppose it always had before. Be careful, she said. I pushed her away gently and said, I always am, and did my best to keep my face flat when she smiled. It was another joke no one else got. 4 motivations account for just a shade less than 16 out of every 17 mesohistorical jumpers. The next better approximation is 3,151 out of 3,349. Obsession with a historical question. Nowadays all the photos of President Reagan's assassination have a dozen guys in costumes of the next 3 centuries standing around with cameras. Compound interest schemes. We don't think the stock bubble of 1641 even existed in original history. I could have been a better conqueror fantasies. The Whennis prophylaxis program could probably have filled a high-rise apartment block every decade with all the Hitlers and Napoleons who had to be isolated. Serial killers. There's a lot of history where they're less likely to be caught. Perón probably wasn't any of those 4. Horace thought she'd spotted 2 other categories in the residuals, and she thought Perón was what she was calling Class 6. If she was right, the situation was worse than it appeared. I didn't have any way to quantify how much worse. I'm looking for a guy that is probably called Dutch Lop, I said. Usual kind of deal. You know I'm good for the Benjamins. I flashed her 5 $1,500 bills, and Pickles smiled back at the smiling Disraeli. He might also be called Dutch Einstein or Dr. Dutch, which he probably likes better than Dutch Lop. Pickles didn't bathe as much as she needed to these days, but she still dressed to give you a view of what was for sale. I sat back away from her, but she edged closer. I could see her lips move while she counted the 1.5, 3, 4.5. She'd have been happy with 1/10 of what I was going to pay her. The 7.5 was just to make sure she remembered the conversation. After a minute, Pickles nodded. New guy I've heard of it haven't met. Missing an ear if I hear right. She giggled, or at least shook while she brought up some phlegm. Get it? She must have thought that was funny. He's the cruncher for Brock's Geiger Bank. I bet 41144 with them a couple times, but it's never come up, so I know it's bogus. Pickles was an informant for everyone. Police, ATF, us, no such agency, and all her local crime gangs. Probably more I didn't know about. What you told Pickles, you told everyone. I wanted Dutch Lop to know I was looking for him. I had the same conversation with 4 similar informants in 2 more bars within a decimile of Alvarez Perón's apartment. I heard, twice more, that Dutch Lop was a cruncher for Brock's Geiger Bank. A Geiger Bank is just a numbers game or a bolita that gets extra cachet by using Geiger counters sitting on a block of vitrified nuclear waste to generate the digits. Weird that 41144 was still a popular combo. 150 years since Sherman's bombers cratered every railroad yard from Atlanta to the sea. Things persist in the Irish parts of town. Anyway, it wasn't the ghetto of today, but the bohemian cheap-rent districts of 600 years before that I should be thinking about. Southwark in 1388 had been home to a few eccentric artists and scientists like Chaucer, Dunstable, Lionel Power, and Tyrwhitt, a smattering of fashionable young aristocrats, and a lot of garden-variety crooks. Given that the numbers game is old, Fibonacci mentions it in the same text where he explains Arabic numbers. No doubt there had been plenty of people who knew how to set the line in Southwark in 1388. And if one of them had been dragged forward as Perón's ballast, he'd certainly have been employable enough anywhere around that neighborhood. That much made some kind of sense. Having sown enough word that I was looking for Dutch Lop, I headed for Brock's. Horace often chided me for always taking the direct approach, but I had 2 good reasons. It often worked, and I didn't understand any others. My phone said, Horace's calling, and I said, accept. In her usual tone of mild amusement, she asked, well, do you believe in my added categories yet? I smiled flatly toward my phone, tilting the screen to pick up my face, and said, more evidence that Perón fits your category 6? Maybe. Back at your place in, say, an hour? Sure, I don't have any reason to hurry to the next place I'm trying. See you there. She hung up. One of a lot of things I like about Horace. Didn't bother with that silly gableyi that so many people still did. Finished talking, hit the switch, like a sensible person. I turned back to catch the Liat reserved lev rail to my place. I'd get there before Horace, who had to ride the common. A whole family of people with brown skins was walking up the sidewalk. They looked exactly like the ones I had seen preserved in museums, except they wore clothes and were talking among themselves. With all the training, I can keep a straight face. I don't react much to anything anyway. Even so, this was probably the biggest challenge to my deadpan ever. I managed. I looked at them no more intently than an absent-minded man thinking of nothing would look, and smiled. The grandfather of the group, there were also a mother, father, and 2 young children, glanced at me, smiled back, and said, in a sort of Confederate accent, "Beautiful day, isn't it? Don't you love a sunny day in Denver?" "I was just thinking that," I said, clear and bright and not too cold. He nodded pleasantly, and we passed on our respective ways. I didn't let myself run, or grab the phone, or even think too much. That brown-skinned family had to be the biggest casopropagation anomaly I'd ever seen, and I'd seen plenty. This case must be a billion times bigger than I'd guessed. Schrödinger's modification to Einstein showed why, although usually changes that least altered energy, causality, or entropy propagated earliest, every so often something big popped up ahead of the small changes. You'd expect that modern electronic stuff changes rapidly because it's just flipping some Q dots into alternate states. After that, old-style electronic records change because that takes only a few thousand electron volts per bit. Paper records might require as much as a single calorie per page, so in the fluctuations of 20 years or so, those change. Finally, gross things, changes of shipwreck locations, emptying and filling graves, shapes of furniture and buildings, placements of trees and roads, take many megajoules or more, and change across a century, the ones least entangled with others first. The thing that affects the other things the least, and requires the most complex rewriting, is long-term memory in the brains of socially isolated people. That doesn't change until it has to, and ghost versions persist in a few heads until the hermit, or monk under vow of silence, or lonely oddball like me or Horace, finally dies. Now don't ask me about the math. I relate to numbers, not math. I can tell you that 524,287 is a Mersenne prime because it just obviously is. But if you want me to find an eigenvector or a derivative, you'll have to send me to the tween web to find the guy that already did. If you don't understand the difference between those two abilities, you wouldn't understand the math, just as I don't. But according to Herr Dr. Schrödinger, once there's been a change in history, some changes propagate out of order and out of proportion. Because the dimensions of conservation are curved and imperfectly orthogonal. I can almost picture that in my head. One consequence is surprising inconsistencies in the real world. During the time between the backward departure and the forward resolution, so that long before a couple million quantum computers remember all sorts of different things and frequently consulted dictionaries change the spellings of 40 words, a freeway is 9 yards west and was built 4 years earlier. Another is that huge things may change and small things remain the same. Horace and I both remembered a 4-hour interval where Denver had been named Auraria and been Hispano-speaking, but all the RTD lev rails had run on the same exact schedules. Schrödinger's equations also showed why any change, great or small, may or may not persist when the original change is undone. As he said, once you had a cat in a box, if you eliminated its parents, then you either had no cat or a different cat that was exactly the same, and you wouldn't know till you looked. A bridge in Pittsburgh might be there intermittently for a couple of years. The statue of Athena in New York Harbor might permanently change to Dolly Madison or Elizabeth Cady Stanton. The passengers on a Frontier Gravliner alighting on the concourse at Denver International might catch a glimpse of what appeared to be a Civil War-era winged rocket with Frontier markings taking off. Those casopropagation anomalies are in proportion to the overall scale of the change that was made in the past. So whatever it was that Perron had done in 1388 in London, it had caused a kind of people who had not existed in 400 years to appear on the street in Denver, speaking English and sounding a bit like imported Irish slaves. One thing it meant for sure, a lot of phone calls to the FBI's Report an Anomaly line. Unless we found Dutch Lop fast, Horace and I were about to have to do an absolute mountain of paperwork. The moment I walked in the door, I told Horace about seeing that brown-skinned family speaking English on the streets of Denver. So Perone's change was at least big enough to undo some part of the great erasure. No wonder the Bureau set us such a large bonus. When they tried to measure significance, the isotemporal estimating engine must have spun till the needle broke, I finished. Even Horace, with not a digit or an equation in her head, was gaping. "I think," she said, after a bit, "we'd better get over to that Geiger bank and see what we can find. I don't think we have any time to spare, so I'd better come along, even if some of your informants are scared of the bug-eye lady." "They can't be any more scared than I am right now," I said. We talked on the train, just the usual sort of thing we talk about on a case. I guess because the unusual stuff about this case scared the crap out of us. It was Christmas shopping season, and the common levrail was jammed. Just to get privacy, we had to spend some extra expense account money for a compartment. Even though with the window dimmed, we didn't need the cover of pretending to be a couple, Horace slid around to sit closer to me on the bench seat than was polite. I could have put an arm around her. Of course, I was Liet, and she was common. That would mean her vanishing. Even a person as socially isolated as I was couldn't forget that. But I kept noticing how easily my arm would have gone around her. They recruited people like me and Horace for our freak memories and social isolation. If the last 2 digits in the GDP of the Untitled States of America reversed, I'd notice that the book was now wrong. And if the third rogue speech in Love Labours 1 changed "thou'rt still" to "Yulv," Horace would pick it up. She had already been most of the way through Chaucer, the writer nearest to the change point that she had in memory, and said all she noticed was just 3 little changes. The kind of collateral connections you get because some printer's apprentice died in childbirth and her replacement made an alternate typo. Which reminds me of a weird thing. I scanned the list of all the printer's apprentices in the Registry of Known Persons for London, 1300 to 1399, 3rd edition, and it was just like I remembered. But in Registry of Known Persons for London, 1400 to 1499, 2nd edition, revised, all the girls' names had disappeared. Maybe they had a fad for naming girls after boys, I suggested. All of them? There's no such thing as a 100% fad in baby names. And there were plenty of girls in several other crafts, so our boy did something to the printing industry. Horace sounded pissed off. The train glided into the big shopping center they have south of downtown these days. I remember when it appeared there. Some guy named Varian who had jumped back to try to tell Mussolini to break away from Hitler and kick out the Pope. It took us forever to find Varian's ballast because it was a pretty girl who only spoke Neo-Latin. It turned out that one of the Free Irish gangs found her when she first appeared in Varian's neighborhood, enslaved her, and sold her south to Mexispana. This wasn't a bad shopping center to get out of the deal, as long as we had to fail on a case, I said. Lots of jobs, and it's kind of pretty. Horace's apertures focused on me. My as-usual lame attempt at small talk had only pissed her off some more. It was hard on that poor girl. Let's not have too many failures if we can help it. Anyway, I think the London Registry anomaly shows us that whatever Perone is doing to make a mess of the past, it's pretty bad. She got mad whenever a case involved gender. I probably made her madder by bringing up the Varian case, because so much awful shit happened to the ballast girl. I grasped her arm and pointed as I turned left down the next sidewalk, to remind her we were going to the Levrail station on the north side of the center. Since we were in public, it was important that there be no affection in it, and I'm sure I was careful. Nevertheless, she curled her arm upward and brought my hand into hers. This was all right, too. We did it often when pretending to be a couple, and the FBI said it was fine as long as I didn't initiate. I didn't know why we'd need a cover. Maybe she just wanted to hold hands. That was all right with me. "This case is beginning to scare the shit out of me," she said. Mad, then scared, like to hold hands to feel better afterwards. I filed that under the mental heading of Understanding Horace. Long ago, I had noticed she liked being understood. We had some time before the next train, so we walked slowly through the fake Victorian shops, or SHOPPES, as most of them insisted on being spelled. A lot of the shops had dressed their Irish and old-time costumes, so there were bonnets and top hats and so forth everywhere in the glaring winter sun, and every other vendor selling indulgences or bratwurst was dressed like one of Santa's leprechauns. It was a little creepy, I thought. I could remember when I was a kid, leprechauns had been entirely monsters that the slaves might conjure up to turn loose on us. But something had slipped or come undone somewhere in time since then, and there was now a tradition of bad monster leprechauns and good, obedient leprechauns. "Do you remember when leprechauns were all bad?" I asked. Oh yes, Horace said. That was the thing that changed my whole life. When I was 19, I was babysitting for a rich family, reading a story to the kids, and one day, in exactly the same old dog-eared ruin of a book I'd read to them a dozen times, Willy Wonka had good leprechauns working in the chocolate factory. I told my mother about it, and she turned me into the cops. And then they turned you into a cop. Yeah. She made her smile grimace. I guess she liked my joke. Maybe that was why she squeezed my arm tighter. Christmas is pretty. I hope nothing ever happens to change it. I could tell she was happy. Maybe about the decorations? Didn't people usually say that at night instead of in bright sun? Aside from our freak memories, the FBI used us because we didn't relate to people much. Interacting with the ballast jumpers barely changed us, and anyway, it wouldn't matter because we interacted so little with other people. Horace and me were like people without souls. That's what it said when I hacked in to read the documentation about ballast hunters. What the hell? I liked the job. It was rarely dull, it used many of my skills, and it had made me a rich man, rich even beyond my Liat allowance. And if we didn't have souls, Horace and I still had some fun, and were company for each other, now and then. We got on the common northbound that would take us to the slums east of downtown, and took another private compartment. It would be 15 minutes before the train actually moved, but we had more than enough things to talk about in the privacy of the compartment. It was always possible that Dutch Lop would be at Brock's Geiger Bank and talk to us. Naturally, we hoped so, but it didn't seem likely. When the ballasts had been living rough on the street, they were often cooperative, but if he was the cruncher at Brock's, he wasn't poor, and he had some kind of a life he might be attached to. I brought that up to Horace, and she touched my hand. She was still sitting very close, and said, "Whose favorite phrase is theorizing in advance of data?" It took me a moment to get it. "Mine," I admitted. "Well?" "Yeah." She made that weird grimace she does instead of a grin. Another thing Horace likes is being right. We talked through a review of what we knew. "How bad was the weather this spring?" Horace asked. I never remember weather. 3 spring blizzards after his date of arrival, and that bad cold snap we had in late March. It was -7 Celsius on March 28th, and -3 on March 29th. She nodded, letting apertures open all over the spheres of her eyes, taking in all of the nice, crisp December day through the big window, as the train lifted off and glided through the downtown. Then, definitely, he found friends and shelter of some kind, right away, and something fed him, she said. No true isolation possible. The trick with breaking the causality between the traveler and his ballast was to grab and de-link the ballast as early as possible. Create a situation in which the easiest inconsistency principle resolution would be that the ballast had always existed in our world and the time traveler had not. Then intemporia would take over and work on our side, erasing most of the changes. But for best effect, we had to de-link them early. This one wouldn't be early. Of course, you could also deal with human ballast the way we dealt with ballasts of mud or logs or deer. Scramble it, chemically treat it, and scatter it. Most ballast hunters just didn't like luring or kidnapping people to have them ground to bits and vaporized. Horace and I had occasionally muttered a suspicion to each other that the wenness prophylaxis program was just a preliminary step to make us investigators more comfortable, and that as soon as we were off the case, the ballast ended up as extremely overcooked sausage. I shuddered. Cold? Horace asked. No, just thinking of something grim. That family you saw means this is something huge, she said, and the bonus the FBI said makes a lot more sense now. We both knew that, but maybe it was comforting for her to keep saying things we both knew. We got off at the Welton station and paused to let a Liat Levrail shoot by us, the D-line, hurrying down Welton to Smallville. I wondered if the world would still be there when they got there, or if they'd still be the same people. It gave me the creeps. Horace's hand was on my arm again. I covered it with my other hand to keep it there, because it felt kind of good. It was still bright and sunny, but the wind was picking up in a way that could feel like a nail driven up my nose, and the cold, dry air seemed to tear at my skin. The Christmas wreaths and banners on the lampposts whipped and slapped alarmingly. I felt sorry for the poor Irish slaves who had to put them up. Changing the subject, she asked, "How many disturbances do you know about so far?" She kept her hand on my arm. I was grateful. "A lot of statistics aren't what they used to be," I said. "Baseball looks like it's more fun. Scores are higher. All the statistics about stealing home from fourth base vanished, and teams are 9 players instead of 11. Center and right shortstop are combined, and there's no wing fielder. And this is interesting because... enormous number of public stadiums built to a different design, enormous number of records altered, lots of very public lives altered, and not in a way that maps one to one. Economics is pretty much the same. 3 of the main estimating components of the gross dominion product are gone, replaced by something called foreign trade, but that looks more like a change of bookkeeping. But the census tabulation changed drastically for the last 100 years, and the date when they started mining coal up in the high country is 104 years later. Horace whistled. Those are some big mass time changes, which fits with that anomaly you saw. Brown-skinned people wouldn't use as much coal? I asked, puzzled by what she meant. No, silly. I mean the change of skills. She nodded at the Irishman walking on the street-side sidewalk ahead of us. Each was carrying home his coal ration and his little thermos of lox for his Franklin stove. I'm sure any Irishman that the brown-skinned people owned would use as much coal as anyone else. It's just their existence, the scale of that change. Well, it's consistent with changes as big as the ones you describe. That's what I mean. She sighed and rubbed her hand gently up and down my arm, brushing my coat sleeve and pressing a knuckle hard enough for me to feel it in my muscles. Rostigovat, there were some big physical things in the last few hours. I-70 jumped down to Albuquerque, then up to Cheyenne, and for a while ran along the path of US 50 yesterday. So we had a large number of lost and angry truckers, and some cargoes just gone. About 70 of those weird little passenger-only trucks that show up sometimes during anomalies drove into Pueblo over the temporary I-70. Most of the people who arrived in them are acquiring new memories right now, though a few have just vanished. 3 whole train cars of Irish that were going to be put to work in Aspen for the holidays are just gone, along with all their titles and registration. And what that I in I-70 stands for changes from intergovernmental to interim to imperial and back to interstate all the time. Where was Denver when I-70 jumped? I asked. Do you remember what we were doing yesterday? I thought for a moment. Is today Tuesday? Thursday. Shit. Yeah, it's a big mess, Rostigovat. Huge cultural changes, too. The name of this continent keeps fluctuating between Armorica, Amorica, and Amosira, and every so often turning back into New Armorica, which is what they called it right after the airships found it and the Great Erasure started. Twice it has wavered into New Arimathea, which I guess means a more religious trend somewhere in the past, and once it was North Aramaca, which I don't get at all. 3 changes in Chaucer, thousands of different names in the London registries, renamed ships with drastically different names in standard histories of England and the Untitled States. The Enlightenment 150 years later, and all of history since then compressed to fit. Also, and don't laugh at me for noticing. I never do, I said. Actually, I never laugh. I know and appreciate that. She squeezed my arm. Anyway, there were several new authors added to the catalogs in the mid-19th century. That one is okay with me. It looks like Perrault undid Perkins' Permanent Damage, so we have Samuel Clemens back. Even so, it looks like this time he was writing under a pseudonym, Mark Thrine, and I'm guessing from the title in the public library catalog that The True and Romantic Career of Becky Thatcher has been replaced by a novel about her boyfriend, Tom Sawyer. And there's some kind of sequel about a minor character from that book, Irish Jim. I kind of hope we get to keep Clemens' books. I remember liking them as a child. I had never gotten why people like to read made-up stuff. It seemed to me it was bound to clutter your memory, keeping track of what was true and what wasn't. But I could appreciate that Horace liked it. I rested my hand on hers, on my arm. This stuff would all be so fun and exciting if it weren't for the whole world disappearing. You're always my man for perspective, Rostigovat. She made that smile grimace again. Even if they're sort of acting like a normal couple, 2 people who radiate cop, one of them with Riemann eyes, don't easily walk into a Geiger bank. Not that Brock's people would be dumb enough to try to keep us out, but there was probably a pretty funny scene out back in the alley as people poured out the door and fell all over each other. Anyway, it was calm enough inside as we walked up to the young girl at the counter. I ignored the clicking Geiger counters and their rolling digit displays. We need to speak to Dutch Lop, official business. The girl flushed deeply, her pale skin going as red as her hair. No collar tattoo, so she was freeborn, but, as everyone says, it takes generations to get the slave out of the Irish, and the sight of authority just paralyzes some of them, especially in this part of town. I don't know if Phoebe... It's all right, Bridget. The accent did sound Dutch, but he pronounced that funny Irish gulp at the end of her name perfectly. The man who limped out to greet us was missing one ear and had an odd hairless scar on the top of his head. It looked like the cylinder of enclosure had been a bit tight, or he'd been moving, because the hand that reached out to shake mine was missing half a thumb. He was in his early 20s, and his wide-set eyes and square jaw couldn't have been more relaxed, confident, and utterly in charge if he'd been Liat and expecting us to deliver a pizza. I don't respond to faces much, but I liked the asymmetric shock of black hair around the scar, the big toothy grin, and the twinkling, almost black eyes under the thick brow. "I had thought you might be here sooner," he said, speaking a trifle slowly, "but it is good you are here now." Horace suddenly froze like a squirrel on a levrail track, and opened so many apertures so wide that the spheres of her Riemann eyes were blotched with black dots the size of quarters. After a moment, she let her breath out and said, "It's an honor to meet you." I looked back and forth, and then she explained, "Mr. Rostigavat, this is Francis Tyrwhitt." "Frank," he said. "They call me Frank here, at least to my face. I prefer it to Dutch Lap, if I may be frank with you." I couldn't help grinning. Puns are one of the few kinds of joke I get, and Horace snorted and made her smile grimace. "Is there somewhere we can talk privately?" she asked. "There is," he said. "Will you let Leo pat you down for weapons, please?" "Of course," I said. "There's something in my left sock, one in the coat pocket, and something back between my shoulder blades." I had expected that Leo would be some immense hulking goon, but he turned out to be a short, bony, big-jawed, freckled Irish boy, maybe 14 years old, with the fresh scars from manumission around his neck, all big feet and hands and loose gangle. Nonetheless, he was a pretty good frisker, getting everything I had mentioned right away and finding 2 of my 3 spares as well. He flushed red bordering on purple as he searched Horace, but did an equally good job on her. When he had finished and nodded, Tyrwhitt touched him lightly on the shoulder, and Leo grinned like he'd won the lottery. Tyrwhitt's office was surprisingly luxurious. The surprise was not that it had obviously been expensive, you expect that with anything connected with organized crime, but the type of luxury it radiated. The room looked much more like the comfortable working den of a Liat software developer or investment broker than the sort of medium-level organized crime boss office I'd been expecting. There was no gaudy, kitschy art, no visible gold or drug paraphernalia, only a standard wall projector, not one of the pricey monstrosities. He had gone for solid, practical, but not brand-name furniture. Nothing here would violate the Sumptuary Act, and if this place were ever busted in the media, there wouldn't be much of the usual sneering and tisking about Liat goods in a slum apartment. He gestured to a cluster of warm, leather-covered seats by a small gas fire and said, "Well, let me pretend to be a conventional host for conventional guests. Would you like coffee, whiskey, anything?" "How about coffee officially, and a splash of whiskey that just sort of happened," Horace said. Her hand stroked my arm. I wasn't sure what this was about, but I said, "Same for me." There's no rule about accepting food or drink from suspects. Usually we like to stay sharp and avoid the possibility of being dosed. But sometimes not insulting hospitality is more important. I have no sense of that. Maybe she was just cueing me in? Tyrwhitt spoke an order into the air, and before we had quite settled onto the couch, Bridget came in with our drinks. When we had all pledged the Creator and taken a first appreciative sip of the good warm stuff, Tyrwhitt said, "All right. Let me begin by saying I will be happy to consent to being disconnected from Alvarez Perón. In fact, he intends that I should be. But the reason why I am utterly willing to cooperate is one your superiors will not like." "Well, when the ballast is cooperative, we're mostly just the go-betweens anyway," I said. "So why don't you just explain it to us, Mr. Tyrwhitt? Frank." "All right, Frank. Just tell us what you want us to tell them, and we can proceed from there." He did. And bizarre as some of the stories we had heard had been, his was right off the scale. If I were trying to attach a number to how different it was, I'd say, roughly, that on a scale of weirdness by ballasts of 1 to 10, Frank Tyrwhitt was equal to the resultant vector of an isosceles triangle e to the pi plus I and Wednesday. It's the Creator's sense of humor to weave the good and the bad together so tightly, I suppose. Time is one, and that is sad, but so is memory, and that is a blessing, Tyrwhitt said. There's your problem, your opportunity, and what you need to do with me, if you're smart. Horace, next to me on the couch, stroking my arm, which I found a little distracting, said, "You mean time is all one thing?" "I mean that experience and theory both show there's only one world, and only one timeline. We don't get to do everything. There's no out there, no cross-time or other than, in which things went differently," Tyrwhitt said. which means we have to make the hard choice of what world to have, and there's no compensating for that by telling ourselves that, well, things didn't turn out so well in this version of time. But in the universe next door, things are doubtless peachy, gloriously exciting or beautifully serene or whatever it is you personally favor. And the only real tragedy is that some of us have to live in the timelines that did not work out as well. Believing that would be a comforting escape, but it's just not so. This is the world there is, and things are just done or undone, and that's all there is to it. There's not a world out there where I didn't come forward in time. This is all there is, and that's sad. Because it means that not only can we not have everything, even the whole universe can't. Time is one, eh? And memory is one, I said, seeing his point. And that means that whatever there was, we get to keep it. As long as everyone and everything gets to keep it. Yes, I see what you mean. It does seem very fair. Fairer than, maybe, anything else I've ever heard of. And it's all there is, anyway, Horace added. Time is one. All right. I bet you've been rehearsing that speech a long time, Frank. Since about my 4th day up here in 2014, Tyrwhitt agreed. Here's what happened. You may judge for yourself. In fact, I know good and well you will judge for yourself. Tyrwhitt had been soundly asleep in his rented room above an ordinary in Southwark. He felt a disconcerting lurch and sat up in a strange room where light came from the ceiling. In strangely accented English, a voice told him to check in the large mirror to his right to see where he had been injured, and that on the table to his left there were things to dress and bind his wounds. The capital Roman letters on what he now knew had been a military medkit made some sense. The artificial lights in the ceiling, that were neither flames nor skylights, were odd. Following the directions of the friendly disembodied voice, he carefully stayed on the ground cloth on the floor as he applied the 3S strips to his ear, to the sliced-away area on his hairline just above his forehead, and to the stumps of his right thumb and left ring and little fingers. He was amazed at how little pain he felt. Most ballasts are amazed by that, Horace told him. A nerve that just ceases to exist at a point, with no shredding or other damage, just doesn't hurt much. He nodded. I suspect that if I had contemplated any larger matter, I would have had to doubt my sanity. Painless, instantaneous amputation, and strangely effective wound dressings were marvels within my scope of admiration, and most of what I woke to find around me was, at that moment, simply utterly beyond me. The little discomfort ceased as the 3S strips gripped his flesh. The voice directed him to warm food on a sideboard, with more available in the strangely cold box which he was to keep closed. It guided him through the other necessities, then asked him to take a seat on the couch. The lights in the room dimmed, and an illusion of Alvarez Perón appeared on the wall, and began to talk to Tyrwhitt. Horace and I had deduced that Perón was a lead scientist from a defense project, but we hadn't realized quite how high a level. It fit. Everything else about this case was extreme. Knowing that he had one of the 5 or 10 greatest minds in the whole history of the world on the receiving side, Perón had begun by giving a 2-hour lesson in the theory of indexical derivability. Tyrwhitt, just 22 years old in experience, had absorbed what would have been his life's work all but instantly. The artificial voice then showed him how to access the tween web and gave him a short list of things he was certain to need to know within 1 week, which was the time Perón had estimated Tyrwhitt could depend on before needing to relocate. By the time that Tyrwhitt walked out of the apartment and up the street to meet with Jerry Brock, he spoke and understood modern English passably for everyday purposes, and he had a basic understanding of where and when he was, and of why Perón had swapped places with him. Brock had lived up to his contract with Perón, supplying a hiding place and facilities at first, in exchange for Tyrwhitt writing the software for the ultimate Geiger bank. He had wanted to keep Tyrwhitt hidden for as long as possible, but Perón's instructions had been explicit. Reluctantly, Brock had said that, well, he was already rich, and apparently the universe had decided that rather than get still richer, he would be a minor character in an important piece of history. You have to understand, Tyrwhitt added, that there was no question of not following Perón's wishes about what I should do up at this end of the time divide. He knew what he was doing, and once I fully understood what that was, I was in full agreement. Nor do I doubt what he has in mind will work. Admitting that I am rather a talented person, I am a pretty good judge of talent in my own field. And Perón, whatever his real name may have been, was a talent on par with myself, or with Newton or Babbage if you prefer. So why did he switch places with you? Horace asked. so that I would not give the world indexical derivability on the year of grace 1403, Tyrwhitt said. And then to make sure that the zero-change bias would not force indexical derivatability to come into history by some other path. He also eliminated the 11 students that carried the work forward after my death in 1406. Eliminated, I began, and felt the fuzziness in my head. I suddenly found the images of pages from my school books were becoming fuzzy, that some of the science lectures I had attended in college were... "My dear sweet Jesus," Horace said. "And he must have done it in the first few days he was there. That's why he went to 1388, in May. He needed all 11 of them to have been born, so he could kill them all. Maxwell would have been just a few weeks old." I knew Maxwell's equations, and suddenly I could not remember the second digit of the year of grace when they had been published. It formed a blur. Year of grace 1 blur 65. "I can't remember all of the old-school rhyme for the 11 either," I said. "Thomson, Carnot, DeGrasse, and Barlow. Someone, Ampere, and Marlowe. Abel-Smith and Voltman, and... I could not remember any more of it. Blake was hung... Maxwell, who was very young," Horace finished. "And the first someone you mentioned was Pascala, but now I can't think of the second, and I'm already forgetting parts of the rhyme myself. In 1388, the oldest was... someone." "Dryburn," I said, "the only one older than Tyrwhitt himself." "And the only one I knew in 1388, Tyrwhitt said. "I thought he was an arrogant asshole, actually, but the only person I could really talk mass with. And it's rather sad, because they were bright, talented people, and probably without the original discovery and my teaching, they just have been smart people who went on to obscure careers, but Perron didn't want to take any chances. With the tools and compounds he took back in his kit, probably none of the deaths looked like a murder either, at least not to a 14th century coroner." He sighed, swirled his hot coffee and whiskey mix, and took another sip. "Still, murder does stick in the craw, doesn't it? Especially murdering someone for having brains and talent. Even more especially, men who apparently would have been my closest friends. So I know something of a whole other life that didn't happen for me, and I don't know quite how to feel about that." "It's your life," I said slowly, "but it's our world. So we're in the process of vanishing, or at least transforming. I can feel some sympathy for you, but what about us? Bear with me for a moment. I claim the privilege of explaining myself because you will have to understand if you decide you want to undo what Perron has done." "If we decide? If?" Horace sounded outraged. "Our job is to—" "Just so. My own sense of, well, ethics, I suspect, thinks you should have a chance to do your job." I was hopelessly confused. He sounded like he was defying us, and turning Perron and himself in, and playing some obscure game to delay us, and asking for our help, all at once. "Perhaps," I said, "we don't have much choice except to let you tell us in your own way." "Perhaps that is true. I dislike presenting a choice so bluntly. It seems rude." He watched the coffee swirl in his cup as if it were a crystal ball, and Horace and I sat still as stones until he went on. "Anyway, I've been over the databases and through the libraries, and all of the 11 are gone wherever I look now. The inconsistency principle is kicking in fast and hard, and I've been helping it along by sending out random emails, getting people to look for those names, sweepstakes contests, questions to librarians, that sort of thing. You're probably among the last 5% or so of people who remember them." "Then we're too late," Horace said. "Perron has erased the whole modern world, and I suppose we're already not who we were, and about to either cease to be or be someone else." She rested her hand on my arm. I put my hand on hers. "There's a great deal more causal propagation still to happen," Tyrwhitt said, "and I suppose you and your bosses can still do a great deal to undo it, if you choose to tell them what I am about to tell you. If they jump an agent back to take my place in my bed, for example, and position another one to kill Perron on arrival, it might still all be undone. But they would have to decide to do it right away, and I'm quite sure they won't make that decision at once. Unless you contact them almost right away, shout at them to do it now, and one way or another shake them into it. That's your decision, to try to get through to them, or to just let things happen as they're happening. Hear me out, and decide. After all, Mr. Rostigevart, as you say, it was my decision, but it is your world. You get to decide which one you will be retaining. So, What I propose is that I will explain why Perón did it, and why I have chosen to enlist on his side in this conflict, and finally ask you not to interfere. But I will give you the chance to interfere. You will be able to walk right out of here and call FBI headquarters. I won't stop you if you choose to do that. Why not? I asked. You have told us several times you approve of whatever it is Perón is trying to do. Truly, I thought it might already be too late. It's an endless source of frustration to FBI field agents that the desk never authorizes anything soon enough to do any good. Why would you let us walk out of here, call our superiors, and fight for a crisis mission to stop you? My peculiar taste, I suppose. He sighed and looked from one of us to the other. It is only that, well, there is an idea that interests me, the idea of consent. I suppose you might say it's one of those things that mathematicians love, taking concepts like obvious, hard, or complex, and making them precise. I am interested in the idea of having someone consent to this, actually in following up on Perón's idea about it, which I think was right. Perón's got someone's consent to end the world? Horace asked. Whose? How could he possibly? I think Perón made an astonishing and correct judgment about what needed to be done, and why. To carry out his judgment, he performed a more or less permanent kidnapping and a variety of other crimes against me, but he ultimately depended on my consenting to cooperate. If his recordings had not persuaded me what he was doing was right, his scheme would have unraveled. Did the 11 consent to be killed? I asked. Did they agree never to be the brilliant, admired people they would have been? They did not. And that is another part of my evidence and reasoning about all of this, you see. The whole thing is made the more confusing, of course, because I am a superb mathematician, but not necessarily any more ethical than any of the rest of you. So I'm quite sure of my reasoning, and not the least bit sure about my premises. Nonetheless, I find I admire what Perón did and how he chose to do it, and so, as far as my understanding reaches, I intend to try to do likewise. He rose and added coffee and liquor to our cups without asking. Neither Horace nor I objected. For myself, I can say that I probably needed all the warmth I could get. He chose a way that required the consent of one person who would be utterly changed, me. His way of doing things required that I consent to be someone utterly different from the person I would have been. To coin a phrase, you might call me an extremely representative sample. You've read Gödel about random numbers, I said. But doesn't indexical derivability show there's no true randomness, only chaos and complexity? Imagine, he said, a world where the sciences had to develop without indexical derivability. One where the sciences were based on setting up repeated tests of physical, chemical, and biological processes, or observing the world. And without the 11th and 14th theorems, you'd never know about the complexicins, so you wouldn't be able to study those functions effectively. The numbers might as well have a random component for all you know, and you'd have to use Gödelian statistics. Probably it would have developed a lot earlier. You see what a different world we are thinking of launching? We're not. You are, Horace said firmly. I have no idea what either of you have been talking about, but I gather that somehow you think the consent of 2 of us is the same thing as the consent of 1 billion people. Half the people on Earth are slaves, and you know the market is always booming in ways to prevent suicide. What if I decided to obtain their consent? That one kind of froze me. Officially, I knew slaves couldn't consent to anything. That was basic law. But what if the change of history made a slave free, or even common, or liet while we're at it? Wouldn't he surely consent retroactively? I could see how Tyrwhitt had been seduced into thinking about this problem. The math was fascinating. I wanted to spend hours just talking about that, but Horace had that strange, I am about to inexplicably explode expression she often got, right when the math was really interesting, so it didn't seem like a good idea. So why not 2 people, one common and one liet, both intimately involved with the case already? Who could I ask otherwise? Everyone? And how would we put their answers together? I suppose we could gather their answers here in the year of grace 2014, with the 43rd Lancaster on the throne of the world. I have at hand a communication system that would allow me to call the almost 1 billion Christian beings on all the continents, every son of Adam and every daughter of Eve, liet or common, slave or free, Hispano, Ruski, Francia, English, and all the minor nations as well. I could use that marvelous communication system to call every one of them and ask, would you like to vanish or be someone else utterly? Because the world that would come into being would be, in ways that might or might not make any sense to you, better than the one we live in now. I also have no doubt, speaking as a mathematician, that I could devise some ingenious way of putting all their expressed thoughts, fears, and hopes together into one common thought, as the Parliament has sometimes essayed to do, and as the Athenians and Romans are alleged to have done, perhaps something as simple as the casting of a verdict as is done with a jury. Yet somehow that revolts me. I do not think a verdict is made better by the number of hands raised to make it. That seems an idea that could easily become a snare for the half-witted. The decision of one, or a few, reasonably wise, merciful, and kind people, it seems to me, is better than that of a billion indifferent. So, I have chosen to follow the model that Alvarez Perón has shown me. I was called to stand in for every one of my time, and all the ones to come after, and given no choice about having the choice, he said, these are my reasons, choose. And I chose. Part of what I chose is to pass a part of the choice on to you. We are in the last days or weeks of your possible consent. If you do not choose, what I have done will stand. Or you may assent in full and say, let it stand. Or, if you choose otherwise, you may try to stop me, and we shall contend and see who is the stronger. But I am offering you two people, and only you two people, a chance, and just a chance, to try to undo my choice, because you are concerned in it. You stand in for all the people who are about to have never existed, or to be someone else entirely. I will tell you what will be gained if you choose to vanish in those ways, and you will decide if it is worth it. By deciding to die? Horace asked. No, not to die, I said. I could see at once that was one of those times when words just make a muddle of things, because they combine so many meanings that are logically separate, and she was a creature of words. Once a soul has come to exist, it has no exit from existence but to die. But when souls abruptly have never existed, nothing experiences the death. So he's offering us the chance to try to be what exists after it all damps back down. And since there is only one time, at any given moment we'll exist or not, but we won't cross over, that is, die, between existing and not existing. I looked to see if she got it, and what she might be feeling about it if she did. I was the only person who could read her facial expressions, but she was really the one of us who understood all this human feeling stuff, and it just seemed to me that if Tyrwhitt wanted us to consent, or not, it had to be a matter of how the Christian souls of the earth ought to feel about it, or not, which was more her department than mine. Her head was turned at an angle to get her ear, not her eyes, pointed at me. Her Riemann eyes were gone, and she wore dark glasses to hide whatever functionless eyes she did have. A big dog on a harness sat beside her. I knew in a moment I would not remember the name Riemann. No, of course I would. It was the name of the dog. I have been blind from birth, Rastignavat. And yet, I have the dearest, sweetest memory of what your face looks like when you're sad, or make one of your terrible jokes, or worry about me. And I try to hold on to it, recall it more strongly, and it slips away. Is that what it will be like for everyone? Probably, I said. Then, Magister Tyrwhitt, she said, how can you ask us to give all this up? And how did Perón persuade you that you should? Tyrwhitt sighed and said, this will be more difficult than I had thought, and I had not thought it would be easy. He held his breath for a moment, unconsciously stroking the stump of his thumb, and finally went on. The man we all know as Perón, how strange to think that the real name of a man of his gifts will be lost forever, had taken the step that Einstein, Copland, and Turing all struggled all their lives to achieve. Perón finally united matter and meaning in a single theory, and using that theory, he could meaningfully measure meaningfulness itself. Know how much meaning there was within our event horizon, as well as how much meaning there had been, and how much there could be. I can tell already, Mr. Rastignavat, that your training in the physical sciences and logic is fading from your memory, and you will not retain the ideas you need to understand me much longer. So do not object, as it will only cost time. At root, things and ideas are one. Meaning in the soul and causality in the universe are one. Perón cracked this impossible nut. If I remain here and live long enough, I may just barely reach the point he reached, but I doubt I shall have anyone I can teach it to. And what he found was that Christian Europe had made a terrible mistake, When Henry VI of England became Henry I of the world, and decreed that all the world shall be under the Pope or under the ground, and his airships went forth in the great erasure to make an empty world for the Christians of Europe to grow into, he was only doing what any other civilization of his time might have done. He felt no wickedness, saw no reason to think anything of it. A few thousand preserved bodies in barrels of formaldehyde, and because of Maxwell's pleas, the largely unreadable books of such peoples as had books, was not only all that was saved, but all he could have imagined wanting to save. Horace seemed to draw herself up defensively and said, the Caliph, or the Sultan, or the emperors in Peking, Timbuktu, or Cusco would have made some similar decision. They would. If indexical derivatability was found early enough, the culture that found it would make an empty world for itself. That was fated, I agree. Tyrwhitt raised his hands, not remembering that due to casopropagation, she could not see the gesture now. I myself tried to hang on to the name of those immense, ball-like eyes that once graced her face, and with which she had seen me. Riemann stirred uneasily and sadly. He was an old dog, always at her side since I had met her at the FBI Academy, and now his bones were uneasy and never quite comfortable. So, Tyrwhitt said, Perron discovered that the Great Erasure reduced the amount of meaning in the world to very nearly nothing, at least compared to what it might have been. You people in your pointless world understand each other perfectly. For the meanest slave in the Antarctic coal mines has more in common with the emperor in Nice than two sailors on the waterfront had in common in my time. You can travel along any line around the whole world and find not one surprise. You fight wars in order to run a death toll large enough to reshape populations, with great efficiency in deaths, but no more passion than boys of my time put into a game of football. I have seen the recordings of your Nuremberg trials, and the judges shaking hands with the accused, and finding that Europe had been suitably reduced. I have cracked into the imperial records to see the decisions for the famines and the massacres to hold the population at what the emperor thinks tolerable levels. Even you, Mr. Rastignac, saw something recently that heralded the end of the world, and though you wanted the comfort of your friend's presence, you were more worried, were you not, about the reports you might have to write? That, I said, and because if I rushed to her, someone might realize that I was emotionally attached to her. She could be executed for that. But how did you know? You must have been watching me. I was. I have been for some time. Like most Liet, you were raised never to be aware of a slave. Thus an adroit slave, such as Leo, can tail you with no fear of detection. I should not have been able to do that with Ms. Horace, because despite generations of genetic research, your strange little rump of a culture has not managed to produce a class-conscious dog. I felt as if he'd pried up a carefully nailed-down part of my soul and shone a light in, revealing little white things that smelled bad and squirmed. And if we do nothing? I asked. Indexical derivatability will probably remain undiscovered by any civilization until I give it to the world after the changes have settled down. Another bit of freedom I believe in, you see. Humans should have the power to use it. All I ask is that they should first become wise enough not to rashly erase the meaning from the world. Is meaning such a good thing? Horace asked. He shrugged. Is being? You are asking me to give up mine. True. Horace rose. Rastignac, I think we've heard enough. Let's find out if he means what he says. Tyrwhitt didn't stop us from leaving, so I guess he meant what he said. I wondered how long before our choice would be meaningless. I wondered why she hadn't called the FBI on her cell phone from Tyrwhitt's office, and then found myself thinking, I remember when there were cell phones. Keep looking for a phone booth, she said. God alone knows whether we have any time left at all. Her arm wrapped tightly around mine. It had recently been a strange and marvelous sensation, something which I had just begun to enjoy, but in a day, a week, or a month, her hand on my arm would always have been merely a matter of her being blind. I remember saying that I remembered what you looked like, she said, but now I don't remember how I knew, and Her arm jerked on mine, painfully hard, and she fell beside me. I bent to see what was wrong. Riemann shrieked and tried to drag his harness out from under Horace. There was a gory hole the size of my fist in his fur, and I saw the bullet hole below Horace's ear, an instant before I felt the sting in my calf. I rolled forward, keeping low, part of my brain figuring that the shots had to be coming from the row of parked cars across the street, and most of the rest of it shutting down because the thought, Horace is dead, would have been unbearable. Another shot whistled somewhere above me as I tumbled to a position crouched low where a fire hydrant was close to a phone pole. and the slight rise in the grass strip between them created a little pocket of cover. My pistol, the one that Leo had missed in his frisk, it had not been a pistol when he frisked me, had it? Found its way out of my best concealment spot. I saw motion between two cars and fired. I was rewarded with a groan. The top of the head went bobbing along, just above the line of cars, as the second one went to his partner's aid. I timed it as best I could, led him what I thought would do it, and squeezed off a second round. It was better than I could have anticipated. For some reason I will never know, he bounced high on his next hop, and the round went right into his throat. I crouched, waited, thinking, cars. Those little people-hauling trucks are called cars. I've seen them all my life, and the one with two corpses, I hope, slumped behind it, is a Packard Thunderbird. Riemann was still struggling, whimpering now as he grew weaker, alternately trying to drag himself free from where Horacie's body pinned his harness, and licking and nuzzling her. Other than that, it was silent except for the distant hum of engines. People would think this was a gang war. In a sense, it was. I had a memory of being lovers with Horacie, I thought suddenly. In a short time that memory would be what was real, and I would miss her even more than I missed her already. It was a race between my leg and my psyche as to which would give out on me first. There would be much too much authority around here much too soon. There had been no shots in a few seconds, and past all question the other side knew where I was. I leaped up sideways from my safe position, and nobody shot. My calf blazed up, and blood filled my shoe, but I hopped and hobbled across the street. I almost fell over when an ice cream truck swung wide behind me. Ice cream truck? I suddenly remembered one from my childhood, driven by a black woman. She had called me sweetheart. Memories battered at my mind like furious crows, but I pushed them away. The man I'd nailed in the neck was dead, and the one I'd hit before had taken the shot in his floating ribs, and was gasping out pink foam. He didn't seem to be aware of me when I flipped his coat open. He had a badge like mine, only now FBI stood for... What had it stood for? Never mind. Sirens were wailing. I took a few big lurch steps back out into the street, held my badge up to a cop car, and barked a set of incoherent orders to get him to drive me back to Tierwit. He popped his door, and I got in. I told him that the federal officers who were down had been shot by Crips and a drug sting gone bad, and urged him to hurry. He relayed that story to his dispatcher as we zoomed up Downing Street. I remembered Brock's as being some kind of a bank, but that didn't make any sense. It seemed strange to know that this was my first ride in an Audiobooks, and yet I already had the memories to say, "This is vital, officer. Keep that throttle floored and don't spare the steam." I can't remember what reasons I gave the cop not to follow me in or call for backup. As I lurched past the counter and down the corridor into Tierwit's office, Leo and Bridget trailing after me and telling me frantically that I couldn't, my foot caught on the carpet, the pain in my calf stabbed straight up through my brain, and I finally fell forward. You wouldn't think the floor could hit so hard. It only had a short distance to wind up. It got dark and stayed that way. Simon Rostigivat, can you hear me? I knew that voice. Tierwit. Tierwit, definitely. That was the voice. I opened my eyes. He was leaning forward, his face inches from mine, in a chair by the cot I lay on. I looked down to see the needle he'd slipped into my arm. His gaze followed mine. Sorry, he said. A necessity if you're going to choose. Do you remember the choice I asked you to make? I do, I said. A great deal came back to me, not as much as I could have wished. That choice, I'm afraid, was made by the idiot who must have decided that you had been turned, or were breaching security, or whatever they believed in that brief interval as meaning scrambled everywhere. So rather than talk to you or ask what was going on, they sent out a team to eliminate you. I'm glad the human race didn't land permanently in that history. It must have been very unpleasant. But we're crossing over now, all of us, and the whole universe. Every hour the internet, that's the tween web to you, but you'll realize that in a moment, is full of new, complicated history. And there are billions more people in the world, and... He started to turn gray and blurry, and then I realized the world around him was blurring out too. He yanked at the needle in my arm, and I yelped in pain. Sorry, had to do that to keep you here. That's why I had to wake you up, you see. He looked slightly sick, and I realized that the needle hadn't hurt nearly as much as he must have thought it did. I wanted to reassure him, but it seemed like too much bother to talk. Tierwit seemed to assume I forgave him anyway, after a moment, and said, How much do you remember? You went into shock. It's been 3 days since you lurched into Brock's. Thanks for doing that, by the way. The cops were only 20 minutes behind you, and they were not after you. As I said, I think we jumped through a lot of nasty pasts during that time. Horacie died, I said. She was gone before I could bend over to see she'd been shot. Poor Riemann. He was hit too, dying, I think, and he must have been so upset. I knew how weird and stupid it was, but I couldn't get past the way the dog felt. Somehow, it was more real to me than Horacie's death. No, it was what was real about Horacie's death. I'm going to miss her pretty bad myself. I looked at him and said, "This is strange, though. I remember the old world. I remember what we used to do. But I can feel the new world ghosting in on me, around the edges, as if I'm starting to remember a different world where I've always been." "You were unconnected to the rest of the world for a long time," Tyrwhitt said. "At least a long time is measured in temporal change." "Temporal change?" "Event count." "Do you remember who I am?" "Yes, you are Francis Tyrwhitt. Frank, Dutchlop. In the history when I came from, you were like Newton or Einstein?" "Better," he said, grinning. "And who am I here?" "My star grad student." "Jesus, I'm a math professor." Talk about a great deal. I remember 30 years of math without actually having had to do the homework. We both laughed, slightly sadly. I remembered that, too. Frank Tyrwhitt was just about the only person except me who thought the jokes I liked were funny. Like Horacie, who was really dead. And Tyrwhitt and I were really alive, and we were not here. We were now. It felt painfully strange, as if one memory were a delusion and another one were real, and I just had no ability at all to work out which was which. "And now you are a mathematical psychologist? Is there even such a thing?" "There is now, and there always has been, for at least 120 years. Or for about 31 hours, depending on exactly what you count." He shrugged. "And I remember indexical derivability. But I am not sure now what to do about it. Do you remember it?" "You have written dozens of long, detailed emails to explain it to me, or try to," I said. "It's hard. I can get there through the deep structure of numbers, and just trying to get there, I'm a math prof myself these days." "Oh, I remember. I just said that." "One of the network of 11, he said. 11 math professors I've found who are willing to work on indexical derivability with me. Or rather, you are going to be the 11th, if you want to be. Because I need a real number theory person, and you're the one. But you need to get in touch with the other 10 soon, and with many others. You've always been reclusive." I certainly remember that. I guess if I want to work on it, I will have to see more people. Well, more people live. I have so many friends online. "You do. And you could possibly do all your work with the group online. That is not what I mean. I mean you have to get into this here, this now. I mean this now, and connect and relate. Because if you don't, you'll fade just like you almost did when I twisted the needle in your arm to bring you back. The inconsistency principle is still trying to resolve things. With a very few people, apparently the easiest resolution is to let us keep all our memories, as long as we only discuss them among ourselves." Stupidly, and out of nowhere, I said, "I'm going to miss being in the FBI. And I really, really miss Horacie now." I could feel myself start to cry, and he reached out and rubbed my face, gently, with a handkerchief. "How long has it been since anyone touched you?" "Before you, Horacie did now and then, and I had to wait for her to do it. I couldn't touch her or ask her to touch me. I liked it so much when she did, and I couldn't say that either." "I remember how things were in the other now," he said, nodding, as if it mattered a lot that he remembered. "You see, like me, you'll keep those memories, many of them, like a vivid dream or a favorite childhood story. That's the lowest energy, most stable way to be, and you'll be able to write them down before they fade, or talk about them with those of us who remember." I rubbed my face. "I don't know if... Do you know how stupid it was that I could never say? There was something I wanted to say to Horacie, and now I won't even be able to speak her name, except to you and a few others. Do you remember why you couldn't say it?" "Damage. There's something wrong with me. I don't get what's going on in other people. I don't see them right." "Oh yes, all that. In this now, we're just beginning to see a way to help people fix the problem that you have, and work around it. Over there, no one was trying because it was one of the marks of being Liet, like the thinness, the long, thin fingers, the perfect pitch, or the blonde hair. But there was a really simple reason why you couldn't reach out to her, but it was okay for her to signal that she wanted to please you. And that was..." I felt the thought dawn. "Liet," I said. I was Liet, and she was Common. If I'd spoken my feelings and anyone had overheard, They'd have killed her. There's no Liat now. There never has been. No common. Everyone is pretty much free, he said. No capitals. All the other categories, noble, Liat, common, and even slave, are all gone. Now everyone's just free. Please stay. I need people who can help me remember. We need, all those of us who do remember, we need someone to help us remember. Stay? I asked. Make the effort. Be in touch with people. Meet the people you have only talked to on the internet. Speak to strangers. Go out in public where you will meet people. I liked doing that when I was in the FBI. Keep liking it, and act on that liking. In the last few hours while you have been unconscious, you've started to fade, just the way you did just before I hurt you with the needle. And then come back, and then faded again, but the fading is getting more frequent and more severe. From what I could doodle out really fast, from what I remember that one of the versions of Einstein had solved, there's sort of a cusp that you must be balancing on. If you're connected enough, the easiest way for the inconsistency principle to resolve the situation in the path of least energy in all its dimensions is probably to let you exist as what I'm calling a polymnemonic, a person with more than one mutually contradictory set of memories. But if you aren't connected, if you don't talk and communicate and get yourself involved with everyone else, then the lowest energy way for the universe to resolve you is for you never to have existed. Why do you care? I asked. Well, Tyrwhitt said, there's the use I have for your gifts. Here, where there was no indexable derivability, you weren't stunted in your training, and there was more to learn and practice, so we can use you within the group, if you want to talk pure obvious practicality. Then there's the matter of having some company and someone to talk to. I would like to talk with someone who knows what is real. Purely selfishly, I'll be lonely as well. And finally, now that you're awake and emotionally perhaps more ready for it, there is something I'd like to see as well. He turned toward the doorway and called, Ms. Horace, I think he's ready to join us now. There was a painfully low scrape and thud. In a moment I would know, I realized. The thing that had always been wrong, the thing that was on the tip of my mind, the reason why I had only contacted Horace via the internet, not the tween web. For a moment, I hung suspended. The scraping sound sped up, and my heart sped up with it. I was already grinning, remembering what I had always known, and sat up in the bed. I felt so well. Come on, I said. It's finally time, Ruth. What else could it be, Simon? And, laughing, I got up to walk to her. Tyrwhitt steadied me. I was still tottering from the wound in my calf, and helped me walk forward, and I forgave him his smug little smirk, just as I always had, so many times before.